Chapter 74. This was Su Li's first time treating someone of the opposite sex to a meal in a formal restaurant, so he was a little nervous. Once he was nervous, his eyes would subconsciously not look anywhere else but at the only girl he was familiar with. However, when he glanced over, he saw her chest that was not covered by the sky-blue spaghetti-strap dress. His heart fluttered when he saw her fair breasts that were half covered by the dress. He quickly shifted his gaze up, only to see Zhang Xiaoming's lowered face. Her slightly curled eyelashes, and her red lips and white teeth were gently biting on the fork. His heart was even more flustered. The temperature in the restaurant was maintained at 26 degrees and the black pepper steak was slightly spicy. A cute bead of sweat seeped out of the tip of Zhang Xiaoming's nose. She had already taken off the short windbreaker that she was wearing, and her entire person was unintentionally releasing a pure charm. Perhaps it was because of the food or because she had noticed Su Li's glance just now. Zhang Xiaoming's sideburns had turned slightly red. However, she did not deliberately hide the view in front of her chest. She maintained this seductive posture, awkwardly displaying her charm. Su Li knew where his eyes should be looking, but Zhang Xiaoming did not know where he was looking. Both of them had different thoughts in their minds, and they fell into an awkward silence. "I like you." Su Li's extremely serious and firm words broke the silence. Zhang Xiaoming raised her head in surprise and looked at the honest boy in front of her. She never would have thought that he would confess to her so directly. For a moment her language skills were a little lacking. She stammered, What did you say?" "I said I like you very much." Su Lu repeated that sentence again. Because it was the second time he said it much more naturally than before. He looked at Zhang Xiaoming's delicate face and thought to himself, "When you look out the window, I always want you to look at me. This should be called like, right?" "What?" Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head, a little flustered. Today she just wanted to have one last faint moment of youth and enjoy it to her heart's content. She did not expect Su Lu to suddenly ask her such a question, and this question came so quickly and firmly. "You don't need a reason to like someone." Su Lu looked at the plate on the table. There was still steak and juice left on the plate. It was as if he was looking at an extremely difficult obstacle to overcome. He held the knife and fork tightly with both hands and said, "If we argue from a physiological and psychological point of view, we are releasing some kind of information to each other. We can feel it, so we like each other." Zhang Xiaoming looked at him blankly. After all, she was just a girl who had never been in a relationship before. No matter how determined she was and how meticulous she would never know that there were many kinds of love, and there were also many kinds of men. Some men were like Su Lu, who would only choose the most direct way to attack and would not give her any time to quietly leave. Zhang Xiaoming tried to hide her panic. I don't understand." Su Lu raised his head and stared into her eyes. After hesitating for a moment he said seriously, "I once had an elder tell me that if you meet a girl when you are young, and you don't want to peek at her body at all, and you don't dare to fantasize about things related to lust in your mind, then it proves that you like her, and it's a real kind of like." Zhang Xiaoming looked at him blankly and asked, This, what kind of theory is this? "If you are not interested in my body." She wanted to say, "If you are not interested in my body, why did you look at it just now and why do you like me?" However, halfway through she realized that this kind of discussion was a little too naked and explicit. She quickly lowered her head and asked in a soft voice, "How many people have you met like this?" "Two." Su Lu answered quickly. This answer had actually been in his mind for a long time. Zhang Xiaoming raised her head and asked with interest, "Who else is there besides me?" She wanted to pretend to be indifferent and ask a question out of interest between friends, but her flashing eyes revealed that she actually really cared that Su Lu had other girls in his heart. "Jian Shuier." Su Lu smiled in a seemingly simple and honest manner, which made Zhang Xiaoming roll her eyes. All the men in the Federation from young to old liked that little girl with purple hair. Su Lu looked at Zhang Xiaoming's slightly blushing face, and his heart skipped a beat. The theory that he just relayed was actually something that Uncle Boss once said. However, he didn't tell Zhang Xiaoming everything. Back then, Uncle Fengyu was sitting in the twilight with a glass of red wine in his left hand and a piece of beef in his right. He said to the young Su Lu, "But the problem is that this kind of liking is only a little boy's liking after being influenced by too many romance novels. When you have 100 women, you will understand what love is all about. Eye to eye, in fact, is just for the friction between flesh, the exchange of bodily fluids." At that time, Su Lu, who was still a virgin, naturally believed in love and selectively forgot the last part of Uncle Feng's words. There was a long silence. The piano in the far corner of the restaurant was flowing with notes. Occasionally, there was the sound of silver knives and forks touching the surface of the porcelain. In this silence, Sulu lowered his head and waited for the other person's answer. He didn't notice that after a long silence, Zhang Xiaoming was looking at him with a guilty and resentful gaze. She had her own life, Sulu had Su Li's life, and these two lives were destined to never walk the same path. Her heart gave birth to endless pity for this honest boy in front of her, or perhaps this pity was projected onto her own heart. Looking at Su Li's quiet eyebrows, Zhang Xiaoming's heart trembled slightly. She knew that she shouldn't be greedy for this kind of feeling and let him sink into it. "I'm sorry." When Sulu heard these 3 words, he raised his head and looked directly into Zhang Xiaoming's eyes. "What? I know you like to be with me." He didn't have much experience or wisdom when it came to the human heart, but he was extremely sensitive to other people's thoughts. This was also the insight that Feng Yu admired the most. The sky-blue halter top, the accompaniment on the sports field, and the different scenery in the cafeteria for so many days made it clear to him that Xiaoming was the same as him. They had both been poisoned by some kind of drug that had unknowingly started to take effect. As for when it started, perhaps these 2 young children didn't know, but at least they knew that it had already started. "You said before that you don't need a reason to like me or not." Zhang Xiaoming lowered her eyes slightly, her eyelashes trembling slightly. "And just because I like to be with you doesn't mean that I have to like you. I don't know why you rejected me." Sulu was silent for a long time, then suddenly said, "But I know, you like me." It was such a simple, ordinary and direct sentence from his heart, a seemingly unreasonable and childish judgment, but it struck Zhang Xiaoming's heart. She looked at the boy in front of her in shock. Her eyes gradually softened, but then there was a flash of pain. She finally understood that it wasn't because of the arrival of the mission that made her a little greedy for the last of her free youth, nor was it because she liked the feeling when she was with Sulu. That was why she went on a date with him today. The so-called youth, the so-called feeling, was actually just as he said. Unknowingly she had fallen in love with this boy. With a bang, Sulu quietly took out a vacuum-sealed bag and opened it amidst the sound of the piano. He took a piece of dog biscuit from the bag and placed it in Zhang Xiaoming's red lips, which were still slightly open due to her complicated emotions. Zhang Xiaoming finished the biscuit without tasting it. She looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "I'm a selfish person. I'll hurt you. You know that I was a soldier in Donglin. I'm like a rock in Donglin. I'm not afraid of wind or rain. Is there anyone as glib as you are a rock?" Zhang Xiaoming quietly looked at Su Li's face. Su Li's small eyes seemed to have made some kind of decision. He smiled, and the light blended into the sound of the piano, illuminating the hall. She took out a pair of small red devil horns from the bag beside her and put them on her head. She tilted her head slightly and like lightning, her lips touched Su Li's lips. After she sat back in her chair, she narrowed her eyes and asked in a charming and sexy manner, "Do I look good?" On a certain night in the autumn of the 66th year of the constitutional era, at the back door of Pear Blossom University's quiet pear garden, there was a girl in thin pajamas. Her feet were bare. She quietly came to the small gatekeeper in the cold and knocked on the door. She wore a pair of small red devil horns on her head. She looked like a demon from the depths of the universe. The gatekeeper in the room was immersed in the emotions of the day. He was thinking about the future sweetly and worriedly. He had forgotten all the things he was supposed to do, and he was unable to sleep. Then he realized that he had a dream. The girl he was gently hugging in his dream had crawled into his bed and hugged him tightly. The girl's body was cold. Her nightgown draped over her thighs, appearing incomparably soft and smooth. His hands, which were usually incomparably steady on the chip set and components, moved up the nightgown and began to tremble. Touching the girl's smooth and slightly shivering skin, the cold of this autumn day had long turned into heat. "Isn't this too fast?" Sulu only had time to think of this sentence before he was once again immersed in that warm and gentle dreamland. His hands awkwardly pressed on the girl's delicate breasts. He felt that at this moment he had finally found the true meaning of life. In the darkness, Zhang Xiaoming, who was lying in Su Li's arms, cried. She cried very sadly. Hearing the crying, Sulu nervously asked, "Does it hurt?" "A little. I can still bear it." "I can't bear it anymore. I'm sorry if I hurt you." The girl with her bare feet left with some difficulty. The elf with the red devil horns quietly disappeared in the morning fog, as if she had never appeared. The frustrated Sulu opened his eyes wide, but he did not understand why she had to apologize when he should be the one apologizing. Chapter 75. Although it was already autumn in the university town, it was still early in the morning. It was only 5 in the morning, but the campus was already bright. It was the weekend, so many students from Lin High had gone home. The cold autumn wind made people lose interest in coming out for morning exercises. The female dormitories in the university town were all given elegant names, such as Osmanthus Garden, Plum Garden, Pear Garden. At this time, Plum Garden dormitory was empty. There were no cars, no male students lighting candles to show their love, and no girls going in and out chattering non-stop. There was only a boy holding a bouquet of flowers and a thermos flask. The flowers were wildflowers that had just been picked by the Rose River. There was still dew on them, just like the girl who had bloomed for the first time last night. The freshly cooked porridge in the thermos would not cool down no matter how long it was left in there, just like the boy's burning heart. In the cold wind, Sulu rubbed his hands and looked up at a certain room on the 7th floor of Plum Garden. A happy smile appeared on his face. He didn't sleep the whole night until the sunlight of the university town shone through the window. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have done a lot of wrong things. How could he let Xiaoming go home alone last night? Until now, he still felt that everything that had happened last night was just a dream. It felt unreal. He also realized that he didn't give Xiaoming any flowers. This was an unforgivable mistake. If Shi Qinghai knew, he would definitely scold him. In order not to let the girl down, he immediately took remedial measures. He cooked porridge, picked flowers, and even carefully went to the 24-hour pharmacy to buy ointment and emergency contraceptive pills. If Xiaoming was injured, he could apply the ointment. If Xiaoming was afraid of accidents, he could take Tingting's emergency contraceptive pills. Of course, if Xiaoming didn't want to take them and got pregnant in the future, he could get married. With his skills, he could find a good job and work hard to support his family. After Xiaoming gave birth, he could come back to school, and then, the little boy was immersed in his fantasy of happiness. He didn't know that his smile was very silly, and he didn't know that a fantasy was a fantasy after all. Sulu had already made up his mind. He would no longer run away because of his identity as a fugitive from the Federation. He wanted to take responsibility for this relationship and that girl. This kind of heavy feeling of growing up overnight did not make him feel strained. Instead, it gave him a sense of accomplishment that came from his bones. As time passed, more and more girls came out of the Plum Garden apartment. They looked at Sulu as if they were looking at a fool. However, Sulu did not care about the gazes of the crowd at all. He only felt slightly happy and slightly anxious as he waited for Zhang Xiaoming to appear. He began to feel nervous because he suddenly realized that if he saw Xiaoming later, he did not know what to say first. Could he ask her if she had eaten? Sulu? A slightly plump girl with a ponytail was yawning at the entrance of the apartment. When she suddenly saw him, she couldn't help but laugh. She was Zhang Xiaoming's classmate, and their single dormitory was near each other. She didn't know how many times she had seen the scene of Zhang Xiaoming and the little concierge in the cafeteria, but this was the first time she saw Sulu come to the entrance of the Plum Garden apartment. You finally gave up that unrealistic sense of inferiority and came to chase after my Xiaoming? The slightly plump girl looked at Sulu and laughed, but she was a little surprised. Because he had always appeared so indifferently, not many people really thought that Zhang Xiaoming would be with this concierge. Sulu smiled awkwardly and said, yes. Yes, he and Zhang Xiaoming had developed too quickly. It seemed that he had skipped a lot of necessary steps in between. Even if he followed those movies and chased after her again, what was there to be afraid of? Wouldn't that be a very happy feeling? Besides, he had already chased after her yesterday, he thought to himself. Don't wait, Xiaoming isn't in the room. I was just about to call her down to eat. The plump girl's words mercilessly shattered Su Li's entire morning's preparations. Xiaoming isn't here? Sulu asked in surprise. Yes. I heard that her family had some kind of gathering today. Maybe she went back yesterday. Sulu stood outside Plum Garden Apartments with flowers and a thermos flask in his hand. He couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Only then did he realize that he didn't even have Zhang Xiaoming's phone number. Only then did he realize that he was really bad at these things. As for Zhang Xiaoming's family, he had heard her mention them briefly. They seemed to be the upper class of the university town. As for the specific address, he didn't know, because it was obvious that Zhang Xiaoming didn't have a good impression of her family. Zhang Xiaoming was wearing a simple but elegant dress, and the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose were back on. She sat on the sofa in the living room and looked at the boy opposite her with a smile. She listened as he kept apologizing to her, saying that he was really rude at the school gate that day and asking for her forgiveness. Today the Zhang family had a small gathering, and the young student that was picked by the elders to meet her was also her classmate at Yue University. He was the son of the state senator who was angry on the first day of school. "I'm really sorry." The son of the state senator said very sincerely, "I thought about it later. As a follower of George Carlin, even if I work in the Federation, I can actually help the Federation improve the current situation of information imbalance and reduce the unfairness of society." Zhang Xiaoming pushed up her black-rimmed glasses and listened carefully. On the one hand, she really couldn't bear too much malice toward a follower of George Carlin. More importantly, the information clearly stated that the son of the state senator was related to the daughter of the Zhou family, and the daughter of the Zhou family was probably the only woman who could get close to the prince at the Double Moon Festival ball. If she wanted to get close to the prince at the ball, she needed a bridge. The sincere son of the state senator in front of her was undoubtedly the only bridge she could find. "Xiaoming, are you willing to be my dance partner at the Double Moon Festival ball?" The son of the state senator was named Hai Qingzhou. It was a very handsome name and he had a face that wasn't annoying. He sincerely apologized to Zhang Xiaoming, and then even more sincerely extended an invitation. "I'm willing, but you have to be clear that this doesn't mean that I'll submit to my parents' arrangements." When she said this, Zhang Xiaoming felt that she had played the role of a rebellious girl perfectly. She still hadn't been completely swallowed by the rules of the Federation's upper management, so she was somewhat satisfied. However, she didn't understand that she was a rebellious girl to begin with. She didn't need to perform at all. Perhaps the far-sighted Senator Macklin from S2 saw this trait of hers. Hai Qingzhou smiled and said, "Maybe you'll change your mind in the future." Thinking about her mission at the Double Moon Festival ball, thinking about how she had personally invited Su Lu to be her dance partner, thinking about how they looked at each other in the restaurant yesterday, and the sweetness of that night, Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head, and her face was slightly pale. Hai Qingzhou asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" Zhang Xiaoming forced a smile and shook her head to show that she was fine. However, the next moment, in the bathroom of the bedroom on the second floor, she began to cover her lower abdomen. Cold sweat dripped down her pale face. She gritted her teeth and looked at herself in the mirror and said hatefully, "Su Lu, you damn bastard." Su Lu was indeed a bastard in this matter, Zhang Xiaoming thought hatefully. "Although I was about to dump you, how could you not call me and come to see me?" The more she thought about it, the more she felt wronged. She felt that she had been too impulsive last night. She actually cried in the bathroom. "I have to forget him, I have to forget him. The Double Moon Festival ball is about to begin. He was in my life, so I'll forget him and never think about him again." Zhang Xiaoming wiped her tears, tidied up her appearance, put on her black-rimmed glasses, and returned to being a quiet schoolgirl. She walked out. "I just want you to help me check a phone number." "Is it that difficult?" Su Lu, who hadn't seen Zhang Xiaoming all day, began to feel uneasy. He was like an ant on a hot pan. At this time he remembered that he was obsessed with District H1 and rarely saw Zhang Xiaoming. He felt that he was extremely stupid at that time. He had a faint ominous feeling, which made his expression become even more serious and agitated. He stared at the rogue official opposite him and said in a low voice, "You're the section chief of the Federation's Investigation Bureau. Checking a phone number is just a matter of a sentence." Shi Qinghai didn't pay attention to his anger and just looked at him quietly. At this time, the two of them were in a deserted bar outside the back door of Pear Garden. There were no customers around. Shi Qinghai frowned and asked, "I don't need to tell you how strict the First Charter's protection of a citizen's privacy is. As a government official, of course I can't knowingly break the law. But what I'm most concerned about right now is, why do you want to check the phone number of that girl named Zhang Xiaoming?" Su Lu was silent for a moment. He raised his head and said somewhat shyly, "She's my girlfriend. I haven't seen her for a day, so I'm a little worried." The cigarette in Shi Qinghai's hand trembled. He looked seriously at Su Lu and said word by word, "Repeat that." "I know this matter is a little strange. I still don't understand it. I also know that I'm a jerk. I don't even have my girlfriend's phone number. I'm too embarrassed to ask her classmate. This matter is too embarrassing." Su Lu laughed foolishly as he talked non-stop. On the capital planet of the Federation he had too few friends. The rogue official in front of him happened to be the closest person to him. He had fallen into happiness, so of course he was willing to share his happiness with the other party. Shi Qinghai took a puff of his cigarette and waved his hand to stop him from asking any more questions. He leaned back in his chair and sighed with a frown. "It's over. It's really over. What's wrong? Looking at your idiotic smile and the way you talk, I'm sure you're really in a relationship with that Zhang Xiaoming." Shi Qinghai said with a gloomy face, "But the question is, don't you think this matter is a little strange?" Chapter 76. What's so strange about it? There's a song called Bad People Love You, and you're the most honest person I've ever met in my life. I don't understand why Zhang Xiaoming would fall for you. Shi Qinghai's expression was calm, but his heart was worried. Because of his dual identities, he knew better than anyone what Zhang Xiaoming did, and Su Lu was his brother. He couldn't just watch as Su Lu was dragged into a net of unknown colors. Su Lu said, "Not all girls like a hooligan like you. Zhang Xiaoming, there's something wrong with this person." After a moment of silence, Shi Qinghai violated the rules of the organization and said to Su Lu, "She went to S2, and the timing of her return to Yue University is too strange. I don't really care about politics, and I know she's a follower of George Carlin. But don't forget, the most fanatical follower of George Carlin in Yue University is the son of that state senator. Why haven't I seen the Bureau of Investigation investigate him?" Shi Qinghai wiped his wine-stained palm on his wrinkled suit and said, "Trust me, I know more than you. Even if she's still working for the people in S2, what does that have to do with me?" Su Lu said with a smile, "Senator Macklin has already come to the Federation to run for office. The Federation can't possibly start a civil war, right? He himself was a fugitive, so he didn't care about politics. And from an emotional point of view, he had a better impression of the opposition. After all, it was the Federation that killed the uncle and destroyed his original path of life. But he still didn't believe that a naive girl like Zhang Xiaoming would be a spy sent to the university by the opposition. Because after last night, he was sure that no one knew the girl better than he did. At least she won't have any intention of using me, right?" Looking at Shi Qinghai's gloomy face, Su Lu knew that he was worried about him, so he comforted him, "I'm just an ordinary student with a bank card." "That's true. But I still don't understand why she would have the leisure to date you at this time," Shi Qinghai said sarcastically. Su Lu did not understand this sentence. He stood up with a cigarette in his mouth and warned, "Try not to leave school in the future. Zhou has already returned to the 3rd military region, but the daughter of the Zhou family has entered your school. Something might happen." This was the first time Su Lu had heard this news, but he didn't care much. After all, too much time had passed and he still missed Zhang Xiaoming. Shi Qinghai glanced at the restless teenager, sighed and walked out of the bar. "I will be with her during the Double Moon Festival dance," Su Lu said to his back. "I wish she would kick you away. Also, I've gotten an invitation for the Double Moon Festival ball. See you then." Shi Qinghai waved his hand behind his head and walked out of the bar. Shi Qinghai, the head of Section 4 of the Federation Investigation Bureau's Linhai Field Office. Section 4 of the office was responsible for preventing anti-government infiltration and espionage activities within the Federation. However, other than his direct superiors, no one knew that his real identity was an intelligence agent sent by the anti-government army to Area S1 of the Federation. Or rather, a spy. Many years ago, Shi Qinghai's father, who was doing a rare job in the Federation, mysteriously died in an accident. The Shi family's small farm was assigned to a large company in the Federation. From that day on, Shi Qinghai, who was still a child, lost all respect and trust for the Federation. When he was studying at the first military academy, his psychology professor discovered him, recruited him and educated him. He learned that there were people in the Federation who were working hard to eliminate the unfairness covered by the law. This psychology professor later became the director of the HTD Bureau in Linhai Field Office. Shi Qinghai, who joined the Federation Investigation Bureau, also became a spy. The head of Section 4 of the office, who was responsible for preventing anti-government infiltration, was actually a member of the anti-government army. This fact was ridiculous, but it also showed that the anti-government forces spared no effort in infiltrating the Federation. It was extremely rare for a spy to be able to sit in such a key position as Shi Qinghai, which also showed his cautiousness. It was precisely because of his dual identity and keen sense of smell that even though the FBI had already stopped monitoring Zhang Xiaoming, he was still sensitive enough to notice that the girl was different. It was a kind of temperament. Back when he secretly went to S2 for short-term training, Shi Qinghai didn't know how many young people like Zhang Xiaoming were willing to burn for their ideals. That kind of temperament couldn't be hidden no matter how hard he tried. Shi Qinghai didn't like these young people. He often thought that compared to him, these people were too unprofessional. The anti-government forces were now divided into two major factions. One was the moderate faction led by Senator Medellin, and the other was the radical faction based on the anti-government forces. Shi Qinghai belonged to the anti-government forces. In his opinion, the sanctimonious old man Senator Medellin was just a shameless politician who only knew how to use political resources to achieve his own goals. Of course, after all, everyone could be working for the anti-government forces. Sure, Qinghai didn't try to find out Zhang Xiaoming's true identity, but tonight he heard Su Lu say that his girlfriend was Zhang Xiaoming. This news immediately alerted Shi Qinghai, because it was related to his friend. Su Li's words almost convinced him, but he still felt that something was wrong. How could Zhang Xiaoming have a reason to be in a romantic relationship when the Double Moon Festival ball was just around the corner? Zhou Yu had entered Yue University. In the eyes of people like Shi Qinghai, it was only natural that he had confirmed the position of Crown Prince. He judged that Senator Macklin would definitely not give up on this opportunity. Zhang Xiaoming was most likely here because of this matter, so he could not understand why Zhang Xiaoming would do such a thing at this time. In fact, this was because Mr. Shi had forgotten what he had always believed. These people were too unprofessional, and Zhang Xiaoming was obviously the most unprofessional and naive girl among them. Before getting into the car, Shi Qinghai subconsciously pressed his left breast pocket with his finger. Inside was the invitation card for the Double Moon Festival ball he had asked someone to get for Yue University. Of course, he had used the excuse that he was famous for loving young female students. He had already sent back the information that the target Crown Prince was in Yue University. However, there were too few people in the Federation, so it was impossible to continue investigating. He had to personally go to the ball to see what was going on. However, there was always a dark cloud floating in his heart. What were the people in the Federation going to do after receiving the information? Did they really just want to stop the influence of the Hawk faction in the Department of National Defense on the Crown Prince? Who was the Crown Prince? Why did other than the Zhou family siblings, Senator Medellin's people and the anti-government army have to curry favor with him? If he was a decisive figure in a big family, why would the anti-government army, whose ultimate goal was to overthrow the 7 big families, want to establish a relationship with him? They should be assassinating him by hook or by crook. Shi Qinghai frowned beautifully. He felt that things were a little out of his expectations. He wasn't familiar with the leaders of the anti-government army, nor did he feel close to them. He was only willing to do something for the people who were against the Federation. However, if this matter involved him, he had to reconsider. Through the car window, Shi Qinghai glanced at Su Lu, who was still in a daze in the bar. He shook his head. As long as he didn't drag this guy into the mess, it was fine. Fortunately, he had nothing to do with this matter. It was already late at night, but the room on the 7th floor of the Plum Garden Apartments was still dark. It seemed that Zhang Xiaoming would be sleeping at home tonight. He didn't know if she was still in pain, or if she had caught a cold from wearing so little last night. Su Lu stood on the sports field and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the dark room through the autumn trees. He remembered that they were in the same place in the past. Zhang Xiaoming used her slender finger to point in the direction of the 7th floor, telling him that she stayed there every night. At that time, Su Lu and Zhang Xiaoming were just friends who could talk to each other. Now that he thought about those scenes, Su Lu felt that everything was already predestined. Immersed in his happy mood, he was thinking about which restaurant he should take Xiaoming to for a meal when she came back to school. There was still a lot of money in the Sanlin joint bank card. It was enough to buy a mid-sized house in Linhai, let alone a meal. Thinking of the meal, Su Lu suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Oh no! Last night he promised to bring that guy some deep-fried dough cakes, but he didn't go the whole night." He didn't know if the guy would wait the whole night. Carrying a bag of deep-fried dough cakes into the quiet H1 area, Su Lu saw a large pot of coffee and a few small pieces of caviar in the lounge. He shrugged and put the deep-fried dough cake to the side. He noticed that there was no new content on the piece of paper that was already full of words. He glanced at the closed door and knew that the guy who was also suffering from insomnia like him hadn't arrived yet. He entered the room himself and began practicing the level 6 20-second skill. After some time, the familiar but still cold voice came from the intercom. "Why didn't the deep-fried dough cake come with plain porridge today? It doesn't taste good." Su Lu took off his light-filtering goggles and replied with a smile, "I didn't come last night and forgot to tell you. I'm sorry. Plain porridge. I'm saving it for my girlfriend tomorrow." In the other room, Tai Ziyuan was slightly startled. From last night until now, he had been thinking about why Su Lu suddenly disappeared for an entire night. He was even a little angry, but his status and pride didn't allow him to open his mouth and express his dissatisfaction. At this time, when he heard Su Li's explanation, he finally understood what had happened. A trace of ridicule appeared on the corner of his mouth. He thought that university life was really boring, and this interesting guy couldn't help but fall in love. "Let's start." Tai Ziyuan sent out a battle invitation, his calm voice revealing his confidence. However, after just 5 minutes, he moved his hand away from the touch screen, forcibly suppressing his anger and shock, and said into the intercom, "Did you take an aphrodisiac today?" Chapter 77. The young master of the Thai family had lost his composure and said something unbefitting of his status because of Su Li's sudden burst of lascivious mecha operation tonight. The first time Sulu had defeated a classmate he had never seen before was on his first day as a man. If he had known the true identity of the person he had defeated, perhaps he would have been even more excited. However, in the short span of a day, he had fallen from the peak of happiness to the bottom of the valley. His face was bruised and swollen, his eyes dazed, and he was completely at a loss. Because Zhang Xiaoming had suddenly disappeared. This did not mean that Zhang Xiaoming had run away from home and gone to S2 like she had when she had just entered university, playing the faraway farce of disappearing. Rather, it meant that this girl who was used to having sex had suddenly disappeared from Su Li's life. Or rather, in her eyes, Sulu did not even exist. That morning, Sulu had nervously and excitedly carried the wildflowers and thermos flask to the outside of Plum Garden Apartments. Then he saw Zhang Xiaoming and a few other girls coming out of the apartment together. However, when he walked up to her with a face full of smiles, Zhang Xiaoming acted as if she did not see him. She brushed past him like a gust of wind, leaving him with a trail of yellow leaves and infinite shock. During the weekend he had already come here once. Basically, most of the students in Yue University knew that the little gatekeeper had finally courageously launched an attack on Zhang Xiaoming. However, the scene today seemed to prove that this attack was a complete failure. The girls all cast scornful or sympathetic gazes at him. Unlike the people around him, Sulu knew what had happened between him and Zhang Xiaoming that night, so he felt that it was particularly inconceivable. He stared blankly at Zhang Xiaoming's departing figure, baffled, and feeling that something bad was about to happen. Just as he had been worried, from that moment onwards, Zhang Xiaoming acted as if she could not see him at all. Whether it was in class, in the laboratory, or in the corridor, wherever the two of them might meet, Zhang Xiaoming would always walk away with a stubborn look on her face. Sulu was vexed and puzzled, but he couldn't help but feel that the girl's appearance was really funny and cute. Finally, on the afternoon of the next day, Sulu could no longer hold back his questions. He stopped Zhang Xiaoming, who was holding a book, under the big pagoda tree outside the teaching building. He said nervously, "I know I performed badly that night. Ignoring me for 2 days is a very serious punishment." No matter how he thought about it, he could only come to this conclusion. The girl who had just blossomed was exceptionally sensitive psychologically. She was resentful that he was not gentle enough that night, especially when he did not send her back to the apartment. That was why she had ignored him for the past 2 days. Sulu didn't want to fall into a cold war right from the start of his first love, so he sincerely apologized. Zhang Xiaoming was inexplicably nervous. She pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose, cleared her throat and said seriously, "You've misunderstood. I also want to find time to make it clear to you that the two of us are not suitable for each other. I don't want you to continue to misunderstand. Don't make this kind of joke." Sulu said with a smile, but his smile was a bit forced. Why did this sound so much like those romantic dramas that were shown on the Federation's Arts channel? At the same time, he also heard the imperceptible tremor in Zhang Xiaoming's seemingly cold voice. He asked seriously, "What happened?" "Nothing. I'm just calmly thinking about our relationship and future possibilities. I feel that there is no possibility of continuing to develop." Zhang Xiaoming forcibly suppressed the nervousness and loneliness in her heart and said lightly, "Please forget everything that happened that day." Sulu felt like a hammer had fallen from the sky and hit his heart. He was stunned, but he still maintained the style of Donglin Shi. He stared at Zhang Xiaoming and said, "Is there something wrong with your brain? Or did you wear too little that night and have a cold or fever?" Zhang Xiaoming sighed in her heart, but her indifference were obvious in her words. "It's already the 37th constitutional calendar. Do you think it's still the era of the Thai dynasty? It's normal for you to be willing to spend a warm night with each other. You're just a poor student. Even if you can work in nutshell in the future, can you satisfy my material and spiritual needs and spend the rest of my life with me? Wake up. If I said that I was greedy and caused you to misunderstand, I apologize to you, but please keep a distance from me in the future." Hearing the word sorry, Sulu suddenly remembered that night in the restaurant. Zhang Xiaoming seemed to have said it more than once. He stood there a bit numbly, looking at the girl in front of him whose charm was mostly covered by the black-rimmed glasses. He lowered his voice and said with extra force, "Sorry? Do you want me to pretend that nothing happened and then we'll be strangers forever? Is this very difficult for you? Zhang Xiaoming said as indifferently as possible, but she held the book in her arms tighter. Sulu felt a bit angry, but he didn't show it on his face. He stared into Zhang Xiaoming's eyes and said, "Of course it's difficult. I'm a virgin. I was cheated by you for the first time, and you don't want to take responsibility?" Zhang Xiaoming's pretense of arrogance suddenly turned into a collapsed mountain rock. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Sulu in disbelief. She couldn't imagine that the honest and simple man would say such a strange thing. Suli's voice was a bit loud, and the students studying under the trees in the distance looked over curiously, but no one should have heard it. Zhang Xiaoming's face was still red, and she stared at Sulu angrily and protested, "Lower your voice. Isn't this my first time?" Suli's next sentence was very fast and he calmly replied, "So I have to be responsible for you, and you have to be responsible for me." Zhang Xiaoming suddenly realized that she really wasn't good enough to complete the task that the senator had carefully entrusted to her. She found that it was too difficult to play the role of a girl who dumped her first boyfriend because of vanity. The main reason was that the boy she was supposed to dump, Sulu, really didn't play by the rules. He didn't hit the tree in anger, nor did he seem to have the impulse to cut her wrist with a blade, nor did he scold her for being shameless. This made her unable to say many of the sarcastic lines she had planned. Perhaps, deep down in her heart, she couldn't bear to hurt him with those words. She looked helplessly at Sulu, who refused to back down, and softly begged, "Just let me go. I don't need you to be responsible for me. You don't expect a girl like me to be responsible for you, right?" "Why not?" Suli's mood had actually fallen to the bottom of the valley, because he had long seen that Zhang Xiaoming wasn't joking. However, at this moment of crisis in his life, that sense of crisis made his thoughts exceptionally clear. He reacted extremely quickly and said very seriously, "That night you raped me." Zhang Xiaoming's face was already completely red because she was afraid that the discussion would be heard by her classmates. At this time she was so angry that her face turned white. She looked at Suli's serious face in disbelief, as if she had seen a savage on S2's De Chi Peak. She angrily stammered and said, You're shameless." Sulu was a shameless person. Even if he had been influenced by Shi Qinghai for so long, it was impossible for him to say anything too outrageous to a girl. He was just a little confused by Zhang Xiaoming's sudden change in attitude. He was purely subconsciously looking for an excuse to benefit himself. He sadly found that Zhang Xiaoming seemed to be serious. "Xiaoming, is there a problem?" The state senator's son, Hai Qingzhou, suddenly appeared beside the two of them, as if he wanted to be the flower's protector. He looked at the gloomy Sulu warily and protected Zhang Xiaoming behind him. Zhang Xiaoming poked her head out from behind Hai Qingzhou's arm and said, "Thank you, it's nothing." She then angrily said to Sulu, "Don't bother me again." Sulu acted as if he didn't hear her at all. He directly extended his hand to the senator's son and asked very elegantly, "We've met before. My name is Sulu. I'm an auditing student in the mechanical department. Did you ask for guidance?" Zhang Xiaoming and Hai Qingzhou were a little dumbfounded. They didn't expect Suli's attitude to change so quickly. Hai Qingzhou gently smiled and said, "Hai Qingzhou, the person who was deducted 4 credits by you last time was me." The two of them shook hands. Sulu smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to still remember me." Zhang Xiaoming sighed and said to Sulu, "Qingzhou will be my dance partner for the Double Moon Festival dance." "Why are you calling Qingzhou so quickly? I cooked porridge for you, but you didn't even look at it. If I had known earlier, I would have given it to that brat to eat." These words didn't come out of Suli's mouth. He still had a sincere smile on his face, but in his heart, he thought bitterly that these words were too feminine. He would rather die than allow himself to say them out loud. "Don't misunderstand." Zhang Xiaoming saw the sadness that flashed through Suli's eyes. Suddenly her heart ached. She said in a low voice, "I'm not suitable for you. This has nothing to do with Qingzhou. He and I are just normal friends." The sour words in Suli's heart came out again. He thought to himself that before that day they were also normal friends. He held it in and smiled gently at Hai Qingzhou. He nodded at Zhang Xiaoming and said, "Let's talk about it another time. I'm leaving first." Under these circumstances, if he wanted to suppress his emotions, Sulu could only turn around and leave. He was a 19-year-old youth. When he saw Zhang Xiaoming with someone of the opposite sex, he felt very uncomfortable. However, he wasn't so tasteless as to fight with someone of the same sex for the sake of stealing the opposite sex. That was something that only bulls would do. Looking at Suli's back as he walked away, Zhang Xiaoming suddenly felt that she was really a bad woman. She wasn't acting as a bad woman because that back looked so pitiful. She didn't know why, but she had the urge to call him back. However, when she thought of the Double Moon Festival dance that was just around the corner, she forcefully swallowed those words back. She swallowed them down and felt bitter. Sulu is a good person. At least he has a good demeanor. Zhang Xiaoming didn't want Hai Qingzhou, who was beside her, to have too many bad feelings towards Sulu. This was because she knew that Hai Qingzhou also had a good impression of her. He was the son of a senator. If he wanted to take advantage of Sulu, what would Sulu, who was a poor student without parents, do? After being rejected by you, he still smiled and shook hands with me. His demeanor is really not bad. Hai Qingzhou put his right hand behind his back and secretly rubbed it twice. His knuckles were already red and swollen from being pinched by Sulu. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. He thought to himself that this brat was really angry. When he thought of the scene at the nightclub, he couldn't help but feel a little afraid. Chapter 78. When faced with such a situation, even a clay figurine would get angry. Even if Sulu was a rock, he had the word resentment engraved on it. What angered him the most was that he didn't even know what went wrong. How did the trees in the pear garden become covered with snow in one night? How did the two moons in the sky collide? How did day become night? How did the two people who were on good terms just a moment ago become strangers? Sulu was a wild bull that he despised, but this was his first love. In the words that he never forgot to remind Zhang Xiaoming, this was also his first night. It was impossible for his emotions to immediately brighten up, so when he shook hands with Hai Qingzhou, he subconsciously used more strength. Of course, his facial expression was still very good. Congratulations, congratulations. Shi Qinghai raised a large glass of beer and laughed at the unhappy Sulu. He sincerely congratulated him. I've seen a lot of one-night stands, but a one-day boyfriend like you is really rare. His congratulations were sincere because he no longer had to worry about any problems between Zhang Xiaoming and Sulu. However, these words sounded like vicious mockery to Su Li's ears. He took a big gulp of beer and frowned. This situation is a little strange. I can't accept it. Did you and Zhang Xiaoming sleep together? Shi Qinghai lit a cigarette and threw the cigarette box over. The problem was that this guy was really too handsome. No matter how sneaky he looked, it was impossible to dislike him. Sulu was stunned. He immediately thought of that night when he saw the elf wearing the devil's horns. That beautiful and unforgettable time. However, from the perspective of a girl, he couldn't tell the truth to this bad friend in front of him. He shook his head. Shi Qinghai leaned back and sighed. I can't accept it. You know how I look at beautiful girls? If Zhang Xiaoming didn't wear those black-rimmed glasses in bed, she would definitely be a beautiful little girl. What a pity, what a pity. When Sulu heard this, he was a little annoyed. He glared at him angrily and took out a cigarette from the pack and lit it up. Shi Qinghai frowned and said, It seems that you are serious. But she only kissed you in the restaurant. That doesn't mean anything. Women are fickle. Maybe she will realize that you have no future after staying at home for 2 days. A sensitive woman will think that a man is riding a white horse when she sees him. But a rational woman will analyze whether the white horse is rented or bought, and whether the horse is pure or not. Regarding the matters between men and women, young Master Shi, as always, hit the nail on the head and was incomparably sharp. However, Sulu did not listen to these words at all. He was carefully reflecting on his relationship with Zhang Xiaoming in the past few days and why such a change had happened. Suddenly he looked up and said, Xiaoming likes me. Shi Qinghai was stunned for a moment and shook his head. He gave him a thumbs up and said, This is the first time I see you being narcissistic. It's just like how you used to smile obscenely. It's quite like me. Sulu ignored him. He continued to frown and analyze while smoking. Since she likes me but doesn't want to admit our relationship, then it must be because of our relationship, which is a huge obstacle to something. Matters between men and women will only affect matters between men and women. Recently, she has the son of a senator around her. According to my sources, they got to know each other at a family gathering in the Zhang family. You have sources? Shi Qinghai looked at him in surprise. Sulu said calmly, I used a pearl necklace to bribe the girl next to Xiaoming. Continue. Xiaoming is not a vain person. Even if she wants to be with that plain porridge and side dish, she would not be so stupid to choose such a method and such a time to end our relationship. If I make a scene. Sulu did not mention what happened that night. If they were to really make things too unpleasant for both parties, this kind of thing would spread. It would be extremely harmful to the development of Zhang Xiaoming and Hai Qingzhou's relationship. More importantly, I've only just started with her. Any normal woman would be an emotional woman at this time. In your words, she won't even notice what kind of white horse I'm riding. Continue. Shi Qinghai was obviously interested because he realized that Su Li's analysis was indeed reasonable. So she wants to be closer to Hai Qingzhou not because she likes him, but because she needs to be closer to him during this period of time. Su Li's words were a bit awkward, but the logic was becoming clearer. His knife-like eyebrows raised, and his calm eyes looked past Shi Qinghai's face to look outside the bar. As for the reason, I am not very clear. Of course you won't help me investigate. All right, the Federation Investigation Bureau does not care about breakups. Su Lu suddenly frowned and said, last time at the entrance of the nightclub, Hai Qingzhou was with the Zhou family siblings. You once told me that Zhou Yu had already entered Yue University. Could it be that Zhang Xiaoming wants to get close to Zhou Yu through Hai Qingzhou? But why does she want to get close to Zhou Yu? You said that Zhou Yu's father is a high-ranking official in the Ministry of National Defense. Oh my god. Could it be that Xiaoming is really working for the anti-government forces? Shi Qinghai's heart trembled. He did not expect Su Lu to be able to deduce so many things randomly, but his expression did not change. He said mockingly, don't find so many strange reasons for yourself. This is too complicated. It's a pity that you don't work for the Federation Investigation Bureau. Those intelligence analysts only know how to analyze the blueprints of battleships' main cannons from the trash. They're all idiots. Su Lu smiled bitterly. He knew that his analysis was too ridiculous. It was all to make himself understand and to make himself feel better. How could a girl like Xiaoming who would eat the wrong biscuit be a spy? But at this time, he did not know that his analysis was infinitely close to the truth. Not only are there no deep-fried pancakes today, there's no supper at all. Tai Ziyuan said into the intercom with a sullen expression. He had just decided not to let Butler Jean prepare supper, but he did not expect that the guy on the other side would dare to forget to bring supper. Su Li's feeble reply came from the intercom, I'm in a bad mood today so I forgot about it. You won't die even if you miss out on a meal. Hearing the rude words, Child C subconsciously prepared to get angry. But he suddenly understood that the guy on the other side who was always cheerful, actually said that he was in a bad mood. He was instantly overwhelmed by a strong sense of curiosity. He frowned and asked, what happened? Su Li's monotonous voice sounded particularly dejected. I think I just fell in love, but then I mysteriously fell out of love. For some reason, Tai Ziyuan, who looked at those files every day, was suddenly interested in the gossip of the guy in the room. He asked, tell me about it. Su Lu, who was sitting in the mecha's operating cabin with his legs crossed and staring blankly at the high ceiling, suddenly had a thought when he heard the voice coming from the intercom. He thought that perhaps this mysterious fellow could really help him see some problems. That rogue official Shi Qinghai was full of hormones. He was really not a good candidate for studying relationship problems. Moreover, this mysterious fellow did not know who he was, so there were many things that were inconvenient for him to say. Lihua University would not be able to spread rumors about Zhang Xiaoming anyway. After making up his mind, Su Lu very seriously recounted everything that had happened between him and Zhang Xiaoming. He did not even avoid the events of that night. Of course, he did not mention the details, and he also left out some parts that might expose his and Zhang Xiaoming's identities. The intercom was silent for a while, and then the other side suddenly asked, how long did you last? A drop of cold sweat trickled down Su Li's temple. He naturally knew that the other side was definitely not asking about how long he had lasted in the lowest level 6 test. After struggling for a long time, he lowered his voice and gave an approximate time in shame. The other side of the intercom was silent for an even longer time, and then came a burst of exaggerated laughter and a sentence that easily pierced Su Li's strong heart. Actually didn't last as long as you did for level 6. No wonder that woman doesn't want you. Su Lu said resentfully, isn't it like this the first time? Suddenly, he stared at the intercom and said mockingly, you don't even know this? You're probably still a virgin. Tai Ziyuan, who had been laughing loudly, stopped abruptly. He stared at the intercom and after a long while, he pretended to be calm and changed the topic. A woman's heart is like a needle that has sunk to the bottom of the sea. You'll never find it. He didn't want to pay any more attention to Su Li's childish and boring emotional twists and turns, so he said coldly, begin. Last night, the outwardly gentle but innately proud young master of the Tai family had been defeated by Su Lu for the first time. Tai Ziyuan had thought that this was a coincidence, or perhaps it was because Su Lu had not brought porridge to eat last night, causing him to perform less well. And today he had adjusted all his emotions, preparing to give Sulu a painful and unforgettable mecha education. However, 5 minutes later, Tai Ziyuan's forcefully suppressed voice rang out once more from the intercom. You just had sex yesterday, so let's say you took an aphrodisiac. Then what medicine did you take today? Sweating profusely, Sulu stared at the numbers on the screen with lingering fear. Immersed in the violent thrill of beating up the opponent's mecha, he said, I just broke up today. Of course what I took was gunpowder. The taste of breaking up was not a good feeling, especially when you couldn't find the reason and couldn't make heads or tails of it. Regardless of whether he was a rock or she was a shrew, every man and woman in puberty had the most delicate and sensitive nerves in their life. Sighs and groans were all caused by the sadness and joy of separation and reunion. Even the slightest change in emotion would be magnified countless times by the young people in the midst of it. 10 years later they might be able to laugh off their past stubbornness, but 10 years ago no one would be able to escape this hurdle. In the classroom filled with holographic diagrams, Sulu narrowed his eyes at the girl sitting in the front row with Hai Qingzhou. He thought to himself, what is love? Love is not a thing. Chapter 79. A warship is made up of 3 major systems: the structural system, the control system, and the propulsion system. Some of you might be thinking about the weapon system, the observation system. I think that students who look at the structure of a warship this way are basically all boys. Professor Zhou, who was sitting on the podium, was so loud that the tiny speaker clipped to his shirt pocket made a noise of protest. He stared at the male students in the classroom and said disdainfully, only little boys who like to read magazines would look at problems and recognize problems so simply. Don't forget, these 3 major systems are the foundation of everything. Let's take the Feather Series warship as an example. What are the 3 main laser cannons on it made of? A super alloy base and a crystal converter. Transmission control calibration. Energy activation. Professor Zhou raised his thumb and a beam of light appeared on the large screen. He enlarged the blueprint of the Feather 1 warship's main cannon base and pointed to 3 different parts. And these 3 most important components are the structural system, the control system, and the propulsion system. The energy output from the weapons is ultimately still part of the propulsion system. Of course, if you're talking about artillery shells used by the army, then pretend I didn't say anything. The 3 major systems don't just exist in the macroscopic scope, they are also the detailed components of every part of the warship. Only when these 3 major systems can perfectly coordinate and cooperate can. Of course, the Feather Series warships have been retired a long time ago. Now that the Federation's crystal resources have dried up, I reckon that you won't have many chances to sit on a warship. Oh, the most important point is that our UA University is not like the 3 major military academies or the Westwoods Military Academy. We don't have a warship command department, so it's useless to talk about this to you. The male students in the classroom laughed and booed, but Professor Zhou didn't care at all and continued to speak excitedly. Then why do I have to spend time talking about this? That's because no matter if it's the mecha you may come into contact with in the future, or those self-propelled armored vehicles or self-propelled cannons, in the end, they are all small warships or miniature warships. What determines their performance and combat power are the 3 major systems of structure, control, and propulsion. Motherfucker, I suddenly remember that all of you are going to develop civilian warships in the future. I guess this class was wasted. The classroom was filled with laughter again. Only Sulu didn't laugh. He also didn't stare blankly at Zhang Xiaoming's back. His current mood was indeed somewhat complicated and low, but he would not allow his entire life to be trapped in this inexplicable melancholy. He listened very carefully to Professor Zhou's lecture, and faintly felt that he had gained something. A mecha is a small warship. Sulu repeated Professor Zhou's words in his mind. He recalled the first time he repaired the ancient clock, the large number of M-type mecha blueprints he had read in Area H, and then connected it to his own work in Area H1 these past few nights. He had a deeper understanding of Professor Zhou's theory and connected it to an even stranger direction. This was because Uncle had once told him that the human body was the number 1 machine. If a mecha was a small battleship, then wouldn't the human body be a small mecha? The human body was also composed of a control system, a structural system, and a power system. The structure naturally referred to the bones, muscles, organs, hair, blood, and skin. The control system naturally referred to the human brain and the transmission of nerves. Only through the transmission of nerve bundles could the consciousness of the brain control the contraction of the muscles, the movement of the joints, the breathing of the lungs, and the operation of these structural systems. Then what was the propulsion system? Naturally, the food consumed by the human body was converted into energy by the organs through digestion and absorption. The energy was stored in the human body as fat, blood sugar, and oxygen into the bloodstream. Then, the body would burn them to provide the human body with an endless supply of energy. Sulu thought about it silently. His body seemed to be different from the average person in terms of the last two systems. For example, when he operated the mecha, the consciousness of his brain seemed to be transmitted to his limbs through a completely new channel, and the mysterious trembling power in his body was obviously not something that could be activated through normal means. Every time he tried it, he would become so hungry. It should have something to do with the special characteristics of this energy, right? Sulu was satisfied with this speculation. He raised his head to look at the girl's back and began to feel dissatisfied again. The three major systems of his body were developing in the direction of becoming stronger, but unfortunately, the mysterious things like the heart and emotions could not become more numb. That little gatekeeper has been waiting outside the plum garden for 5 hours already. You really don't want to go down and take a look? Outside the door came the sounds of jeering and teasing from the girls. Perhaps some of them were really Zhang Xiaoming's friends, but most of them were just here to watch the show. Zhang Xiaoming had always been quiet and reserved in front of everyone, distant and cold. In addition to her past, she was actually not very popular among the girls of Yue University. Zhang Xiaoming ignored the noise outside. Without her permission, the electronic door would not allow anyone to barge in. She also did not care much about other people's opinions or teasing. Other than in front of that young boy, she felt that she rarely lost her cool. Walking to the window, in the distance was the reflection of the Rose River under the night sky. Nearby was the lawn below the plum garden. On the edge of the lawn was a boy standing there like a rock. He had been standing there since class ended until night. Not only his body, even his expression did not seem to have changed. Zhang Xiaoming stared at the boy in a daze. She picked up a cute little dog biscuit from the table and put it in her mouth. As she chewed, her eyes became moist. She was extremely distressed. The reason she was distressed was because she felt that she was very stupid. Since she knew that this would happen, she should not have acted that way that day. She should not have provoked him. Now that he was like this and she was also this upset, she still had to pretend to be disgusting. It had to be admitted that Zhang Xiaoming was a very kind person. Otherwise, she would not have given up on her beautiful family background and thrown herself into the business of seeking benefits for the lower class of the Federation. However, even though she had received training in S2, and the black-rimmed glasses made her look mature, she was still incomparably naive and childish when it came to matters between men and women. She was a complete mess. At this moment the phone rang. Zhang Xiaoming put it to her ear and heard Su Li's voice that Su Li was a love-struck fool, and he was not the kind of man who would cry and shout about hanging himself. He was just very stubborn as a rock. He had to figure out the reason for Zhang Xiaoming's sudden change in attitude, so he waited in the plum garden for half a night before finally getting through. He stopped Zhang Xiaoming from questioning him about how he got the phone number and said calmly, "Don't be so cold. You're not Jian Shuier, and your acting isn't that good. Give up. I don't know what you're hiding, but I just want to tell you that this trick won't work on me. I'm guessing that you're looking at me from the window in the dark right now, and you're sincerely moved? Maybe you're even crying." After standing for a long time, Sulu finally used the ruthlessness of the Clock Tower Street orphan gang. He raised his head to look at the 7th floor and said each word to the point, "Don't you think this is very childish?" Zhang Xiaoming was originally looking at Sulu downstairs with tears in her eyes, but the two sentences that came out of the phone made her feel very conflicted. She hung up the phone and crawled into bed. The phone call ended, but Sulu didn't leave the plum garden. He felt that his heart was empty, and if he didn't get the girl's warmth or words to fill it, it seemed like it would be empty forever. This was his first love, or at least, it was her first night. He thought that both of them should cherish it. So he acted like he cherished it and worked hard, and so he stood in the plum garden and waited. It was late autumn, and Sulu was an impulsive person. He was already prepared. He put on his thermal underwear and put on the green military windbreaker he got at the airport. It was the same one he wore when he first met Zhang Xiaoming. First, it was warm, and second, it made her think of him. This was the most comprehensive arrangement that Sulu, who was new to love, could think of. However, he miscalculated how much the heavens hated this kind of thing. A cold autumn rain came out of nowhere and drenched him. He wiped the rain off his face and looked at the sky with some annoyance. The plum garden was silent. Even the girls who came to watch the show had fallen asleep. Only the rain accompanied his figure, making him look very lonely. Later in the night, a girl who woke up in the middle of the night found the man in the rain and let out a low cry. In the deepest part of the night, the autumn rain suddenly turned into the first snow in the north of the planet. The floating snowflakes fell just like that, landing on Su Li's body and gradually cooling his body and his heart. In the early morning, Su Li brushed the snow off his body and left the plum garden silently. He felt that it was too cold. He could ask more about it during the ball. Zhang Xiaoming's face appeared in the window on the 7th floor of the plum garden. She looked at Su Li's footprints in the thin snow with some loneliness. She thought to herself that he had probably lost all hope in her. Su Li didn't go back to take a hot shower and go to sleep. Firstly, there wasn't much time left. Secondly, his incomparably strong body over the years had never seemed to have any problems with colds. Thirdly, there was a fire in his heart. There was no bright fire, which made him very depressed. He needed to find a way to vent. He silently walked into the still empty H1 area. He thought that the mysterious kid should have already gone to sleep by now. He could only roar at the light and color blocks in the 6th level. To his surprise, the small table in the lounge was already empty. However, the green indicator light for the door was still on. Could that guy still be inside? According to the usual practice, it was already 4 in the morning. Both he and that person should have gotten rid of the trouble of insomnia. Su Lu, who was drenched all over, felt a trace of worry. He suddenly forgot that he was actually in the darkest moment of his youth and walked toward that room. Chapter 80. He gently knocked on the door, but there was no response. Su Lu glanced at the green indicator beside the door in confusion. After confirming that the kid was still in the room, he knocked even harder, but there was still no response. Su Lu couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that something happened to that kid and he fainted? He suddenly remembered that the soundproofing materials in the H1 area were extremely high quality. Could it be that even the sound of knocking on the door couldn't be heard? He frowned and went straight back to his room. He took out the backpack that he had hidden in the deepest part of the storage box and walked back to the door of the other room. The contents of the backpack were randomly dumped on the ground. The metal tools and components collided with the elastic ground and made a strange sound. Su Li didn't stop at all. He began to pick up the tools and began to dismantle the lock. Every time he practiced in the room, he would habitually lock the door from the inside. He knew that the lock of this door was an antique structure. It wasn't the sensor door that was commonly seen in the Federation. If the person inside didn't open it, it would be difficult for the person outside to open it. Fortunately, Su Lu had been hanging around with Li Wei and the others since he was young. Although he didn't do too many illegal things, he still did a lot of searching for empty rooms in the Clock Tower Street. He had his own way of unlocking things. After learning from Uncle Feng Yu for a full 4 years, anything related to metal structures didn't seem to be difficult for him. In this aspect, he was born with a certain kind of sharp judgment and solving ability. The sound of springs and motors continuously rang and stopped. The self-powered tools continued to dismantle the lock, making bursts of noise. These sounds echoed in the quiet H1 area and were particularly harsh to the ears. Su Li's forehead was already breaking out in cold sweat. The tools in his hands were constantly changing, destroying those complicated structures. The worry in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Because even such a big commotion didn't cause the kid in the room to react at all, it seemed that something had really happened to him. With a hiss, the chip's Y-group line was connected. The last 3 metal parts of the lock sprang open. The door of the room retracted into the alloy wall, revealing a spacious space that was extremely similar to the room Su Li stayed in every night. On the far wall was a platform. On the platform hung a black M-series prototype mecha. More than 10 data and current transmission belts of various colors connected it to the exit in the wall. Su Li did not linger on this very familiar scene for long. He casually tossed his tools to the ground and rushed in the direction of the mecha. This was because he immediately saw a person with a full head of black hair leaning against the mecha's cockpit. From that posture, it was clear that his body was completely devoid of energy. He should have already fallen unconscious. The seemingly long distance was covered in a flash by Su Li's running. Just like when he had scaled the Federation's electronic wall back then, he nimbly climbed up the gap between the metal parts of the mecha's mechanical legs like an ape, not taking the proper route at all. Using his fastest speed to climb into the cockpit, Su Li carefully helped the skinny youth to sit upright. He brought his face close to the youth's nose and mouth, pressing his fingers lightly against the youth's carotid artery. Only after confirming that the person's heartbeat and breathing were still normal did he relax slightly. Panting heavily, he thought to himself that the youth was probably just unconscious and should be easy to deal with. He just didn't understand why this guy had suddenly fainted. Using his palm to lightly pat the youth's face, Su Li shouted anxiously, "Wake up, wake up." The skinny youth's face was very pale. Being lightly patted twice by Sulu actually caused an unhealthy flush to appear on his cheeks. Sulu frowned, thinking that it was probably too late to call the school's hospital. Besides, those doctors probably did not have the authority to enter Area H and Area H1. He looked around and his gaze fell on the fastening strap of the mecha's cockpit. Without even thinking, his right hand tugged at the middle of the strap. With a muffled grunt, he followed his will and felt a sudden heat at the back of his waist. That strange force traveled along with the slight tremors under his skin to his palm, and he pulled hard. With a crisp snap, the super-elastic fiber fastening strap that could hold the pilot's body in place under the high intensity of the mecha's movements snapped into two under Suli's normal hand. Using the fastening strap to tie the skinny youth to his back, Sulu cautiously but quickly climbed down from the tall mecha and landed on the ground. The moment his feet touched the ground, he rushed out of the door. He did not know what kind of illness this fellow had to have caused him to faint here for no reason. He did not dare to be careless. He needed to send the other to the hospital as quickly as possible. Carrying the skinny youth on his back, Sulu passed through the room door and ran past the waiting room. One of the two alloy doors leading from Area H1 to Area H opened. Extremely worried and anxious, he suddenly heard a weak voice ring out from behind him. It was somewhat unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar. "Where are you taking me?" "To the hospital." Sulu did not turn around, replying instinctively. Only then did he realize that the person on his back had already woken up. Pleasantly surprised, he stopped in his tracks. "Put me down." The voice of the youth on his back was still weak, but it still sounded like an order, not allowing for rejection. Sulu was taken aback for a moment. He unfastened the straps on his body and put the person down. Seeing that the other's face was still pale and somewhat abnormal, he quickly carried him into the waiting room and placed him on the sofa. Only then did Sulu have the time to take a closer look at this face. He found that this was a rather delicate-looking young male student. His eyes were still tightly shut, and his thin lips were tightly pressed together as if in pain. Below his eye sockets were two patches of unhealthy light green. This was the first time Sulu and Tai Ziyuan had met. At that time, Tai Ziyuan's eyes were tightly shut, in pain. Thus, from then on, in Suli's impression of Tai Ziyuan, he was a sickly youth who was even younger than himself, looking very pitiful. This impression had been maintained for many years. No matter what kind of identity Tai Ziyuan later became, Sulu had always stubbornly thought of him this way. "Let's go to the hospital first," suggested Sulu with concern as he looked at the youth with his eyes tightly shut. Tai Ziyuan slowly opened his eyes. Suli's words came to an abrupt halt. He had never thought that a youth's eyes could be so calm that they were like those of an old man who had already experienced countless years of vicissitudes. Although they still retained the youthful clarity, when Sulu looked into his eyes, he always subconsciously thought that the other's eyes might never tremble in the slightest. This was the gaze that came naturally from one's status, experience and mentality when looking down on the Federation. This was the calmness that came from growing up in the Federation's largest and most ancient clan. This was a pair of eyes that only a truly important figure could have. However, Sulu didn't understand this at all. He only felt that the other's eyes were calm and gentle, yet without a trace of warmth. They exuded an absolutely perfect sense of reserve and pride amidst kindness. Sulu scratched his head. He didn't want to think about why this kid's eyes were so gentle yet also made people feel fear. He said, "What happened?" Tai Ziyuan didn't expect that the first person he saw when he woke up would actually be that kid. He remained silent and didn't answer. His body had always been weak. His blood sugar was too low, and that problem had never shown any signs of improvement. Especially in recent years he had been suffering from insomnia, which made him feel more and more tired by the day. Every night, he had to eat the supper that Butler Jean meticulously prepared to replenish his energy. He had instructed Butler Jean not to prepare supper because he was already used to the kid in that room bringing him food every day. However, he hadn't expected that for the next 4 days, other than the bag of deep-fried dough cakes that Sulu brought him on the second day, he hadn't eaten anything else. Tai Ziyuan thought to himself with a headache. He seemed to have become a well-fed stray cat, used to certain things. Tai Ziyuan didn't want to interact too much with this young man in front of him, so much so that he didn't even want to see his face. However, now that they had finally met, he thought to himself angrily, if he hadn't lost to this novice in mecha operation and lost track of time, he wouldn't have fainted due to low blood sugar. It was precisely because of these thoughts that a crack appeared in the poise that he usually maintained perfectly in front of his subordinates and retainers. He stared at the young student who was looking at him with concern and said word by word, "I didn't faint, I just fell asleep. Sulu obviously didn't believe this explanation. He laughed out loud and said, "You didn't wake up even after trying to pry open the door for so long? Unless you're a pig." Tai Ziyuan's expression darkened slightly. For someone of his status to be called a pig was truly unbearable. After a moment of silence he said, "My blood sugar is a little low." Then he frowned and said, "You haven't prepared supper for several days in a row. That's the reason." Sulu had no responsibility or obligation to prepare supper for the other. If it had been anyone else they would definitely have retorted sarcastically, but Sulu felt that this really seemed to be his own fault. He had always been this kind of person, so he apologized somewhat guiltily. Although they had in fact already communicated with each other through pen and paper for a long time, and had even spoken through the intercom and fought in the virtual world before, this was actually only the first time Sulu and Tai Ziyuan had met. They were two strangers with extremely different statuses, so at the beginning the atmosphere between them had been somewhat awkward and strange. Until Tai Ziyuan mentioned the two-word supper, the atmosphere instantly became familiar and comfortable. It was as if the H1 building had suddenly become a blank piece of paper, and these two young people had become two sentences on the blank piece of paper. Sulu stood up and found a bottle of water and a pack of compressed high-calorie biscuits in the large pile of scattered things by the door. After a piece of biscuit and a sip of water, Tai Ziyuan's spirit was clearly much better. He smiled at Sulu, then glanced at the high-calorie biscuits in his hand and said mockingly, "You seem to be able to find food by your side no matter when or where. You really are like a mouse." Sulu moved a chair to sit beside the sofa. Seeing that this kid was much more spirited, his mood also relaxed a lot. He sighed and replied, "Can't help it. I'm always hungry easily. If I don't carry some snacks by my side, there's no way I can survive. Right, we've known each other for so long, but I still don't know your name." He very sincerely extended his hand and said, "My name is Sulu." Of course Tai Ziyuan knew that he was called Sulu. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly extended his hand and said, "Tai Ziyuan." Chapter 81. In the Federation Yu was a very rare surname, but Sulu felt like he had seen it somewhere before. He thought for a while but couldn't remember where, so he threw it to the back of his mind. He looked at Tai Ziyuan's slightly pale face and said seriously, "Since you're not feeling well, why are you still staying up late every night? If you're suffering from insomnia then you shouldn't drink coffee." At this point Tai Ziyuan's body had basically returned to normal. He didn't want to interact with Sulu, but just as he was about to leave, he heard such a sincere sentence, and he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. In Tai Ziyuan's opinion, scribbling on a piece of white paper with Sulu every night and eating deep-fried soy milk and porridge was just an insignificant interlude in his life. He hadn't had his coming-of-age ceremony yet, so he allowed himself to be childish once in a while. But after all, these were still childish things. He had ordered Butler Jean, the only person who had the authority to enter District H1, to forbid him from entering while he was still in District H1. This was because he didn't want his loyal subordinates, who treated him like an emperor, to discover that he actually had a mischievous side to him. It was precisely because of this reason that even though he returned to the small villa much later than usual, Butler Jean could only obediently wait in the passageway and didn't dare to enter. After all, Butler Jean would never have guessed that young master would be in a coma. Even he didn't know that Tai Ziyuan's body had a very troublesome illness other than hypoglycemia. Tai Ziyuan knew that he owed Sulu a favor, and he could easily see from the other's eyes that he was really sincere. Thus, he smiled and sat on the sofa, no longer in a hurry to leave. Sulu was also extremely sensitive to the fact that the calm gaze of this thin and weak youth seemed to have become gentler. However, this gentleness was still condescending and unruffled. It gave off a feeling of being thousands of miles away, and Sulu wasn't used to it. He frowned and said, "Since you don't want to go to the hospital, do you want me to send you home?" At this time, Sulu had already guessed that the other party must be a young master from a wealthy family. After all, not everyone could eat Caspian caviar as a normal snack. And after so many days, Sulu found that except for himself and this guy called Tai Ziyuan, there was no third person who could enter the H1 area. Sulu could analyze that his ability to enter H1 was definitely due to the disguise chip that the boss left for him. What about the other party? Tai Ziyuan did not immediately answer his question. Instead, he looked at him with interest as if he wanted to see what kind of person Sulu was. The worthless supper was not a problem, but after only eating a few of his biscuits and drinking a cup of coffee, he was determined to make up for it. Moreover, he did not tire of it and persisted for so many days. This was not easy, not to mention that the other party's earlier anxiousness about his coma was not fake. He grew up under the education of political history, conspiracies, and so on. It was really hard to imagine that there really was a person in the world like Sulu who was completely willing to help others from the bottom of his heart without asking for anything in return. Even if there was such a person, it shouldn't be a young man under the age of 20. This kind of calm and unhurried gaze made Sulu feel a great deal of pressure. He secretly felt strange in his heart. This guy looked so pitiful and harmless with his eyes closed, but when he opened them he was so overbearing. It was really strange. Since there was no problem with the other party's body, he was not as nervous as before. The exhaustion of a sleepless night and the hard work of guarding under the plum garden all poured into his body. He could not help but gently exhale, slumped into the chair, and looked at the other party with slightly narrowed eyes. If you don't want to talk, then don't talk. Rest for a while before you go out. After a long time, Tai Ziyuan seemed to react. He said very slowly and gently, "Thank you, I can leave by myself." Su Li's pair of knife-like eyebrows trembled slightly. Only then did he realize that the other party's voice was somewhat different from the voice on the intercom. It was not a difference in the quality of the voice, but the change in the speed of the voice, which actually made this thin and weak youth feel a little more dignified. Sulu suspected that he was hearing things. He opened his eyes in confusion and looked at him. "You're that virgin, right?" Tai Ziyuan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not show the anger in his heart. He said indifferently, "Premature ejaculation guy, do you have any questions?" Sulu was embarrassed, but he immediately patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said, "Not bad, it's just that you're such a vicious guy. I'm not used to seeing you speak like a president giving a war speech." Tai Ziyuan's eyes swept over his shoulder without leaving a trace. He was not used to people showing their closeness to him, especially patting his body so casually. For many years no one had dared to do this. The only one who had dared to do this was Zhou Yu, but ever since she found out about his identity, she had also become a quail in front of him. Sulu did not notice the emotions on Tai Ziyuan's face, or maybe he was just too lazy to care. He sighed and said, "I come to H1 every day for my own reasons. What about you? Is it really just insomnia and boredom?" "Insomnia is because of stress." Tai Ziyuan looked at Sulu calmly. He suddenly remembered that this guy in front of him had even told him about his own bed matters. An extremely absurd feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he smiled and said, "You should have already guessed that my family is very rich, but my father was unlucky and died too early. I was taught from a young age to inherit the family business and to bear those heavy responsibilities. This kind of pressure really makes me feel uneasy. Although I believe in my own ability, I always feel that it's not too fun to think about the things that happened when I was 80 when I just turned 18. After saying this, Tai Ziyuan frowned slightly. He did not understand why he seemed to trust the other person so much subconsciously. Looking at Su Li's honest face, he said the words that he had always hidden in the depths of his heart. Sulu did not express any shock. He just shrugged. He had already guessed that the other person's family background was not ordinary, so of course he was not surprised. However, at this moment he could not imagine that the family business that Tai Ziyuan said he was going to inherit was a family business that was terrifyingly huge. He only said comfortingly, "Who doesn't have stress in life? I just felt that you were younger than me, but now I know that you're only 18. Why do you have to live so hard? Things like stress, it's better to keep it in your heart. Just live your life as usual." Sulu was lamenting about his own experiences. He was just an ordinary Federation youth who wanted to live a normal life. However, because he met this uncle, the trajectory of his life had been forcefully twisted into a shape that he had never dared to imagine. The Federation's only counterfeit microchip was installed behind his neck. If this secret was discovered by someone, he would definitely know how to write the 4 words "living a life worse than death." The pressure he bore was actually also very great, but he faced it all tenaciously and optimistically, and also comforted the other in this way. Tai Ziyuan was slightly taken aback. He naturally could not relax just because of a few words from the other, and his strong self-discipline made it so that he did not want to relax at all. He looked at Sulu and said with a smile, "There are some pressures that you have to bear. You can't run away from them. You even have to forcibly magnify them. Only then can you urge us to move forward." Sulu shook his head. He felt that this kid with the surname C was the same as Zhang Xiaoming. They both had the potential to be masochistic. He looked at him and said very seriously, "I keep feeling that these words aren't right. No matter how great your future is, it's not worth sacrificing your health. Don't tell me that you still want to be the president?" After being slightly taken aback, Tai Ziyuan stared at him with an extremely playful gaze. Then he laughed loudly. In the end, his laughter turned into coughing and he kept coughing. Crazy, Sulu thought in his heart. A trace of a bitter smile appeared on his face. He told him his phone number and said, "We've known each other for so many days. You've eaten so much of my food so we can be considered friends. If there's anything in the future, just give me a call." Tai Ziyuan's laughter stopped. He quietly watched Su Li's back as he walked to the door to clean up the mess on the floor. He thought to himself that he would probably never make this call. "I've already met with Senator Pabre. I didn't let you down. He and his shabby staff have indeed come up with a very attractive and operable political program and reform plan." A woman appeared on the light screen of the small villa. This woman was about 40 years old. From the back she still looked very attractive. At this time she was wearing a set of home clothes and drying the sheets on the balcony. The woman was doing very ordinary household chores, but she talked about her meeting with the rising political star of the Federation, Senator Pabre from the Donglin district. Tai Ziyuan calmly looked at his mother on the light screen. He didn't open his mouth to ask because he knew that since his mother had used a secret line to contact him, it definitely wasn't to tell him about the results of the negotiation. She must have something more important to say. Pabre is a middle-aged man who is too idealistic. That woman shook the sheets and continued, "But it's already a good choice. It's just that he's always a bit distrustful and afraid of our family. I made a big concession in order to gain his trust. I've decided to push the management committee to amend the constitution to allow the president to be re-elected twice during special times." The woman of the Tai family turned around and softly said to the light screen, "If Pabre doesn't make any mistakes, I hope that he can stay in that palace for 15 years. Tai Ziyuan's expression finally changed. He frowned and said, "This is a big move. Even if our family can win the support of those families, it's not likely that we can control the members of the management committee. Not to mention that the people are naturally resistant to this kind of thing. Within 15 years the empire will definitely start another war." The woman of the Tai family calmly said, "A country that can only resolve the bloody conflicts within the social class by conquering other countries cannot do without war. As long as the war starts, our Pabre, of course, has enough reason to become the first president to be re-elected 3 times." Tai Ziyuan didn't say anything. He respected Senator Pabre very much, so he was very disgusted by his mother saying, "Our Pabre. 15 years later you'll be 33 years old." The woman on the light screen softly said, "It's time for the Federation to have the youngest president in its history." Tai Ziyuan closed his eyes and said sarcastically, "Pabre can be re-elected 3 times. I'm still young, so of course I can be re-elected even more times." Chapter 82. It will be the Double Moon Festival ball in 2 days. The woman on the screen was obviously not angered by her only son's mocking tone. She smiled and said, "I met your father at that ball. I hope you are as lucky as your father. Child, enjoy it. See you during the winter break." Tai Ziyuan smiled and replied, "I don't think my father is lucky." This was a joke that could be made as a son. He added in his heart that his life was not that enjoyable. "Although the girl from the Zhou family will definitely not be chosen as your wife, I always thought that with her beauty and your relationship with her in the past, you wouldn't mind developing a relationship with her." The woman on the screen suddenly had a mischievous smile. "Moreover, I always thought that her waist and butt shape were very suitable for bearing children." The screen returned to darkness and then retracted into the ceiling. Tai Ziyuan's expression calmed down. He dipped a piece of paper in water and wiped away the foundation under his eyes. Although he respected his mother more than he loved her, which was completely different from his relationship with his father in the past, he knew in his heart that his mother was doing everything for him. He was a filial son, and he did not want Lady Tai to worry about his body. There were still 2 days before the Double Moon Festival ball. Tai Ziyuan fell into silence under the autumn afternoon sun. He did not care about the ball. He knew very well why Yuzi had come to Yue University. He was a little tired of appearing in front of those who knew him with a certain appearance, because he did not like to be surrounded by those people in the most central position. According to the tradition of the Double Moon Festival ball, he should be on the 2nd floor, overlooking the dancing men and women downstairs. He would choose the one he liked the most among the opposite sex in the ball, and then gently invite her, hoping that she would become his close friend for a certain period of time. At the same time he would end his 18 years of virginity. Yes, according to the tradition of the Tai family, This double moon festival ball was coincidentally Tai Ziyuan's coming-of-age ceremony. However, only a few people in the Federation knew about it. Perhaps some powerful people had vaguely caught wind of something, but they would never be able to find out the actual details. The Tai family's coming-of-age ceremony was held 2 years earlier than the other big families' coming-of-age ceremonies. They chose to hold it on any day of the year the youngster turned 18, during any ball. What was even more special was that the Tai family's coming-of-age ceremony was a trial of love and romance. No girl could refuse the invitation of a descendant of the Tai family. Even if some people didn't know who he was and didn't know that he represented the history of the most ancient and most respected family in the Federation, they would still sink into the dreamy environment created by unlimited wealth and power in the future. Love was never the main character in this story, or it could be said that love itself could be planned, just like the president who represented the spirit of the Federation and the power of the people. What was strange was that in the past, the descendants of the Tai family didn't know that their coming-of-age ceremony was a test. Many people jumped in like moths, bravely loving like every other child in a normal family. Some people chose to dance with their coming-of-age ceremony and became the woman who would accompany them for the rest of their lives. For example, Tai Ziyuan's father, this could be said to be a happy ending. However, more people found out during this process that those cold beauties who were untouchable in the eyes of young men would become sad and obedient lambs in front of the terrifying power of the Tai family. During this process, they realized that the so-called love wasn't as pure and holy as they thought it was. The ancestor of the Tai family set this strange rule to let his male descendants know that love was something that could be bought with money and power. This way they wouldn't make irreversible mistakes because of the matters between men and women in the future. Tai Ziyuan was lucky. Maybe it was because he was the only son in 7 generations, or maybe it was because his father and mother were a rare couple who loved each other from their coming-of-age ceremony until the end. When he was very young, Lady Tai had already told him the true meaning of the coming-of-age ceremony. She also told him calmly and seriously that he shouldn't expect to be as lucky as his father. As the descendant of the Tai family, he could and should have love, but it couldn't be during the coming-of-age ceremony. This was what Tai Ziyuan couldn't understand the most. The 7 great families, including the Tai family, had always attached great importance to the rules that had been passed down since ancient times. Even though Lady Tai wasn't a stubborn person, and had even told him the true meaning of the coming-of-age ceremony, she still asked him to use the Double Moon Festival as an opportunity to find a female partner for this year's school life. From Tai Ziyuan's point of view, this method was undoubtedly very similar to the saying, "Take off your pants and fart." Tai Ziyuan grew up in the Society of the Federation. The books he read and the television he watched were all content from this era. Although he grew up in an extremely wealthy environment, and the education he received was completely different from his peers, he was mature and calm beyond his age, and he also had a heart that was brave enough to bear the responsibility of his family. However, in the end he still couldn't adapt to many details. The glory of the ancient royal family was too far away from him. He didn't understand why his subordinates always treated him like a prince. From his point of view, in a democratic society, there shouldn't be such a way of thinking. Today, Lady Tai's words made Tai Ziyuan have a clearer understanding of his own identity and the glorious future he had planned for a long time ago. The pressure that had accompanied him since he was young seemed to have solidified and filled the entire room, making it difficult for him to breathe. He closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. Then he picked up his personal cell phone and dialed a number. This number was only mentioned once, and Tai Ziyuan easily remembered it. He originally thought that he would never dial this number in his life, but he didn't expect that after only half a day he would change his mind. "Don't bring supper tonight, bring a set of clothes. Also, do you know if there are any quieter brothels in Linhai?" "No need. Thank you." After hanging up the phone, Tai Ziyuan closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the night and the next day to come. He was a self-disciplined and responsible descendant of an aristocratic family. Although he occasionally rejected the atmosphere around him and his mother's arrangements, he wouldn't choose to childishly escape or resist. But in his heart, he thought that at least things like the coming-of-age ceremony should be arranged by himself. It was like a dream, such a short reunion. Sulu stared blankly at the empty table in front of him. There wasn't a single naked girl there. 4 days had passed, and he felt that he was gradually getting used to living without her. After escaping from the Donglin district, he had become accustomed to being alone and silent. But he still noticed that she wasn't at the table across from him on the track on the Rose River, and at night. Students passing by would occasionally notice him, who was in a daze at the table by the window. Those who knew about this would cast mocking and disdainful glances at him. In everyone's eyes, a swan might occasionally look for food with a toad in the pond, but it was impossible for her to really marry a toad. The midday autumn sun shone through the window and fell on Su Li's body. He, who was in a daze, felt a trace of warmth. Then his phone rang, but the thin screen that popped up didn't show the number or area. He doubtfully answered the call, and then heard the voice that he had been hearing recently. Then he fell into an indescribable state of shock. Why did he want to find a brothel? Su Li knew that there was something wrong with the kid surnamed Yu's brain, but he didn't want to stay in Yue University and stay under the mocking gazes of those students. After thinking for a while, he agreed and then seriously suggested, "I don't know much about these things, but I have a friend who should know a lot. Do you want to call him?" "No need." "Okay then, I'll wait for you in the lounge tonight." "You're welcome. Don't tell me you're planning to run away from home?" Su Li looked at Tai Ziyuan and asked seriously. He couldn't get used to the fact that a child from a rich family would use the tone of a thesis defense to ask him to help him find a woman. He said, "No matter how much pressure there is at home, your parents are after all looking out for you. Don't mess around." After saying this, Su Li remembered that Su Li's father had passed away a long time ago, and a trace of apology appeared on his face. However, these few words came from the bottom of his heart. His family members had unfortunately died in that mining accident, and this made Su Li yearn for that kind of warmth more than anyone else. Tai Ziyuan calmly replied, "Don't you often mock me for being a virgin? I just want to find a woman to test out what's going on. What I find strange is that you actually agreed to my request without even blinking your eyes. I can't help but wonder if you do this kind of thing often." Su Li smiled bitterly and didn't answer. Thinking back to when he was on Clocktower Street, he had to go to those sanatoriums every month to pay for his boss's prostitutes. He seemed to have gotten used to this kind of request, so he naturally agreed to it over the phone. Lai Ziyuan glanced at the green military windbreaker he was wearing and tried to put the rain hat on his head. It was only after he confirmed that the surveillance equipment outside of Area H1 couldn't capture his face that he nodded in satisfaction. Then he frowned slightly and asked, "Where did you get Silin's military uniform?" "I forgot." Su Li was very used to lying in front of his friends, and he didn't want to talk about things related to Little Watermelon. He didn't want to have anything to do with the high and mighty Zhong family in this life. Looking at Tai Ziyuan, who was tightly wrapped in the windbreaker, he said doubtfully, "Why do I feel like we're preparing to be thieves?" Tai Ziyuan didn't answer him. Instead, he walked directly out of Area H. It was 4 o'clock in the morning and there was no one in Area H. He and Su Li talked casually and killed time. They waited until after 6 o'clock in the morning, when other students began to come in. They looked at each other and walked outside. Chapter 83. Those diligent students did not know that the two of them came from Area H1. They thought that the two of them had woken up earlier than them, and could not help but show expressions of admiration. Amidst such expressions, Su Li and Tai Ziyuan, who was wearing a green military windbreaker, quietly left Area H of the library and embarked on the road to find a woman. "Looks like he really is a thief." It had snowed a few days ago and the weather was a little cold. Su Li tied his scarf tighter around his neck. Looking at the silent Tai Ziyuan beside him, endless curiosity grew in his heart. He actually dared to come out in disguise? Was this guy's family that strict? Passing through Yue University in the morning, along the way, countless female students were either having their morning exercise or breakfast. Su Li rubbed his tired face and said, "The ratio of men to women in Shanglin is the exact opposite of that in Donglin. There are more women than men. If you really want to get rid of your virginity as soon as possible, hurry up and fall in love." Tai Ziyuan's entire face was covered by a rain hat, and only the lower half of his face could be seen. He smiled and sniffed the campus air, looking at the students walking freely in the light autumn wind. He did not answer Su Li's words but said, "Didn't you just break up with a woman? Why are you willing to accompany me to find a woman? This love is a little too cheap." Su Li laughed bitterly and replied, "I'm just sympathizing with a poor person like you who is too strict with your family. I have no intention of accompanying you into the water." Tai Ziyuan did not pay attention to his explanation. He just calmly and attentively enjoyed the rare freedom and worldly atmosphere. He left home when he was young. Lady Tai had originally hoped that he could grow up healthily like a normal Federation youth, so she sent him to an ordinary primary school in the Special Capital District. However, not long after, his identity was leaked. For safety and to avoid the flattery and fawning that followed him everywhere, Lady Tai had to give up on this idea. Tai Ziyuan began to transfer schools continuously, including Capital University Preparatory School and Yue University. These were all places that the Tai family could completely control, and he also received the best protection in these schools. It had been many years since he had gone to school like an ordinary person. Tai Ziyuan missed the childhood days when he played with Zhou. The two of them walked through a forest in silence, passing by Yue University's space-styled multipurpose building. At the same time, they noticed that the multipurpose building was unusually lively today. Countless heavy vehicles were passing through, and the school's staff were nervously setting up the venue. A huge banner was pulled up, and the words on it were covered by a cloth so they couldn't see it. Tomorrow's Double Moon Festival ball looks really grand. Su Li's mood suddenly dropped. Zhang Xiaoming would probably be attending the ball with the councilman's son. Naturally, he would not be going. It's not just a ball. The first military academy is going to visit our school tomorrow. I heard that there will be a mecha show in the comprehensive hall. Tai Ziyuan calmly looked in the direction of the general gymnasium and told Su Lu, after going around in a circle, Area H1 is actually behind the general gymnasium. He noticed Su Li's silence and said, "The ball is at night. Every student has to attend. Even I can't escape. I'm not going." After a short pause, Su Lu said calmly, "I'm just an auditing student. No one will say anything about me even if I don't go." "Are you worried that you'll see an ex-girlfriend who has moved on?" Tai Ziyuan smiled warmly and said, "I advise you to go. Perhaps there will be some surprise waiting for you." Su Lu shook his head. These past few days had already convinced him that Zhang Xiaoming had made up her mind. Although he still felt that there was something strange about this matter, he was still unwilling to give up. However, a woman's heart was an elusive thing to begin with. There could not be any real surprises. He looked at the staff and heavy trucks going in and out of the comprehensive gymnasium, and asked curiously, "Why is the first military academy coming to visit our school? Our school doesn't have a mecha piloting specialization. That's a matter for the military, a mecha show? Why is that?" He was somewhat curious about the abilities of the students of the Federation's most advanced military academy in terms of mecha piloting. However, when he thought of his own extremely slow operation, he lost all interest. As for his competitive spirit, it was completely gone. Tai Ziyuan smiled bitterly, thinking to himself that the first military academy had specially come to Pear Blossom University to perform mecha piloting. Naturally, it was to demonstrate to Pear Blossom University, and at the same time, to prove to the Tai family that if they wanted to learn about mecha piloting, they should still return to the first military academy. Tai Ziyuan naturally would not explain things to Su Lu. He walked past the entrance of the comprehensive gymnasium and headed out of the school. Outside the school, the two of them had a casual breakfast. Tai Ziyuan was very satisfied with the taste of this small restaurant. He looked at Su Lu and said approvingly, "Looks like having you be the tour guide was not a bad choice." "You poor child." Su Lu said sympathetically, "Where do you want to go later? I'll treat you. Amusement park or cinema?" Tai Ziyuan was slightly taken aback. He said seriously, "I just want to find a woman." Su Lu scratched his head and said helplessly, "You're really a more persistent person than me. But as far as I know, those places don't open in the morning." While waiting for a taxi by the roadside, Su Lu called Shi Qinghai. He held the phone and asked, "Old Shi, do you know any places that open in the morning?" "Of course, I'm talking about that kind of place." "What kind?" It's a place where you can find a woman." Shi Qinghai was hugging a young woman on the bed. His sleepiness was instantly swept away and he praised loudly into the phone, "You're enlightened. Looks like the blow of a boyfriend has really enlightened you. How many times have I told you to go with me but you don't want to go? Don't worry, as long as you have the money, I can find a place that opens for you even if it's Memorial Day. Are you at the back door of Pear Blossom Garden at this time? Wait for me to come and fetch you." The half-naked young woman in his arms suddenly looked at him bitterly. She wondered why this beautiful man was so insensible. Shi Qinghai felt the gaze of the beautiful woman in his arms. He coughed twice and said awkwardly into the phone, "See you then." Su Lu glanced at Tai Ziyuan beside him. He knew that the other party didn't want to see Shi Qinghai. He said awkwardly into the phone, "Just tell me the address. You don't have to accompany me." Shi Qinghai on the other end of the phone was stunned. He thought that Su Lu was shy. After thinking for a while, he said with a smile, "That's fine too. Just write down the address. By the way, I'm going to buy clothes for the Double Moon Festival tomorrow night. I'll buy a set for you while I'm at it. I'll send it to you tomorrow morning." Sulu wanted to decline and say that he didn't want to go to the ball. Even if he wanted to go, he had already bought the clothes. However, he suddenly remembered that those clothes were bought together with Zhang Xiaoming. His heart suddenly became slightly sour. While he was silent, Shi Qinghai had already hung up the phone. I didn't expect that I could call the teacher to find the brothel. Tai Ziyuan frowned slightly and shook his head. Brothels were brothels. It was said that they were called brothels in the empire. No matter which era, region, or country, this industry was always so prosperous. Together with politics, they were two industries that would never decline. In the Federation, the prostitution industry had never been legalized. From the era of imperial power to the era of constitutional law, until the recent Federation, human society had always been debating where this industry should go. The Federation Management Committee had been debating for 600 years to pass the relevant laws. It was expected that the debate would continue in the future. However, this industry already existed and would exist forever. Before the committee could pass the final bill, they could only pass a lot of additional regulations to regulate this industry. For example, the opening hours, the number of medical examinations for employees, the calculation method of tax, disease prevention and control education, and the distance between the business premises, schools, and government departments. In short, the countless additional regulations showed that the Federation government had already recognized the existence of this industry. However, there was no law that explicitly stated that the Federation allowed prostitution. Therefore, those places that provided services were not called brothels, nor were they called brothels. Because of the national sentiment, they couldn't hang the old-fashioned sign of a brothel. In the Donglin district, this kind of place was called a sanatorium. It was Uncle Feng Yu's favorite place to visit. In a rich area like Shanglin, it was called a clubhouse. The first snow had melted in Linhai, making it look especially clean and chilly. A taxi stopped on the side of a quiet street in Linhai. Compared to those private clubs that didn't operate to the public, the Stars Clubhouse was definitely not that great. However, in the field of public clubs, it was undoubtedly the most luxurious place in Linhai. Two young people who looked like students walked into the Stars Clubhouse at around 8 in the morning. The receptionist in charge of reception was shocked. She thought that young people nowadays were really amazing. She hadn't even brushed her teeth yet and there were already customers. She was a bit puzzled. Did these two young people come to the wrong place? Tai Ziyuan calmly and with great interest scanned the interior of the clubhouse. He was quite satisfied with the taste of this clubhouse, especially the rockery fountain in the middle of the hall. The design was quite elegant. There was no smell in the air, making it seem a bit fresh. No need for introductions. Let me see the package list. Sulu walked to the front desk, smiled gently at the pretty lady, and said in a practiced manner. The lady was slightly startled. Then, she immediately put on a professional smile on her face and said in a soft and seductive voice, "Okay." However, she felt a bit of disdain in her heart. He was already a regular customer at such a young age. How depraved was that? Sulu obviously didn't know how the lady was looking down on him. He looked at the package list in boredom. Under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't take it out. He wasn't surprised to find that the cost of living in the capital ring was much higher than in Donglin. He glanced at Tai Ziyuan who was sitting on the sofa and couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself that this kid could keep his composure. This one then. Sulu pointed at a line on the list. Then he lowered his voice and sincerely said, "My friend is still that. Help me choose a gentle and experienced one. Also, prepare some food in the room." Sulu was very worried that the Tai family kid, who had been suffering from insomnia for many years, would be too happy to do this kind of thing for the first time. He would toss and turn and faint again, so he carefully added a request. Chapter 84. The receptionist of the Star Clubhouse immediately understood the meaning of Su Li's words and smiled slightly. She had been working in this kind of place for a long time and had seen all kinds of strange things. However, it was rare to see a classmate pick the most expensive clubhouse in Linhai. Thinking of this, the receptionist immediately sensed that the other party might have some financial strength, so she said, "Please don't worry, I'll arrange for an A card, but the price will be a bit more expensive." Sulu thought that Tai Ziyuan's family must be very rich, so he naturally wouldn't care about this, so he nodded. The receptionist began to arrange in a low voice into the communicator. Su Li's ears were a bit sharp, so he heard what seemed to be a burst of laughter coming from the other end of the communicator, followed by a burst of suppressed exclamation. "I always thought it was so early and you haven't started work yet." Sulu had lived among the orphans since childhood and was at the bottom of society. He didn't have any contempt for women who worked in the clubhouse. He said to the receptionist with a gentle smile, "I didn't expect there to be an A card." The receptionist saw Su Li's sincere smile and his well-practiced performance, so she felt more and more that this young man was not only depraved but also hypocritical. She covered her mouth and giggled, saying, "The A card usually goes home early, but you're lucky today. The most popular sister in the clubhouse happens to be here, and I heard it's a little boy who volunteered to fight." Su Lu let out an ah sound and scratched his head, thinking to himself, "Can Sun's origin take it?" He suddenly thought of the vicious comments that Nightmare Source had made about him in H1. He chuckled, thinking that it wouldn't be bad to let Nightmare Source break his own record in a while. "What's your arrangement?" asked the receptionist. "I don't need it." Su Lu, who had been pretending to be an old Taoist since he walked into the clubhouse, finally showed some embarrassment at this moment. He coughed and said, "Get me a cup of tea. I'll wait for him." "Okay." The receptionist was a bit surprised that he would make such a request, so she respectfully led the two of them to the back garden of the clubhouse. They walked through the wooden road covered with expensive carpets and around two small courtyards dotted with bamboo ponds to reach the real place that a cup of tea had been poured countless times. Su Guang took out his phone and looked at the time. Half an hour had passed, but that kid still hadn't come out. He couldn't help but feel extremely frustrated. At this time he was sitting in a lounge with only 3 sofas, waiting for Tai Ziyuan to be defeated. However, in such an environment, it was impossible to say that he was not nervous. Therefore, he drank his tea very quickly and had already gone to the bathroom once. Because it was still too early, there were not many guests in the large clubhouse. The 2 students were the only guests. As for the ladies who had been busy all night, they were resting in their own dormitories, so the Star Clubhouse was quiet. After some time, Su Lu finally adapted to this feeling. In the silence, he could no longer resist the tiredness accumulated over the past few nights. He leaned on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. What woke him up from his sleep was countless sparrows. Those sparrows kept chirping in his ears. It was very annoying. He opened his eyes with great difficulty and waved his hand to drive those sparrows away. Unexpectedly, his hand touched a piece of smooth and greasy skin. Su Lu was shocked. Only then did he realize that a dozen girls had entered the lounge at some point in time. These girls were surrounding him and chattering non-stop. Some of them were even bold enough to sit beside him. They were very close to him and were looking at his face. When he waved his hand subconsciously after waking up, he touched a girl's naked thigh. Su Lu quickly sat up and looked at these girls in disbelief. He found that the girl whose thigh he touched didn't look angry at all. Instead, she squinted her eyes and leaned over, asking, "Are you that little awesome's classmate?" Su Lu subconsciously thought that Tai Ziyuan's identity as a rich young master was known by these ladies, but then he realized that was not the case. At this time he couldn't care so much. He said with a wry smile, "What's going on? What time is it?" A girl wearing slippers on the sofa at the door yawned and said, "It's 12 o'clock. The club basically had no business in the morning." Since Su Lu didn't want to wait in the hall, the lady at the front desk arranged for him to go to the lounge with a row of clocks. She thought that the sofa there would be more comfortable. She didn't expect that Su Lu would sleep for 3 hours. He slept until it was time for those ladies to go to work. Those ladies had seen all kinds of people in their lives. When they saw a young man on the sofa, they were a little surprised. They surrounded him and pointed at him. The scene at this time couldn't be said to be erotic. The rules of the club were very strict. Those ladies had to go to work so early, but in fact, no customers would come so early. Therefore, they were still wearing comfortable pajamas with no makeup on their faces. Most of them were still wearing slippers on their feet. They looked as comfortable as they could be. However, the haggard smell between their eyebrows exposed their real jobs. Even so, these ladies could still be said to be delicate and beautiful. The pajamas couldn't hide their graceful figures. Su Lu glanced at them and felt that his eyes were dazzled. He thought to himself that Shi Qinghai was really worthy of being called the divine hand of flowers. The Star Club he pointed to was really full of beauties. He just didn't know how beautiful that A card with Tai Ziyuan would be. Thinking of Tai Ziyuan, Su Li's heart thumped. He thought to himself, that guy couldn't find me and left first, right? He said to the lady next to him apologetically, "Excuse me, when did my classmate leave?" "Call me Sister Lulu." The lady was sitting next to him. She was wearing a short skirt that just wrapped around her hips. One of her feet was on the sofa, and she was painting her toenails while hugging her thighs. Su Lu glanced over and happened to see the snow-white thighs and the soft breasts that were pressed against the chest. At this time the lounge was no longer as quiet as before. The delicate voices of those women rose and fell, and the air in the room was full of the unique scent of women. Mixed with the perfume, it was very charming. In addition, he found that the naked thighs of the lady next to him were the ones he had just touched. He couldn't help but feel that his fingers were a little slippery, and his mind was in a mess. He quickly pretended to look away naturally and asked sincerely in a low voice, "Sister Lulu, when did my classmate leave?" The girl called Lulu raised her head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, your classmate didn't leave you behind. He's still in the room." The girl didn't have any makeup on, but there was a natural charm between her eyebrows. She giggled and hugged Su Li's arm, saying, "That little badass is amazing." He added, "2 more hours. I say, are you just going to wait like this? Why don't you take care of me?" "Yeah, let's see if you're that amazing." When Sulu looked away, how could he escape the eyes of these girls who had seen countless people? They immediately knew that even if this guy wasn't a virgin, his skin was very thin. The girls surrounded him again, teasing and seducing him as a pastime before work started. Feeling the soft touch of the upper arm, Su Li's heart was very flustered. Seeing and touching were really different. The girls around him all surrounded him, and those white thighs and breasts flashed past his eyes from time to time. Su Li's mouth suddenly felt a little thirsty. But he still remembered the matter with Tai Ziyuan. He thought with some disbelief. He added 2 more hours, and this was more than 3 hours. From morning to noon? That guy just met someone he wouldn't not know how to restrain himself and end up doing it, right? But Sulu really didn't have time to care about Tai Ziyuan at this time. He had to find a way to fool the situation in front of him. He said to the girls around him with a sad face, "I think I'd better go out. You're going to start work soon. You have to dress up and change clothes. It's not convenient for me to be here." He stood up as he spoke, but unexpectedly he was pulled down by the girl named Lulu, who whispered in his ear, "What are you afraid of? Those perverts finish drinking at noon and wait until 2 o'clock. Even if they dare to come out in the afternoon, they have to wait until 3 o'clock. It's still a long time. Little brother, what are you going out for? We're going to change clothes. You can just watch from the side." Su Li's ear was blown by the hot breath, and his heart swayed again. His body was soft and he couldn't walk anymore. He said with a bitter face, "Spare me." Suddenly he had an idea. He looked at the girls around him who were trembling with laughter and suggested, "Anyway, you have nothing to do. How about playing poker?" As a result, a wonderful scene appeared in the ladies' lounge of the most exclusive club in Lin Hai. A young male student accompanied the ladies and began to seriously play poker. The girl named Lulu had been half crouching behind Su Lu, giving him advice. But because of the soft shoulder and the fragrance in his ear, Sula couldn't keep his usual calm. In less than half an hour he had lost several games in a row. Fortunately, everyone was playing for fun, so he didn't lose much money. While playing cards and chatting while waiting for Tai Ziyuan, Sulu suddenly felt that it was quite comfortable to spend the afternoon like this. Through chatting with the ladies, he also indirectly learned some details of the industry. He also knew that Lulu, who was clinging to him behind him, was only 18 years old. She was younger than him. They played cards until 2 o'clock. Gradually the ladies were called out, but Lulu was still crouching behind Su Lu, shouting and giving orders. From time to time, she secretly pinched Su Li's eye-catching but particularly strong chest. The door opened and the lady at the front desk poked her head in. Seeing the scene in the lounge, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She didn't expect to see such a happy scene. Embarrassed, she interrupted Su Li's thoughts about the game. "Your companion is waiting for you in the hall." Chapter 85. Sulu looked at the time and exclaimed in his heart. He didn't expect Tai Ziyuan to still be able to stand up. He apologized to the girls around him and walked out. Now that the only entertainment was gone, the atmosphere in the lounge returned to its usual lazy and deathly stillness. A young lady teased Lulu, "You're usually too stubborn and offended so many customers. It's not easy for you to take a fancy to someone today, but others don't like you." The beautiful Lulu snorted and said, "I like honest students." At this moment, the door opened and an extremely tired girl walked in. She said angrily, "How can students be honest these days? I've never seen a monster with 5 extra seconds in my life." The girl who walked in was about 20 years old. She looked pure, but she couldn't be considered a national beauty. She wasn't even as beautiful as the girls in the lounge, such as the beautiful Lulu. The girl was wearing a black suit with a tight skirt that had just been painted. She looked very much like the female employees of the big companies in Linhai. She didn't look like a prostitute at all, but there was a nameplate hanging on her chest that indicated her identity. Especially at this moment, the tiredness and faint lust between her eyebrows from time to time revealed what she had done earlier. When this girl walked in, the girls in the lounge all showed sincere smiles. This was because she was an A-level member of the clubhouse, but she never gave these ordinary girls a hard time like the other A-level members. Instead, she would come to the lounge from time to chat with them. Lulu jumped up from the sofa and held the girl's arm. She asked excitedly, "Sister Bai Chi, you're back? Oh my God, it's been almost 6 hours. Can that virgin still walk?" Bai Chi was very famous in the Star Clubhouse. It wasn't because of her looks, but because of her gentleness and understanding, especially her ability in those aspects. However, when she heard Lulu's question today, a rare trace of shyness appeared on her face. At this moment, the girls in the lounge realized that Bai Chi couldn't walk anymore. Everyone couldn't help but turn pale with fright. They all thought to themselves, could that virgin be a pervert and hurt Bai Chi? However, they immediately noticed the shyness and lust in Bai Chi's eyes, and they were extremely shocked. Lulu helped her sit on the sofa in disbelief and hurriedly asked, "Are you tempted?" Of course, Bai Chi refused to admit it, but she had to admit, the thin and weak 17 or 18-year-old male student she received on a whim today, other than the initial awkwardness, had shown such sincere gentleness and unbelievable skills in the end. At certain moments, she wondered if she was going to fall into his gentle embrace and never wake up again. How is that possible? Bai Chi forced a smile. She wanted to erase all her feelings from the past few hours. She said, "That boy is so tender. He didn't dare to do anything once he entered. He made me dance for 2 hours in a row. I almost died from exhaustion." "You've been dancing for 2 hours. What are you going to do in the next few hours?" Lulu mercilessly exposed her lie. She said with a smile, "Is there really such a powerful person who can make you fall for him?" Bai Chi's heart was slightly flustered. She raised her finger and used pride to hide the shyness and lust between her brows. She said, "I don't know whose child he is, but he was too generous. In the end he gave me a ring. Of course, I have to remember his kindness. Don't tell me it's fake. Do you have any eyesight?" Bai Chi looked at the ruby ring on her finger proudly. Although the design was a little old, this ruby was definitely worth a lot of money. If she wasn't wrong, it was worth at least hundreds of thousands. Although she was an A-grade member of the clubhouse, she had never received such an expensive gift or tip. Girls liked to be pretty and loved money more. That boy was so gentle and generous. It was normal for Bai Chi to be infatuated with him for a moment. However, she didn't have enough eyesight to notice that this extremely old ruby ring was actually far more expensive than she had imagined. So what? Bai Chi's smile suddenly became slightly bitter. He'll probably do it a few more times. After we get tired of it, our lives will still be the same as before. The atmosphere in the lounge was slightly gloomy, but Lulu's smile didn't change. We rely on this to make money anyway. What's there to be depressed about? How can there be any good men in this world? It's either the kind of young master you met today or the wooden man I met today. These are all considered good. Anyway, when I save enough money, I'll naturally stop doing this. The topic returned to the most familiar life plan. Perhaps soon, they would forget about the strange pair of students who came to visit prostitutes early in the morning. The door of the room was opened again, revealing the slightly nervous face of the receptionist. "Chi-Chi, the clock that Boss Zhao just set for you has been occupied by that student. He's very angry now. Do you want to avoid him first? I'm doing things according to the rules. How can he make things difficult for me?" Bai Chi didn't do anything wrong, so she wasn't afraid of the nightclub boss from Linhai. However, she immediately thought of the student who kept increasing the clock and asked nervously, Are the guests okay?" "I don't know. Boss Zhao won't cause trouble in the club, but it seems that he sent people to stop those 2 students. Out of the 6 hours, you must have spent 5.5 hours talking about life and ideals with her." In the bleak autumn wind, Su Lu and Tai Ziyuan walked on the quiet streets of Linhai City. Su Lu looked ahead and judged with some reluctance. Tai Ziyuan smiled. The young man's face was slightly tired after understanding and revelry. He said softly, "We danced for 2 hours. He had received all kinds of education since he was young, including the matters of men and women. Today he was only putting these theoretical knowledge into practice. Especially once he really tasted the taste of sex, his powerful mind control allowed Tai Ziyuan to carefully and beautifully enjoy everything. He didn't know how much time had passed. I'm actually more suspicious that you played cards with those prostitutes for a few hours and didn't do anything. Tai Ziyuan said gently. If this is true, then I can only suspect that you really have a big problem in that aspect. What Su Le couldn't get used to the most was that Tai Ziyuan could always speak to him in an exceptionally mature and steady tone, even if his words were very vicious. He scratched his head and said, "We agreed that I would only accompany you. Aren't you tempted?" Of course a little, but I have a girlfriend. If I were single and you were willing to treat me, I would naturally be happy to do something. I remember that you seem to have fallen out of love. Fallen out of love? I haven't confirmed it yet. What an honest person on the outside but a hypocrite on the inside. Tai Ziyuan, wearing a windbreaker and covering his face with a rain hat, was chatting with Su Lu while waiting for a taxi on the side of the street. His thin lips were exposed outside of the hat, and together with his slightly pale cheeks, they looked particularly well defined. The corners of his lips suddenly curled up, and there was a trace of gentleness. No matter what kind of education Tai Ziyuan had received since childhood, and what kind of shrewdness he had, after all, he was just a young man who had just become an adult. He would always reminisce for a moment about his first time making love. It was also because of this that he gradually understood the meaning of this coming-of-age ceremony arranged by his ancestors. Only when a man reached the age of 18 would he have the preliminary ability to control himself and be allowed to touch those wonderful things. Only then would he be able to truly see if he would be defeated by these wonderful and soul-devouring things. Tai Ziyuan knew that he was not a person who could be defeated by a woman's charm, but this didn't mean that he didn't want to reminisce about the wonderful things that had happened before. Thinking of the woman who had teased him gently like a cat at the beginning, then turned into a little tiger who refused to admit defeat midway, and finally turned back into a soft kitten, he felt happy. What disturbed his happy mood at this moment was a group of people who walked out of the club. Su Le could tell at a glance that those people had bad intentions, especially when he recognized the two people at the back of the crowd. He immediately pulled Tai Ziyuan behind him subconsciously. He thought that these people were here to cause trouble for him, and he always thought that Tai Ziyuan was a weak and pitiful little boy. It took Boss Zhao 3 seconds to remember who this young student who had reacted extremely quickly and stared at him vigilantly was. He couldn't help but look at the burly man beside him and said, "I wanted to see who was so powerful that even Bai Qi couldn't bear to accompany you. I didn't expect it to be the person you're looking for." Hearing the familiar name of Bai Qi, Tai Ziyuan, who lowered his head and used a rain hat to cover his face, frowned and the corners of his lips slightly tightened. Su Le didn't notice Tai Ziyuan's reaction behind him. He only looked nervously at the burly man in front of him and felt a little regretful. He didn't expect to meet someone from the Zhou family here. The burly man was the friend of the Zhou family's siblings, the ruthless soldier Hook. Hook stared at Su Le's plain face and said with a smile, "I know you've been hiding in university for a few months, but your luck isn't very good today. It seems that my senior brother isn't here either." Su Le could tell that Hook wouldn't let him go. He calmed his breathing and said, "My classmate has nothing to do with this. Let him go first?" Hook waved his hand indifferently and stared at him as if he was staring at prey. "I'm not the one who wants to kill you. As for whether I'll kill you or cripple you today, I need to make a call." Zhou Yu returned to the 3rd Military Region and left Hook to accompany his sister. This pair of siblings had never forgotten that someone in Linhai had slapped them in the face, shot their subordinates and made them leave in a sorry state. For such a person, such a deep humiliation could never be washed away without blood. After a while, Hook put down the phone in his hand and said, "You're in luck. Yuzi said that something big has happened in Linhai recently, so you don't have to die. You only need to break one of your legs. The one in the middle." His tone was very calm, but it was this kind of calmness that made one's heart turn cold. Su Le narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Hook's hand. Then, he helplessly realized that Hook was indeed carrying a gun at his waist. Indeed, there was no way to seek equality in a conflict with a soldier. When Tai Ziyuan heard Yuzi's name, he narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Chapter 86. Su Le knew that the other party was waiting for him to retaliate. No one would be willing to become a eunuch at such a young age. Seeing the military firearms that the other party deliberately showed him, his heart was filled with anger. What was wrong with this world? Why did these powerful people dare to treat the laws of the Federation like a bubble? What happened to the first charter that pervaded the entire Federation? Were these people not afraid of being caught? At this moment, the angry and helpless Su Lu finally remembered something that Uncle Feng Yu once said. The first charter was ultimately still in effect within the framework of human society. These powerful people oppressed ordinary people, but the police would never file a case or investigate. Even if the first charter could accurately determine who was involved in these matters, what could they do? The central computer could only work passively forever. This was something that the first charter had long since stipulated. The atmosphere in the field was somewhat oppressive and tense. Hook narrowed his eyes as he looked at Sulu. He knew that this extremely ordinary-looking kid had powerful close combat abilities, so his hand was already on the handle of the gun at his waist. If the other party really dared to resist, then he would have no choice but to shoot. With the Zhou family's current status in the Federation, it would not be difficult for them to suppress this matter. Today, the Federation Investigation Bureau was not involved in this matter either. At this critical moment, Tai Ziyuan, who was wearing a windbreaker, naturally took 2 steps back, leaving Sulu alone in front of the crowd that was eyeing him covetously. Hook did not intend to make things difficult for that guy. He was not a person who liked to be jealous. If Mr. Zhao had not insisted on chasing after him to please him, then perhaps he would not have encountered Sulu and Tai Ziyuan at all. 4 people of the Zhou family status, although they were tyrannical and despicable, this kind of tyranny still followed the rules. They just did not want to let Sulu and Shi Qinghai off the hook. As long as the others did not get involved, they naturally would not pay attention to them. However, in that instant, Hook suddenly felt that the young man in the windbreaker was a little strange. That windbreaker was strangely flipped over, and the corner that was blown up by the wind looked a little familiar. It looked a little like the uniform of the 4th Military Region. Hook smelled something uncomfortable and did not want to waste any more time. He took out the military pistol on his waist and said to Sulu, "I'll help you." A black car drove over from afar. It drove like a ghost in the autumn wind, crushing countless yellow leaves on the ground without making any sound. The people who were confronting each other on the side of the street were all focused on each other and did not notice this at all. In Su Li's eyes, there was only the gun in the person's hand. He narrowed his eyes very much and saw the process of the person pulling out the gun from his waist to lifting it up. He did not miss any minute movements. He pulled back his right hand and was prepared to protect Tai Ziyuan behind him, but he did not expect to grab anything. He could not help but laugh and think to himself, this kid is too unloyal. Sulu was able to be so relaxed in this tense moment because he suddenly felt that he was very stupid. Since this society was already unfair, why should he be angry over this kind of injustice? Just like those idealists who worked hard in S2, when injustice came in front of them, other than crushing it, what else could they do? Sulu stared at Hook's hand that was holding the gun, his eyes narrowed into slits. The bottom half of his feet had already left the pavement, and his legs under his pants started to tremble slightly. That familiar warmth started to spread throughout his body. He did not know why, but in his heart, he had boundless confidence that he could knock down the person, even if the person was holding a gun. Hook's hand that was holding the gun was slightly raised, at a 45-degree angle to the ground. This was the best angle for muscles to exert force. Su Li's narrowed eyes flashed. He twisted his body, the tips of his shoes grabbing onto the hard ground, and turned into a wild bull in the autumn wind. With the fastest speed, he silently and terrifyingly charged over. A distance of 3 meters seemed very far, but under Su Li's charge, it was only a blink of an eye. Hook was an expert in the military. When Sulu started to move, he also moved. His right hand that was holding the gun was indeed as Sulu had predicted. He could not quickly adjust the angle, but he was still able to valiantly raise the gun a little and aim it at Su Li's abdomen. At this time, Sulu had already rushed in front of him with a strong wind, and his finger was ready to pull the trigger. At such a close distance, no one could avoid this shot. Su Li's quick-thinking brain also came to the same conclusion. He knew that he had underestimated the reaction speed of a professional soldier. Even such a sudden attack did not have the effect of catching him off guard. He did not know if he would die if he was shot in the abdomen, but that strong sense of danger caused his face to instantly turn pale. All the strength in his body was concentrated in his arms. His left hand was prepared to grab Hook's right wrist, and then he would use the strength of his waist and abdomen to break the cartilage in his opponent's throat with his right fist. Under such circumstances, Sulu could no longer care about his own secrets. Killing someone was a crime. The middle finger of his right fist had already protruded, and the knuckles were white with a hint of red, looking very much like a peanut. The gunshot did not sound, and Sulu did not succeed in grabbing Hook's wrist. This was because in the quiet afternoon in Linhai, a clear sound like a bird's whistle rang out. In an instant, Hook's hand that was holding the gun turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Sulu rushed in front of him, but he did not manage to grab anything. He could not use the strength to twist his body. The direction of his right fist was slightly lower, but it did not slow down in the slightest as it ruthlessly struck Hook's chest. There was a very short period of shock and silence. Suli's punch landed on Hook. He did not have time to think about what had just happened. He turned around and ran. He grabbed Tai Ziyuan's windbreaker and ran to the side of the street. He happened to see the black car that had silently stopped there like a ghost. He opened the car door and pushed Tai Ziyuan in as fast as he could. Sulu followed in and closed the door. He reached into his pocket and took out the metal lighter that Shi Qinghai had given him. He aimed it at the back of the driver's head and shouted, "Drive or I'll shoot you." The driver obediently started the car and drove away from the scene as fast as he could. Sulu turned around and glanced at the street through the car window. After confirming that those people had not chased after them, he felt slightly relieved. He looked at the driver with an apologetic gaze, but he did not dare to move the lighter away. Only then did he notice that the driver's hair had already turned white. He was an old man. Tai Ziyuan, who had remained silent since the beginning of the conflict, could not help but smile when he saw Sulu aiming at the back of Butler Jin's head. He admired his friend's quick wit and courage. The autumn wind was still blowing by the side of the street, blowing the withered yellow leaves on the ground. However, it did not blow away the ghastly severed hand on the ground. Hook stared blankly at the severed hand on the ground. He was so strong that he did not fall to the ground. Instead, he subconsciously judged that the shooter was a sniper and one of the most powerful soldiers. It was only now that he realized that he might have run into someone he couldn't afford to offend today. However, he was still thinking about Silin, and didn't consider the true identity of the silent young man behind Sulu at all. Everyone was shocked. Mr. Zhao and the other local big shots of Lin Hai looked at the broken hand on the ground in horror. They couldn't say anything for a long time. It's not that they haven't seen guns before, but they've never seen such a scene. It was only then that Hook felt a sharp pain in his chest. He remembered that he had been punched by that brat named Sulu. Then the pain started to spread. Even with his strong willpower he could not bear it. It was even more terrifying than the pain coming from his severed hand. This pain was tearing pain. It was like a spider web had started to spread from his chest. He did not know how many bones had started to crack and were about to break. Hook's vision went black. He fainted on the ground with a loud thud. Then 7 black cars came over and surrounded the group of people. Mr. Zhao looked at the license plates of these cars in shock. He had completely lost all courage to resist. The black cars turned a corner. Sulu could no longer see what was happening in front of the Stars clubhouse through the rear window. He also did not see that shocking scene. At this time he had calmed down and easily determined that before he threw that punch, someone had already shot Hook's hand that was holding the gun. Unless his mind could hurt people, there was no other explanation. "It was my bodyguard," Tai Ziyuan said calmly without waiting for him to ask. What he said was true. Sneaking out of the small villa to visit prostitutes was not a glorious thing for the heir of the Tai family. He just needed to avoid Butler Jin's nagging and report to his mother, as well as the 12 special task force agents sent by the president. He was not someone who did not know his limits. Not long after entering the clubhouse, he had already informed Butler Jin that the person who fired the gun and the 7 cars that appeared later were all the Tai family's personal bodyguards. Tai Ziyuan looked quietly at Butler Jin, who was silent in the driver's seat. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his lips. His mother had always said that the family would not specially send people to protect him. Today it seemed that it was just an excuse. "Your family's bodyguards?" Sulu repeated subconsciously. He realized that he seemed to have underestimated this kid's family background. In a society like the Federation where guns were strictly controlled, except for the Zhou family siblings who were children of the military, not many people could hire bodyguards who dared to shoot on the streets. To be more precise, the security companies in the Federation that could get the gun licenses were all backed by the government. They were not something that could be hired by just anyone with money. "I thought you wouldn't care about my family." Tai Ziyuan smiled and said, "I'll explain to you later. Please take the lighter down first. The driver is Uncle Jean, my personal butler." Butler Jean, who was in the driver's seat, smiled and did not greet Sulu. Suli's hand stiffly put away the lighter. He turned around and looked at Tai Ziyuan in surprise as if trying to figure out the identity of this weak rich kid. Chapter 87. Don't look, there are no flowers on my face. There was a saying in the Federation, which roughly meant that the friendship between men was the strongest when they were schoolmates, colleagues, and prostitutes. This meant that they understood each other's most secretive things such as body size, likes, dislikes, and dislikes. If these three relationships were all present, it would be difficult for these two men not to be strong. Tai Ziyuan and Su Lu should be considered schoolmates during those nights in H1. Although they did not go into the water together today, they knew a lot about each other's first time. Perhaps it was because of these reasons that Tai Ziyuan seemed more relaxed in front of Su Lu than before, and the faint alienation and scrutiny between his eyebrows had lessened a lot. In contrast to Tai Ziyuan's mood at this time, Su Li's heart was a little heavy. He realized that his friend seemed to have a strong background. Some people might be secretly happy that they had found a shortcut to prosperity, but some people would feel a little disappointed. After all, they were not from the same world, so how could they get along for a long time? I'm just a little worried. Su Lu said, maybe your family has a strong background, but do you know who I've offended? I heard that the father of that pair of siblings is a big shot in the Ministry of Defense. Today he dragged you in, and your bodyguard even injured an active soldier. I'm afraid this matter will be a little difficult to handle. Tai Ziyuan smiled and did not answer this question. He said, I'm in a good mood today, so don't be disturbed by these accidents. Speaking of which, after eating your supper a few days ago and talking to you, my insomnia has improved a lot. However, I've never slept as well as I did today. I slept for 2 whole hours and didn't even dream. When Su Lu heard this, he relaxed a little. He wanted to say that after dancing for 2 hours and sleeping for 2 hours, he was still a normal person. However, when he remembered that the other party's personal butler was also in the car, he changed his words at the last minute. Drinking less coffee and thinking less is better than anything else. There are some things that you still have to think about, Tai Ziyuan said. The black car stopped at the secluded back door of Yue University. After dropping off Su Lu, the car drove into the depths of the campus in the autumn wind. Su Lu stared blankly at the black shadow of the car without any markings. He suddenly remembered that a few months ago, this car had driven into the pear garden like a ghost and almost hit Zhang Xiaming. Driving into an inconspicuous forest, the car passed the inspection of the Special Task Force agents hidden in the dark and entered the courtyard in front of the small villa. Tai Ziyuan didn't get out of the car. He sat calmly in the back seat. After a long silence he said, give Zhou a call. Butler Jean dialed a few numbers on the car phone and connected to the 3rd Military Region switchboard. He said something in a low voice, and after listening for a while, he handed the phone to Tai Ziyuan in the back seat. Tai Ziyuan listened to Zhou Yu's surprised voice on the other end of the phone, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. After a while he slowly said, the Federation is a society ruled by law. Shouldn't you and your sister restrain yourself a little? The surprise on the other end of the phone suddenly turned into a tense silence. It was as if he was trying hard to determine what he had done wrong and what had happened in Linhai. Tai Ziyuan didn't give the other party any time to find the truth and try hard to explain. He said calmly, I still have to study in Linhai for half a year. Don't come to Linhai for the next 6 months. Also, tell Yuzi that I'm a very nostalgic person. Don't use your glorious deeds to erase all the old memories. Don't let that person called Hook appear in front of me in the future. After saying this, Tai Ziyuan hung up the phone. Then he put his hands behind his head and began to daydream. The occasional coming-of-age ceremony made him very happy. This kind of small disturbance wouldn't be able to make his calm and tenacious heart tremble in the slightest. However, when he heard the hooligan surnamed Zhao mention the name by Qi to the soldier on the street, he felt very unhappy. He carefully recalled these emotions that could be called possessiveness and jealousy. He felt more and more that his ancestors back then were really good at grasping the psychological processes of a young person. Young master, I must report this matter to Madam, Butler Jean reported in a low voice. Tai Ziyuan nodded with his eyes closed. He felt a little tired, but the sleepiness made him feel gratified. He smiled and said, the coming-of-age ceremony is over. No matter how much mother scolds me, it's impossible to change this fact. A man doesn't have a penis, so naturally I can't make another one. Hearing the young master's rare vulgar words, Butler Jean frowned slightly. He thought to himself that the student named Su Lu had really infected the young master with a lot of negative habits. However, at the same time, he could tell that the young master was in an unusually good mood today. After hesitating for a moment he said, today's coming-of-age ceremony didn't conform to the family's rules. Tai Ziyuan opened his eyes and said with a faint smile, how did it not conform to the rules? Any girl at any ball at the age of 18. Haven't the rules been the same for tens of thousands of years? From the very beginning, the current successor of the Tai family had never thought of playing with love. He clearly understood that the rules of the family's coming-of-age ceremony were to tell the future generations that love was something that could be played with. Since that was the case, there was no need to play with those girls who still believed in love. Why not just go straight to prostitutes? There wasn't a ball, Butler Jean retorted solemnly. I made that girl dance in front of me for 2 hours. Tai Ziyuan's smile hid the smugness of his youthful nature. No one has set a rule about how many people dance in order to qualify as a ball. 2 people also counts. In the staff officer's office of the 3rd Military Region surrounded by trees, Zhou Yu, who had been promoted continuously due to his family's connections, was currently in a daze. He didn't know that the young man who had hung up the phone earlier was currently joking around in a good mood. He only felt a chill run down his spine. Many years ago, he had gotten to know his younger sister's classmate. However, at that time he didn't expect that person to have such a profound impact on his future. Although the Tai family had never expressed their appreciation for his father, those who knew of his family's relationship with the crown prince would always intentionally or unintentionally help his father to block the thorns in his political career. The Zhou family had some foundation in the first place. However, in recent years, they had been able to receive so much respect from people at that level. What exactly did the siblings rely on to be so arrogant in this society? Why was his father, Zhou Yingxing, able to become the head of a department in the Ministry of National Defense and become a true big shot in the eyes of others? The son never needed to speak. The grasslands and living creatures on the ground were proof of his power. To Major Zhou Yu, the friend he hadn't seen in a long time, or rather, the family he hadn't really come into contact with, was the same. However, today's phone call and the words spoken by that voice were like a blizzard that chilled Zhou Yu's heart. He anxiously thought about what he and his younger sister had done to make the other party so unhappy. His younger sister and Hook were in Linhai University City. Could it be that his younger sister's fiery temper had angered the other party? But why did the other party specifically say that they didn't want to see Hook again? According to his younger sister, the other party had only given her a call and hadn't even seen her. How could they have offended her? He didn't know what he had done wrong. Even if he wanted to make up for it, he couldn't. Major Zhou Yu fell into an extremely anxious mood. This mood only turned into rage when he saw Hook being sent home the next day. One of Hook's arms was broken. What was even more terrifying was that more than 10 of his ribs were broken. The broken bones had pierced into his lungs, and he had been coughing up blood non-stop. Even the military hospital couldn't immediately solve this problem. He had to undergo surgery to save his life. Before the surgery, Zhou Yu, who had already learned about the details of yesterday's conflict, stared at Hook on the hospital bed with a gloomy face. He forcefully suppressed his anger and growled, "I don't care about that Su Lu. I only want to ask you one thing, did you sleep with that prostitute named Bai Qi? Did you sleep with her?" Hook coughed for a long time before he could complete his sentence. No. When Zhou Yu heard this answer, he felt slightly relieved. He had to admit that his analysis of men's psychology was not wrong at all. He looked at Hook with a gloomy face and said, "You're lucky. Otherwise, we might never meet again in this lifetime." This was the first time Hook had seen Zhou Yu lose his composure like this. He vaguely guessed the true identity of the young man who had been silent the whole time yesterday. While he was shocked, he thought of something else. Zhaoying was also present yesterday. He asked the crown prince to let him live? Those people in Linhai were Zhou Yu's collaborators in his plan. However, when he heard this, his calm expression was exceptionally cold. He said calmly, "I can't even enter Linhai now. Why should I care about the life and death of those people? If their deaths can make him feel better, I'll bring a platoon of soldiers to do it myself." Boss Zhao, who ran the largest nightclubs in Linhai, did not die. After he witnessed the shooting incident at noon that day, he was sent to the police station by people who did not know his exact identity. While he was in a state of panic, he found out the bad news that several nightclubs under his company had been raided at the same time that night. It was said that this operation was jointly launched by the Linhai State Police Headquarters and the Customs Narcotics Division. They successfully found a new drug, Sky Blue, in those nightclubs. Tai Ziyuan did not know about this matter. With the status of the Tai family, they would not put too much effort into a mere underground society in Linhai. There were people who specialized in this kind of thing in the small teams led by Butler Jean that specialized in serving the young master. Even a peripheral staff member of the Tai family could easily do this, so Butler Jean did not know the specific process. He only instructed those staff members to do things according to the law. That night, Butler Jean personally came to Star Clubhouse to visit the girl who helped the young man complete his coming-of-age ceremony. At this time, one of the people involved in the great change in Linhai with Su Lu, the clubhouse's A-list Miss Bai Chi, had no idea what had happened. Chapter 88. Although she was a little worried about the young, gentle and rich, bad boy, Bai Chi didn't know if Boss Zhao had let him go. When they found out about the shooting at the entrance of the clubhouse, the police had already arrived. After the shooting, Star Clubhouse only closed for 3 hours before reopening. It had to be said that the owner behind this clubhouse was a very powerful figure in Linhai. Bai Chi frowned slightly. She thought of the boy who had watched her dance for 2 hours and tormented her until she was at a loss like a young girl. She felt a little uneasy when she thought of his sweet face as he fell asleep in her arms. However, she was only a woman who made a living at the bottom of society. Other than asking around, it was impossible for her to have the intention to help him. She wasn't used to staying in her own lounge. Although it was exclusive to high-class prostitutes like her, she always felt that it was too quiet. It was the lounge where Su Lu had been playing cards all afternoon. Everyone felt a little strange tonight. After the incident in the afternoon, it was expected that the clubhouse's business would be much worse at night. However, it was almost 8 o'clock and no one had rung Bai Chi's clock yet. "Chi-Chi, come to the general manager's office." A gentle voice came from the communicator. It seemed to be the boss's voice. The girls in the lounge became nervous and glanced at Bai Chi. Bai Chi smiled bitterly. She didn't know what had happened, but she went straight to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was reserved for the boss. Bai Chi had only been there once during the signing of the contract. When she came in tonight, she saw an old man with a head of white hair. The boss, who was usually extremely cold, was now pouring tea for the old man in an extremely humble manner. Bai Chi was slightly stunned. Could it be that he wanted her to serve this old man? Butler Jean heard footsteps and turned his head. He looked at Bai Chi from head to toe seriously as if he was looking at a piece of art. At some point, the boss of the clubhouse quietly left. Only Bai Chi and Butler Jean were left in the room. Bai Chi had been immersed in the entertainment industry for a long time and had seen countless men. However, when faced with this old man's gaze, she began to feel nervous. She felt that under his calm gaze she wasn't wearing any clothes at all. She was naked like a baby. After a long time, Butler Jean nodded in satisfaction and asked gently, "How long have you been in this business?" "1.5 years. For some reason Bai Chi answered nervously. "I've seen your medical report. You're a very meticulous girl." Butler Jean smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, I'm just here to see you. Do you remember that young man from this morning?" "I remember." Bai Chi became more and more nervous. "That's my young master." Butler Jean took out an envelope from the pocket of his suit and instructed, "So, from today onwards you don't have to do this anymore. The address on the envelope is for your accommodation from now on. There's also a check inside, it's a token of our family's gratitude." Bai Chi did not understand the meaning of this sentence and looked at the old man in a daze. Butler Jean paused for a moment before saying with a smile, "I hope you don't misunderstand. We don't want to control your life. You're free to fall in love. If that's the case, please return this key. If you're willing to wait for young master's arrival in that house, please move into that house." Butler Jin's brows furrowed slightly as he said, "However, I hope that you can make a careful and long-term decision. If you decide not to live in that house, please inform me in advance. I don't want anything unpleasant to happen. Trust me." After Butler Jean was done with this matter, he looked at her with a gentle smile and said softly, "You're the luckiest girl in the Federation in the past 20 years. His words were very gentle, but it made Bai Chi feel endless pressure and nervousness. She didn't even know when Butler Jean left, nor did she hear his last sentence clearly. She walked back to the lounge in a daze. Looking at the chattering sisters who were asking her questions, she finally remembered to look at the envelope. The first thing she saw was the address on the envelope. She recognized at a glance that this address was the Huayuan district, the most expensive district in Linhai. She couldn't help but gasp. When she opened the envelope, she saw the check. She nervously began to count the zeros behind the number. She counted for a long time until she felt that her eyes must be playing tricks on her. Every zero was like a small hammer of happiness, hitting Bai Chi's numb heart. Her hands trembled as she held the key in the check. When she thought of the virgin man she had received this morning, her eyes went dark and she fainted happily. The problem lay in area H1. Su Lu rested his chin on his hand and leaned against the edge of the Black Mecha's operating cabin. He looked at the high ceiling above his head and thought to himself. It had been so many days. Other than him and Tai Ziyuan, no other students had entered, at least at night. This phenomenon had long attracted his attention. Even if it was the most advanced laboratory in Yue University, it was impossible for only him and Tai Ziyuan to have access to it. It seemed that Area H1 was not an ordinary place. That kid surnamed Feng was indeed not an ordinary person. Su Lu subconsciously touched the back of his neck where the chip was planted. Ordinary citizens of the Federation had long treated the chip in their bodies as an organ that accompanied them for the rest of their lives. There was no rejection, no curiosity, and sometimes they couldn't even think about it, let alone touch it. He was different. The back of his neck was planted with a fake chip. Moreover, there were many chips in the metal bracelet on his left hand. Since the fake chip in his body could enter Area H1, which was not an ordinary place, it meant that the chip's creator, Uncle Fengyu, had written into the chip. That was why Area H1's identification system gave the chip permission to pass through. Sulu scratched his head with a headache. He did not have a coffee cup in his hand. The operating program of the first charter was completely open and transparent. It was impossible for the chip in the human body to be written into. It could only be identified by the three-layer surveillance network and given different permissions. Sulu knew how Uncle Fengyu did all this, but he also thought that since he could even make fake chips, anything that went against the common sense or laws of mankind might not be a big deal in front of Uncle Fengyu. Tonight, Tai Ziyuan did not come to Area H1. Sulu waited for a long time, but the voice on the intercom did not ring. Maybe the other party did not know how to answer his question? Sulu frowned and smiled helplessly. He was indeed very curious about the identity of the other party, but in fact he was more worried. He always thought that his boring conflict with the Zhou siblings had dragged the weak Tai Ziyuan into it. He did not know if the other party's family would be in trouble. After pondering in silence for a long time, Sulu gave up thinking about the chip behind his neck in Area H1. He began to think about these friends he had met in Yue University this year. He did not know why, but he always had a depressing thought, just like when he was with Zhang Xiaoming. Maybe from today onwards that rich boy who liked to eat deep-fried pancakes would disappear from his life. He comforted himself. After all, they were not from the same world. It was not bad to have been together before. It had to be said that Su Lu, who had grown up in the remote and desolate Donglin district, still had a vague sense of inferiority in his bones. It was especially so after he came to the capital ring. The buildings, the equipment in the laboratories, the people, and the things that happened reminded him that he was actually just a bumpkin. Even though his mechanical engineering practice classes were better than those of the official students, and even though he had few friends, they all seemed to have extraordinary backgrounds. It was because of this inferiority that he was so strong and stubborn in front of Zhang Xiaoming. It was completely uncharacteristic of his sharp tongue. When he thought of Zhang Xiaoming, the lights in Area H1 dimmed a lot in Su Li's eyes. He stared listlessly at the soft white light emitted by the ceiling lights. His hands were quickly assembling something beside him. He did not even look at it. His hands were assembling an antique simulation system. He had spent 1 million Federation coins to order this from the Shell Motor Company. Thanks to the Federation's smooth logistics channels, this antique system was in his hands in only half a day. The manual and schematic were already engraved in his mind. Relying on the metallic sensation from his fingertips, he quickly assembled the parts together. It was as if he was not worried at all that he would make a mistake. 1 million Federation coins was enough to buy a very good apartment in Linhai. When he heard the signal beep 3 times, Sulu knew that the assembly was a success. However, he was thinking about this sentence in his mind. This 1 million was the money in the 3 Linlin United Bank card that the uncle had left him. He had originally planned to save it to buy a house for himself and Zhang Xiaoming in the future. However, it seemed that the female owner of the room had suddenly changed her mind. Therefore, he silently and angrily ordered this system. He was not one of those women. Spending all the money in his hands did not make his gloomy mood any better. Putting aside the simulation system that was as soft as skin but heavier than a wrestler, he opened his backpack and took out the electronic components that he had prepared for several months. He silently began to assemble another tool. This time Sulu was clearly much more careful. He gently pushed on the metal bracelet. A faint beam of light shot out and projected an extremely detailed and complicated schematic diagram on the smooth inner surface of the mech. He stared at the schematic diagram and seriously assembled the components that were removed from the various common Federation tools in his hands. He did not even blink. He was very serious. Sulu was in a bad mood. 50% of it was because of Zhang Xiaoming, 30% was because of what happened today in Tai Ziyuan, and the remaining 20% was because of his fear. He didn't know where he was going to go in the future. There was a fire burning in his heart, but he couldn't find a way to vent it. Habit became second nature. He seemed to have returned to the operations room in the Donglin district mine pit. He lowered his head and focused on repairing everything that he could. In that microscopic and quiet world where no one could disturb him, he calmed his emotions. Time gradually passed as he focused on his work. He did not know that the sky outside was almost bright, and he also did not know that in Yue University's gymnasium, which was only a wall away from Area H1, preparations for the next day's mecha show had already begun. The mecha show by those proud and confident military officers from the Federation's first military academy. Chapter 89. In the beam data stored in the metal bracelet, Uncle Fengyu had not left behind any earth-shattering designs. There was no super-strong mecha design that surpassed the M52 by several generations, and there was also no secret manual that would allow Su Lu to become one of the top mecha engineers in the Federation one day. Thus, Su Lu could only start learning from the most basic parts in Yue University. Although he studied very hard, to the point of being very hungry according to his judgment, he would need at most another half a year to learn everything he wanted to learn. However, the blueprints in the bracelet made Su Lu very happy for a long time. If he could successfully assemble this tool, the blue light would light up again, and he would once again have the shocking ability to isolate himself from the Federation's surveillance for half an hour. Su Lu knew where his abilities lay, and he was also used to seeking self-recognition and that heavy sense of accomplishment from these aspects. After a long time, Su Lu turned off the data screen output system on the metal bracelet. After staying in Area H1 for many nights and confirming that there were no surveillance devices here, he dared to use his biggest secret without worry. The coarse high-energy plastic casing in his hand was densely packed with chipsets and activators. It really did not look like a high-end device. Su Lu carefully checked every metal circuit on the bracelet and nodded with satisfaction. Most of the work had been completed. Perhaps it would not be long before this crude instrument in Su Li's hand would once again light up with blue light. He would once again be able to freely cross that electronic fence and enter those wild wildlife-protected areas. Under the surveillance of HTD, he would silently carry out his work of slaughtering cows. The only problem was that there were a few restricted components that Su Lu could not find any way to obtain at the moment. Regarding these matters, the black market on the internet would not be able to gain his trust. After working for half the night, he had successfully used up most of his energy. A strong sense of fatigue overwhelmed him, and he no longer had the energy to think about anything related to Zhang Xiaoming. His head rested on the soft and highly resistant outer layer of the mecha's control cabin, and he fell into a deep sleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, an extremely strange noise woke him up from those colorful dreams. He rubbed his eyes, feeling a little strange. It was early in the morning, so why would someone disturb his peace? Moreover, Area H1 had always been quiet. His gaze swept towards the direction of the noise, and Su Lu was instantly shocked. This was because he saw two long mechanical arms suddenly extend out from the platform wall behind the mecha, grabbing at him. He instinctively tried to escape from the control cabin, but when the soles of his shoes had already stepped on the smooth surface of the mecha, he remembered that his backpack, the antique simulation system that cost him 1 million, and that little blue light instrument that absolutely could not be seen by others were still in the control cabin. Without spending too much time thinking, he pounced back, but then he sadly found that he had misjudged the operating speed of those two long mechanical arms. When he turned back, he saw a black shadow covering the control cabin door, blocking all of his line of sight. There was a loud sound of electric current flowing from the mechanical arm. It was the sound of alloy components colliding. Su Lu looked in front of him in shock. The originally empty surface of the operation cabin was now equipped with a translucent door armor. Then he heard an unfamiliar electronic voice, "Pilot, please take your position." The seat of the control cabin automatically extended a strap, binding Su Li's body securely to the seat. At this time, he had already shaken off his previous panic and confirmed that he could leave the strap at any time. Slightly relieved, he listened curiously to the electronic synthetic voice. "Request for battle training, accept?" The electronic synthetic voice rang out. Su Lu was taken aback. Could it be that the origin of chaos had returned? But why wasn't the holographic screen displaying the virtual scene today, and why was the mechanical arms automatically fitted with translucent armor? Could it be that they were going to engage in real-life training? Thinking of this possibility, he suddenly felt a little excited, and the fire that he had been suppressing all this time began to rise. The young fugitive Sulu had been holding back for a very long time. After experiencing the taste of sex for the first time, he had suffered a major emotional setback. After waiting for Tai Ziyuan for a few more hours in Star's clubhouse, he was almost drunk from all that fragrance, but there was no outlet for the fire in his body to vent. Even if he focused on his work for half a night, there was no way to calm all his emotions. If the Tai family's bodyguard had not made a move, perhaps Su Li's current state of mind would have been much calmer. But there were no ifs. At this time, Su Lu really wanted to operate the giant alloy mecha and have a good fight with anyone. He thought for a while, scratched his head and then randomly said, "Okay." Following his agreement, the ribbon-like data cables and power cables floating behind the Black M prototype mecha all retracted back into the thick wall, and the platform's control panel slowly turned the mecha around. Su Lu stared blankly at the wall that was gradually splitting in two through the translucent protective shield of the mecha's control panel. Only now did he know that behind Area H1 was actually an exit made entirely of alloy. The door opened, and in the bright white light, a lone blue-black mecha was waiting for him in the incomparably spacious battle room. There was no audience, no cheers. Although the blue-black mecha was lonely, it exuded a heart-stopping chill. Moreover, the mecha coldly extended its alloy thumb, arrogantly aimed at the ground. Yua University's comprehensive gymnasium looked very normal from the outside, but the building space inside was exceptionally large. This was a rare place in the entire university town where mecha battle training could take place. The university town belonged to the Federation's education system, so very few schools would be involved in the military. Yua University being able to have such a mecha training area was something that many people could not understand. Today's comprehensive gymnasium was exceptionally lively. Outside the gymnasium, a virtual 3D screen was constantly flashing with greetings to the guests, as well as the flow of this exchange between the two academies. Of course, most of it was an introduction to the First Military Academy. The main entrance of the comprehensive gymnasium had the words "Welcome" written on it. Who knew whose idea it was to come up with such a shabby method? At this time, there were no longer any Yua University students who were still watching the introduction to the First Military Academy on the screen. This was because as long as one was a citizen of the Federation, there was no one who did not know the name of the Third Academy. Most of the students, including the professors and students of the other academies in the university town, had already taken their seats in the comprehensive gymnasium, excitedly preparing to watch the mecha performance of the First Military Academy's visiting team. The Third Academy was the three major military academies jointly managed by the Ministry of National Defense and the Ministry of Education, entrusted by the President's Security Affairs Committee of the Federation. They were located in the three most important administrative districts of the capital ring. Among them, the one with the longest history and the most resounding reputation was naturally the First Military Academy located on the outskirts of the capital special district of the Federation. During the barbaric era when the galaxy was being developed, during the bloody war with the Empire, the First Military Academy had produced countless famous generals and generals. Whether it was in the military or in the Federation society, they all held a high position. Even if this military academy had produced a high-scoring but immoral hoodlum like Shi Qinghai, its image would not be tarnished in the slightest. Shi Qinghai looked at a quiet area in the comprehensive gymnasium and narrowed his eyes slightly. Soldiers armed with live ammunition were protecting two mechas covered in green dust shields. However, the bodies of the two mechas were so huge that anyone could tell what they were at first glance. On paper, there were only around 400 mecha in the entire Federation. Not everyone had the chance to see this war machine, which was known as the most artistic and violent war machine, with their own eyes. The students of Yua University looked at the two mecha covered from head to toe with envy and excitement. If they were not afraid of the soldiers with guns, perhaps they really would have sneaked over to touch them. Shi Qinghai's reason for staring was naturally different from these students. Although he was not a student of the mecha department, he had studied at the First Military Academy for 4 years, so naturally he had come into contact with mechas. He was only thinking about why the First Military Academy had chosen to conduct an exchange visit during the Double Moon Festival. Yua University was indeed a very good university, but compared to the First Military Academy, it was really nothing. If the First Military Academy had chosen to conduct an exchange visit at the capital university, perhaps it would have been more understandable. Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes and looked at the few familiar faces on the rostrum. Looking at those junior brothers wearing military academy uniforms with stern expressions, he could not help but laugh. He thought to himself that if the purpose of this mecha demonstration was to prove to the Crown Prince that the First Military Academy was much better than Yue University, these juniors' expressions were a little too cocky. The students of the First Military Academy were naturally proud, and they had the right to be proud. Shi Qinghai fished out a cigarette from his wrinkled suit pocket and lit it. He was a little lost in thought. A few years ago, perhaps his expression was even more cocky than these brats. For today's exchange event, the First Military Academy had generously used a military transport aircraft to transport 3 mecha from the capital. At this time, 2 of the mecha were still quietly sitting in the dust-proof enclosure, while one of them had already entered the combat room to perform some mecha operations demonstrations. For safety reasons, the combat room in the corner of the multipurpose hall was designed to be completely enclosed. Everything that happened inside would be transmitted to a large screen for the viewing of the students in the multipurpose hall. Shi Qinghai raised his head and looked at the blue-black mecha performing elegant dodging movements on the screen. The corners of his lips curled up in a mocking smile. He thought to himself that Yue University did not even have a mecha department. This idiot's performance was so flashy, other than attracting scolding, what else could he do? Yue University could not possibly ask a bunch of male students to hit him with baseball bats. Chapter 90. For some reason, ever since a long time ago when the 5-man group had established the foundations of various areas of human society, the design of mecha had always been habitually and naturally drawn closer to the human body. There were very few mecha that mimicked ecology, such as spiders or snakes. Perhaps those types of mecha were too ugly and did not fit the aesthetic standards of human soldiers, or perhaps it was because scientists had finally discovered that more support points would inevitably sacrifice the subjective initiative and mobility of humans when operating them. In any case, as science progressed, mecha began to look more and more like humans. It was just that those seemingly indestructible armor and power systems allowed mecha to display strength that was far more terrifying than a human's body. Mecha operation also had a style. This was reflected in countless details such as the walking curve of a slide, or the necessary height for a leap, or that glance when a mecha tilted its head. Using the words of a traitorous mecha mechanic from the former Second Military Academy, what the hell was the difference between a pilot who had not developed a mecha operation style and driving a car? The blue-black mecha on the screen clearly had a strong operation style, and that was flirtatious. In the short 45 seconds of mecha operation practice, the blue-black mecha had twisted its waist a total of 8 times, stomped its feet a total of 5 times, and even raised its mechanical arm twice to aim at the sky in between. It had to be said that this First Military Academy student operating the mecha had very strong control ability. Even with so many lewd little tricks added to the mix, the mecha had still not made a single mistake in the entire set of set movements, perfectly passing the 3rd level of the test. Shi Qinghai stared at the screen, which was split into 2 sections. One section showed the actual movements of the blue-black mecha in the mecha combat room, while the other was a 2D display of the 3rd level mecha test footage. Those little movements of the blue-black mecha all became very real mockery and ridicule in his eyes. However, he was not a student of Yue University. Presumably, none of the professors and students of Yue University would be able to understand what kind of emotions that flashy mecha was currently displaying in vain. Right then he was guessing which building on campus that Crown Prince should be watching this mecha performance specially organized for him alone. And after the organization found out that Crown Prince was at Yue University, when exactly would they take action, and what kind of action would they take? No matter if it was to find a way to get in contact with the other party, to seek the support of the power behind the other party, or to carry out the anti-government army's plan to kill this person, it should not be today. Today, Yue University's security could be said to be tight. Right at this moment, a female student from Yue University beside Shi Qinghai excitedly muttered to herself, "So cool," as expected of a top student from the First Military Academy. "This mecha looks like it's alive." The male students beside the female students were also very envious of these war machines that were full of violent beauty. However, after hearing this sentence, their expressions became a little strange. Male animals could praise the same sex with grace, but they were never willing to let the opposite sex beside them praise other males. A trace of sympathy welled up in Shi Qinghai's heart. He said with a smile, "Stretching is considered handsome?" The female student from Yue University glared at the guy and said, "What are you talking about?" "That's the operation of passing the level 3 test. It means that the officer in the mecha is holding back. It's so effortless. Shi Qinghai shrugged and did not argue with her. Instead, it was the male student who came over and asked seriously, I also feel that there's something wrong with the attitude of that kid in the mecha. He seems to be quite arrogant. What do you see? Gu Haijun has a flag language, but mecha also have a machine language. After all, during battle, if you scold the opponent over the communication device, it would appear tasteless. Moreover, it would be easy for the monitoring instructor to find out. So the First Academy's mecha department has always had a tradition of using machine language to scold others. Shi Qinghai recalled his school days and could not help but laugh. Those twisting and swinging movements are all scolding words in the First Academy. The stretch at the end is even more vulgar. I heard that the First Academy's mecha department's tradition has now entered the military. All the mecha warriors in the military know this move. Before every battle, they would scold each other to no end. The male student was stunned. He did not know if this person in a wrinkled suit was telling the truth. His eyes turned a few times, but before he could speak, Shi Qinghai said with a heavy expression, Many people know this. I believe that some of the professors on the rostrum know this too. Besides, such an arrogant idiot coming to our school to perform a mecha. If this isn't a slap in the face, then what is? The male student suddenly understood. He smiled meaningfully and patted Shi Qinghai on the shoulder. Then, with a serious expression, he turned around and repeated Shi Qinghai's words to his close friends. At this time, Shi Qinghai had already left his seat. As for why he had exposed the machine language of that blue-black mecha, only he himself knew. The First Military Academy's exchange students had actually arrived the day before yesterday. These students all had the status of military officers. They were serious in speech and manner, and their faces were cold and stern. In the eyes of the female students of Yue University, this was a handsome and mature expression. But in the eyes of the male students, it was unavoidably a little too arrogant and cold. The male students of the university town all liked mecha, but no one liked someone who was even more arrogant than themselves. Moreover, among those exchange students, there were occasionally one or two fellows with a face full of smiles. Those smiles were all directed at the female students, obviously harboring no good intentions. Therefore, the male students of Yue University had been suppressing their anger for a long time. At this time, they heard that the performing blue-black mecha was using a machine language they did not know to humiliate the students and teachers of Yue University. In a campus filled with the hormones of youth, white clothes fluttering in the wind, basically nothing could be tolerated, let alone this kind of bone-deep humiliation. Angry emotions spread along with this rumor. In less than a few minutes, the thousands of people in the stands showed signs of boiling. Suddenly, a male student cursed loudly at the blue-black mecha on the giant screen. Like a spark splashed into a pot of oil, it instantly ignited the anger of all the male students of Yue University. Countless profanities covered up the explanation coming from the control system, and resounded throughout the entire comprehensive gymnasium. Is what the student said true? The principal of Yue University did not know. Hearing the voices coming from all directions, he could not help but frown slightly as he asked Professor Zhou sitting behind him. Professor Zhou came from the military, so he was naturally no stranger to this machine language used by military hooligans. His old face had long since darkened. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, he glared at the middle-aged man in military uniform beside the principal and nodded his head. Unbeknownst to him, the principal took a light breath, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The fingers of his right hand began to lightly tap on the table of the rostrum, revealing his true feelings. A few days ago, when he went to the Ministry of Education for a meeting, he was shocked to find that the ministry had actually arranged for the First Military Academy to come for an exchange visit. Having been in the education world for more than 20 years, he naturally guessed what the First Military Academy was preparing to do at the first moment. After sneering, he could only agree. However, he did not expect that those student officers of the First Military Academy who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth would actually dare to play their little tricks in front of thousands of people. Beside him, the head of the First Military Academy's maneuver department, Professor Sun, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and explained in a low voice, "This is a misunderstanding. The First Military Academy's level was far higher than Yue University. For this exchange, the First Military Academy was led by Professor Sun. His level just so happened to be the same as that of the principal. For the First Military Academy to arrange it this way, it could be said that they were placing great importance on this exchange." Professor Sun originally did not have the slightest fear towards the principal, but when he thought of the principal's warning to be cautious before coming, He began to break out in cold sweat. Especially when he saw that damned blue-black mecha on the screen, still playing with those machine language that he thought no one knew. Professor Sun's mood became even more complicated. Yes, he also did not understand why the principal arranged for this exchange to be held. Like those student officers who had their holidays wasted, he also looked down on Yue University. However, at this moment the general library was filled with curses, giving him a great deal of pressure. Principal Tsong suddenly smiled warmly and said, "The students of the First Military Academy are indeed a little arrogant. Looks like they are actually not willing to come to Linhai for this exchange. As teachers, it's best for us not to force them, don't you think?" These words had hidden needles in them. Professor Sun frowned slightly, and the inherent arrogance of the First Military Academy flared up again. He said in a low voice, "This is just a misunderstanding. After all, this is not a battle practice. Student Anda's mecha operation has always been lacking in some small areas. When we get down later, I will properly educate him." Principal Tsong returned to his silence, ignoring him. He only smiled slightly as he listened to the thousands of vulgarities in the general library, not minding them at all. The vulgarities gradually shifted from the blue-black mecha to the First Military Academy, extremely vicious. On the rostrum, the expressions of those professors and outstanding student representatives from the First Military Academy also gradually turned ugly. The young officer who had been standing behind Professor Sun suddenly left the rostrum and came to the side of the two mecha. He turned on his communicator and spoke into the completely sealed-off combat room. "Restrain yourself a little. The students outside know the meaning of your machine language and are already starting to make a ruckus." In the blue-black mecha's control room, that curly-haired soldier was yawning in boredom. This outstanding student from the First Military Academy was called Anda. He was one of the students with the most outstanding results in the mecha department. This time, he had sacrificed his holiday to come to this kind of lousy place to perform. He was already in an extremely bad mood, always feeling like he was a striptease in a nightclub. When he heard the voice from the communicator, he was momentarily unable to react. He scolded, "What are those idiots making a ruckus about?" Chapter 91. For Anda, the third-level test, which had not entered a complete state, was not difficult at all. Passing the mecha was becoming more and more like a performance in that kind of relaxed and boring operation. And the mecha operation that the First Military Academy was proud of was used to kill the enemy on the battlefield, not to dance for those idiots to see. Thus, Anda was in a terrible mood, very angry, and subconsciously expressed his emotions through the movements of his mecha. This was completely just his personal way of venting, but he had not expected that this would be a great disrespect to the students of the university town who had originally come to watch the First Military Academy's performance in high spirits. Because in his opinion, these civilian students who had never even touched the surface of mecha before were at most some pretty boys who only knew how to read motorsport magazines. How could they know anything about mecha and the like? Hearing the steady and cold voice from the communicator, Anda cursed and finally came to his senses. The one speaking was Officer Zhou Yu, the strongest guy in the First Military Academy's motorsport faculty, and also his personal boss. Of course he would not doubt the other's words. Immediately after, he heard those tide-like curses coming from the communicator, and Anda was stupefied, not knowing what to do next. On the large screen on the multi-purpose gymnasium's dome, that blue-black mecha stood stupidly in its original spot. It did not report to its instructor that the performance was over, but it did not leave either. This further incited the university students to curse the other, because in their opinion, this blue-black mecha stupidity was really asking for a scolding. Twist some more. I'll break your waist and sell you to the empire as a prostitute. Are you a transvestite from Bermuda? A faint light enveloped Anda's face. He listened dumbfoundedly to the endless stream of curses coming from the communicator, his heart filled with shock. The students in the First Military Academy were all soldiers. A single word of disagreement was enough to cause them to break out in a fight. Where had he ever heard so many different curses? His face began to flush red, almost unable to control his emotions that were about to explode. When he finally heard the word transvestite, he finally could not hold it in anymore and angrily pressed the button on the main communicator. A bunch of idiots. All you know how to do is talk. What use do the Federation have for trash like you? If you have the guts, get a mecha and fight me. Anda's angry curses rang out through the communicator from the speakers beside the holographic screen in the multi-purpose gymnasium, echoing throughout the entire spacious building. Although the instructors from UA University and the 1st Military Academy who were in charge of the mecha performance control in the central control room reacted at the first instance and cut off this brainless fellow's angry curses, they had only managed to cut off the words "last fight." UA University Gymnasium instantly fell into a deathly silence. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the completely sealed mecha combat room. If the combat room had not been constructed using super strong alloy, it would have long since melted under the fury of the crowd. This was UA University's home ground, yet the exchange student from the 1st Military Academy was so arrogant. Who could tolerate it? Although everyone knew that no one would be able to accept Inda's enraged challenge, the university students naturally had their own logic to consider the problem. They thought to themselves, the Federation government fucking sent all these rare mecha to your 3rd Academy and the Westwoods Military Academy? We won't even be able to touch a single one in our lifetime, and you actually dare to challenge us? This was equivalent to someone with a girlfriend challenging a bachelor to the length of time they could have sex. It was equally intolerable. After an extremely short period of absolute silence, there was a sudden outburst of emotions. Even if there were still many students who had maintained their respect for the 1st Military Academy before, at this moment, that respect had long since disappeared. Furthermore, UA University had always been one of the schools where George Carlinism was most prevalent, so they did not have any good feelings towards the Federation's lackeys from the 3rd Academy. Fuck your mother? This was a very simple and crude reply. Get a mecha to fuck? Yo, this is the first time I've found out that you can actually have sex while using a mecha. Is this a tradition in your school? I find it strange. How can you have sex while wearing a mecha? Are you going to put on a show for us? This was a very sarcastic reply. The problem is, I heard that the 1st Military Academy's mecha department only has boys. This was an even more vicious heckler. A same-sex mecha sex performance? That's too fucking rare. The students in the university town could not fight, but when it came to sarcasm, how could those natural-born military officers of the 1st Military Academy be able to resist? Caught in a frenzy, Endo was so stifled that his entire face was red. He had completely forgotten that there was no mecha department in a university, much less something like a mecha. He stubbornly pressed a green button in the system and sent out a battle request to any mecha in UA University's central control network. After doing all this, Endo foolishly waited for someone to accept the challenge, but in the end, after a long time, he found that there was no response. He smugly keyed in a command, and the blue-black mecha extended a thumb towards the sky. He cursed heartily, a bunch of little brats scolding to your heart's content. Why is there no one who dares to come out? The main comm system had already been shut down, so the students watching the battle room through the screen naturally did not know what he was saying. However, the thousands of people had noticed the mecha's action at the same time, that big thumb pointing up at the sky. Outside the battle room, Zhou, who had been paying attention to the commotion inside, laughed bitterly. He thought to himself that every time Endo went crazy, even he could not stop him. This brat was probably still proud that no one from UA University dared to challenge him, but he had completely forgotten that UA University did not have mecha at all. Looking at that upturned metal thumb of the mecha, the cursing in the comprehensive gymnasium gradually subsided. This was not some machine language, this was a very clear hand signal. The students of UA University were not so naive as to think that the idiot from year 1 would repent after being scolded by these people and give them a thumbs up to praise them. They all knew that something was definitely going to happen later, so they all began to hastily search for weapons under their seats. Sure enough, that smug and extremely annoying blue-black mecha on the screen suddenly changed its aura, becoming incomparably arrogant and cold. It slowly turned its right mechanical arm upside down, its thumb pointing towards the ground. This was also not a machine language but a very clear hand signal, a hand signal of contempt and contempt. After a moment of silence, the people in the comprehensive gymnasium burst into an uproar. Countless shoes were seen flying towards the screen, towards the mecha battle room set up underground. A male student from a class suddenly discovered a baseball bat placed behind his seat, and instantly transformed into a grenade launcher, throwing it down madly. For a moment, the wooden bats fell like rain, landing on the metallic battle room. The clinking sounds were like raindrops falling onto lotus leaves, crisp and moving. However, that blue-black mecha on the screen was still smug, its thumb pointing upwards coldly, as if it was continuously slapping the faces of the UA University students. Right at this moment, the angry voices in the comprehensive gymnasium suddenly dwindled, replaced by countless shocked shouts and overjoyed cries. On the rostrum, Those professors from the two academies who felt ashamed of themselves looked towards the screen in astonishment. Outside the battle room, those officers from the First Military Academy also looked towards the screen in confusion. On the screen, the alloy wall in the deepest part of the battle room suddenly opened slowly, and a somewhat clumsy-looking black mecha slowly revealed its body. Following the appearance of this black mecha, all the discussions and curses stopped, and the comprehensive gymnasium fell into a deathly silence. That was especially so for the UA University students. They stared at that mecha in disbelief, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Professor Chang of the First Military Academy glanced at Principal Tsong beside him in shock. He had no idea that UA University even had mecha. The principal's pupils constricted at first, but a moment later, he revealed a knowing smile. In the eyes of everyone on the rostrum, this smile could not help but appear somewhat enigmatic. When the black mecha on the screen saw the blue-black mecha's thumb pointing downwards, it seemed to be stunned for a moment. Then, facing the blue-black mecha, it raised its middle finger. This was not some sort of machine language. This was a common gesture used by both the Federation and the Empire, a gesture that all children above the age of 3 knew. The comprehensive gymnasium was filled with thunderous applause. The UA University students were very gratified. Although some of the more knowledgeable students could see that this black mecha was only an M-series prototype and was no match for the opponent's M37, they were already very happy that it was able to point its finger at someone. Inside the black mecha, Sulu did not know that there were thousands of people watching his every move through the screen. He had just woken up and accepted the battle request, and then saw the hand gesture of the mecha behind the door. The one sitting inside the mecha was not Tai Ziyuan, so it was probably an exchange student from the First Military Academy. Sulu very simply came to this conclusion, and then even more simply used his middle finger to reply to the other's insulting hand gesture. This was because he had been in a very bad mood these past few days. Sulu thought that this was just an enclosed battle space with no spectators, so he acted very naturally. Through the communicator he gave the other the order to start. This was his first time operating a mecha in a real battle. He thought to himself that with his level 6 skill of over 10 seconds, of course he would not be a match for these geniuses of the military academy. He only wanted to fight to his heart's content, even if he had to suffer a little. The black mecha looked clumsy, but in reality, its path forward was the most standard straight line, without the slightest deviation. In addition, Sulu was currently in a very bad mood, so the mecha's operation had an inexplicable sense of heroism. The distance of 20 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. The black mecha's extremely swift and fierce kick landed directly on the base of the blue-black mecha's mechanical leg. The blue-black mecha fell backwards in disbelief, smashing onto the alloy floor with a loud boom. Inside the black mecha, Sulu stared thoughtfully at the display on the screen, wondering how the opponent had fallen just like that. Although he was very satisfied with the fury, speed, and accuracy of his kick, it had also confirmed that the M37's balance sensor hidden at the base of the mechanical leg would cause a momentary deviation when struck at a 42-degree angle, thus causing the mecha's balance control system to temporarily malfunction. But why hadn't this blue-black mecha resisted? Sulu was perplexed, unable to believe that a rookie like himself could knock down a top student of the First Military Academy. Could it be that the opponent was a rookie among rookies? Chapter 92. For Anda, an outstanding military officer from the First Military Academy's Mecha Department, his trip to UA University in year 66 of the constitutional calendar was an unerasable stain on the very beginning of his career as a professional soldier. This stain would follow him throughout his life and would be brought up from time to time. This was because later on, everyone in the Federation knew that the Sulu in the black mecha opposite him was just a rookie who had participated in a real battle for the first time. At that time, Anda had been operating the blue-black mecha, and under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, he had even turned his thumbs upside down, smugly, and pretended to be cold as he stared back at the gazes of the tens of thousands of people blocked off by the walls of the battle room. He had even hoped that the gazes of those students from UA University who only knew how to scold others would be as angry as possible, because the other side would not dare to fight anyway, so they would only have the right to be looked down upon by him. At this time, the main comms channel had already been shut down due to his scolding. He did not know that the countless people outside the battle room had already fallen silent, so when he heard the synthetic voice of the system inside his mecha announce that the battle request had been accepted, he was dazed for a moment, and only then did he remember to look at the third vision screen. He saw a black mecha, and also saw that black mecha's middle finger. Thus, Anda began his habitual frenzy and rage, preparing to use his mecha's thick and heavy mechanical arm to make an even more lethal gesture, but in the end, he found that the other had already charged over. Anda's blue-black mecha did not react at all, because in any of the mecha battle practice he had experienced, both sides would always have to exchange a few words out of habit. If they were not on good terms, they might still use machine language to express a few cordial greetings to the other's family, but there had never been anyone who would act like a shrew and immediately start a fight with the other. That black mecha had done just that, and it had done it thoroughly, silently and heroically, pouncing over. While Anda was completely unresponsive, the mecha's leg kicked viciously at the base of the blue-black mecha's mechanical leg. Sneak attack. Shameless sneak attack. Anda cursed loudly in the cockpit, but he was completely unable to stop the powerful vibrations. The ringing in his ears caused him to be unable to control the mecha that was crashing towards the ground due to the momentary malfunction of the balance sensor. The blue-black mecha landed heavily on the hard metal floor with a loud thud. The powerful impact had been mostly neutralized by the ingenious shock-absorbing design of the mecha, and the tough training in the first military academy had also allowed Anda to dispel the dizziness in his head in the shortest amount of time possible. After confirming that his mecha had not received any real damage, he furiously and rapidly keyed in commands. As long as this blue-black mecha in front of him did not continue to act so shamelessly, he would definitely be able to turn the tables. Piloting the black mecha, Sulu was taken aback for a moment. Then he believed that this seemingly cold and arrogant mecha before him was indeed a rookie. Since that was the case, why should he be polite? His fingers swiftly keyed in commands on the touch screen, and the mecha beneath him threw out a heavy punch, smashing viciously at the blue-black mecha's lower abdomen. Still at the position where the balance sensor was hidden, the black mecha's mechanical arm swung its alloy fist, making a strange turn in the air. Following the angle of the first kick, it smashed downwards at a 42-degree angle to the right of the mecha's front. One punch, one punch, one punch. The strong vibrations and the slight deviation of the balance sensor caused student Anda, who was angrily transmitting commands in an attempt to get the mech to retaliate, to be dumbfounded. This was because he found that every time he was about to adjust the parameters of the M37 mech, the opponent's fist would always interrupt the process of resetting the balance parameters. Amidst the crackling of electricity, the blue-black mecha kept trying to grab onto the ground, trying to counterattack, trying to stand up. However, as the black mecha's fists continued to fall, it displayed a tragic scene of cramping. There were many types of mecha duels. Under different backgrounds and environments, duels with different degrees of realism would naturally have different degrees of intensity. Today, the First Military Academy was visiting Pear Blossom University. Although they had generously shipped 3 mecha over and had also prepared an internal mecha duel performance, the mecha's long-range weapon systems had all been dismantled. The M-series prototype mecha Sulu was currently operating did not have any offensive weapons, so the battle between the two of them was actually the most primitive form of close combat. And it was very obvious that after being taught combat by Uncle Fengyu for 4 years, Sulu was best at this aspect. In the past year or so, he had crammed in his basic knowledge at Pear Blossom University, and had found all the mecha blueprints for the first half of the M-series in Area H. Coincidentally, the last series of these blueprints was the M37. With his outstanding mechanical instincts and talent as well as his rich practical experience, Sulu was incomparably familiar with that M37 mecha. Under his gaze, this blue-black mecha actually did not have those complicated and tough armor on the outside. It was more like a naked object with only an alloy skeleton and a control system. He had already gained the upper hand, successfully finding the M37's weakest link. Under these circumstances, if that blue-black mecha could still stand up, Uncle Feng would probably be so angry that he would be reborn from that beam of white light once more to come out and give Sulu a good beating. Sulu was a sinister person, but he was not born with the temperament of a hooligan. The opponent's perceived sneak attack was a very normal reaction in his eyes. Since the combat training had already begun, what was there to wait for? The blue-black mecha was already on the ground, so he naturally had to continue attacking until the opponent lost all mobility or until the system judged that he had won. Whether it was the level 6 virtual test in Area H1 or his nightly combat training with Tai Ziyuan, he was used to starting silently and ending peacefully. He had never considered the concept of a sneak attack. This was a very sincere, wooden, and stubborn attitude. Coupled with the nameless rage and gloominess he had accumulated over the past few days, it formed the ugly image of the black mecha hammering away at the blue-black mecha's thigh. The Black M prototype mecha's power output had already reached 80%. As the instructions entered on the touchscreen screen, it became the mecha's alloy fist that did not know exhaustion, gradually surpassing the sound of the wind. Meanwhile, under the Black mecha's fists, the Blue-Black mecha trembled incessantly. It clearly had not suffered any irreversible damage, but it would never be able to stand up again, only able to be beaten up in agony. With a crisp crack, a small crack finally appeared in the armor at the base of the Blue-Black mecha's mechanical leg. The mecha's internal balance sensors could no longer withstand the torrential downpour of power, but also the stubborn precision of an old farmer. After a puff of green smoke, they officially stopped working. In the quiet combat room, the system's voice rang out. The Black M prototype mecha was unquestionably the victor. Sulu operated his mecha to retreat 5 meters. He still thought that right now, only he and the Blue-Black mecha opposite him were in the combat room. He had no idea that everything that had just happened had already fallen into the eyes of countless people. The cheers and whistles in the comprehensive gymnasium were already ringing out like a boiling sea. Only Sulu was completely unaware of this. The Blue-Black M37 climbed up pathetically from the metal floor. In the end, it completed the reset of its numerical values, forcibly interrupting the automatic posture adjustment program that the balance sensors were responsible for, changing the mecha's semi-automatic control to full manual control. This Blue-Black mecha finally stood up, but full manual control was equivalent to half a cripple in close combat. Small, dust-like curly hair floated in the mecha's cockpit, and at the same time Anda's angry roar drifted in the air. He had never felt so vexed in his entire life. The opponent's operation level was clearly just SOSO. Other than the initial attack speed that had been frighteningly fast, the rest of it was just average. He even looked a little stupid, only knowing how to stupidly let the mecha punch him, not knowing at all that he should attack the more fragile and important parts of the mecha. But it just so happened that he did not know whether the opponent had gotten lucky or not, but the mecha's vibrations would always affect the recalibration of the balance sensors at critical moments, making it impossible for him to carry out any effective operations. Just like that, he lost to a prototype mecha operated by a student from a university? At this time, Anda even had suicidal thoughts. He gripped his own curly hair in agony, glaring furiously at that clumsy-looking black mecha. Of course it's not a coincidence. Although this Black M prototype mecha's operations are not all that great, no matter who is operating this mecha, to be able to attack 147 times in a row, including that initial kick with the mechanical leg, to be able to accurately hit the same spot, and all at the exact same angle, that can only mean that this person is very strong, very strong. Outside the mecha combat room, the people from the 1st Military Academy and the teachers from Ua University had two completely different expressions on their faces. Zhou Yu narrowed his eyes at the slightly sluggish black mecha on the screen, and said to those indignant companions beside him who had accused Ua University of launching a sneak attack on that mecha of theirs. We all know where the M37's biggest flaw is, but who would have thought of exploiting this flaw? No one, because the difficulty of operating this way is too high. Although there is no long-range weapon system added in today's battle, making the possibility of the black mecha operating this way much greater, none of us can guarantee that every command we input will be executed accurately by the mecha. This requires confidence in one's own analysis of the brain, and also requires quick judgment of every angle change. A person without confidence would never choose such a stubborn battle method. A confident and strong mecha warrior. I now understand a little why the principal made us sacrifice our holidays to come to Ua University to perform. Looks like no matter where we are, there will always be someone worth learning from. The ace student of the 1st Military Academy's mecha department, Zhou Yu, smiled and walked towards the mecha combat room. Behind him, the shouts of the Ua University students in the multi-purpose museum were like military orders, urging his footsteps forward. He knew that today's matter was Anda's fault from the very beginning, but as a soldier in front of so many people, he had to ensure that the 1st Military Academy's glory would not be tarnished in the slightest. Chapter 93. On the screen, the door at the back of the mecha combat room opened, and a Black M prototype mecha appeared. Countless gazes in Pear Blossom University's gymnasium turned towards it. Amidst their shock, the cheers of the students shook the heavens. They were not sure when their own school had mecha, and neither did they know who was inside the black mecha. However, they believed that this black mecha had stood up bravely for the honor of Pear Blossom University. Facing that arrogant idiot from the 1st Military Academy, just this point alone was enough for them to stop thinking about anything else. All they could do was dedicate their cheers and excited footsteps to that black mecha. And when that black mecha used a method no one had expected to kick down the blue-black mecha, followed by a series of clumsy and persistent punches, until finally the system determined the black mecha to be the victor. The atmosphere in the gymnasium reached an even more terrifying level. On the contrary, the cheers were much quieter now because everyone was so shocked by this scene that they were almost speechless. Stars began to appear in the eyes of the female students, while the male students gaped, staring at the screen in disbelief. Meanwhile, the rostrum was filled with a deathly silence. The representative of the 1st Military Academy's exchange visiting team, Professor Chang, stood up abruptly and stared at the screen with a face full of shock. After a long while, he finally regained his senses and turned to ask the principal of Pear Blossom University beside him, "What's going on?" Other than the military academies, most universities would not have any systematic knowledge related to mecha. Although Pear Blossom University had some reputation in this area, this university did not have a motorized department, so how could they possibly have a mecha? And that student operating the mecha had actually defeated his own student. Although the combat strategy of the black mecha seemed rather underhanded in Professor Cheong's opinion, his doubts and shock made him unable to care about anything else. He stared fixedly at the unknown, wanting to understand how a university and society could have such a problem with mecha. "It's just a prototype." The principal of Pear Blossom University smiled and said, "This was specially approved by the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of National Defense over 20 years ago." "Then, who's the student operating the mecha?" Agitated, Professor Cheong quickly asked, "You should know very well that the Federation's laws clearly state that non-military personnel are not allowed to touch combat mechas." Principal Tsong's eyebrows furrowed slightly, but soon after he smiled warmly and said, "Dean Chin sent you all here to conduct a mecha show. Those military officers probably don't understand the reason, but you should be able to guess one thing. Our Lihua Academy doesn't have a mecha faculty, but that doesn't mean that we don't have a mecha training ground. As for the identity of the person in the black mecha, I think that neither the Ministry of Defense nor the President's Security Committee will have any objections to him touching mecha." Professor Chang was taken aback for a moment, but gradually thought of a possibility. He turned his head in shock to look at the dazed black mecha on the screen and said in a trembling voice, "With his identity, how could he choose to appear in front of so many people? Don't forget he is now our Lihua student." The principal of Pear Blossom University continued to smile and said calmly, "Since a student from First Academy is here to visit and challenge Lihua Academy, and he is willing to come out and fight for Lihua Academy's reputation, I can't stop him, right?" Professor Cheong was stunned for a moment, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. If the person in the black mecha was really that noble young man, then the First Military Academy's reputation would really be lost today. It seemed that the madam and the young man didn't like First Academy's plan to embarrass Lihua Academy and take back the right to educate the successor of the Tai family. The principal of Pear Blossom University noticed the bitter expression on Professor Cheong's face. He felt as if he had just eaten a piece of wild boar meat, but his face didn't show any expression. He looked at the black mecha on the screen and was secretly grateful to the disciple of his old friend for being willing to fight for Lihua Academy's reputation. Yes, the principal of Pear Blossom University looked mysterious because he thought that the person in the black mecha was Tai Ziyuan. If it was the successor of the Tai family fighting as a student of Lihua Academy, then the First Military Academy could only swallow their broken teeth. Principal Tsong naturally didn't have anything to worry about. This principal, who was busy with work, didn't know that Tai Ziyuan wasn't the only one who could enter the H1 area of this university. There was also a small gatekeeper that he had noticed before. The shock in the comprehensive library was replaced by cheers. The members of the First Military Academy's visiting team on the rostrum had ugly expressions on their faces. At this moment, the situation on the screen changed again. The blue-black mecha was lifted up and left, while a silver mecha coldly appeared on the field. The black mecha that was preparing to leave was stunned. Then it turned around clumsily and faced the opponent. When the students in the comprehensive library saw this scene, they knew that the proud officers of the First Military Academy were preparing to issue another challenge. They all held their breaths. Principal Tsong frowned slightly and looked at Professor Cheong. He said, "Is it Joyu? If he injures or enrages the person in the black mecha, do you think it's appropriate?" He naturally knew that this performance by the First Military Academy was meant to be a show for him to see, but he had not expected that things would develop to this point. He took a light sip of the champagne in his thin glass and looked at the image on the holographic screen with a half-smile. He muttered to himself, "Sulu, you're in for it this time." The heir of the Tai family and Sulu would battle every night in the virtual system, so he was naturally very clear about Suli's true strength. In his opinion, Sulu had been able to defeat that blue-black mecha in large part because of Suli's trickery and that idiot's underestimation of his opponent. And now, since Zhou Yu was personally piloting the silver mecha into battle, what awaited Sulu could only be an incomparably tragic end. The mecha battle began. Just as Tai Ziyuan had predicted, the black mecha Sulu was piloting could not even hold up for an instant before that silver mecha. It was like a weed in a storm, swaying incessantly under the precise attacks, an existence that could fall to the ground at any time. With a muffled sound, the black mecha's translucent cockpit door was accurately struck by an alloy fist. Sulu was stifled by the powerful shockwaves. He stared somewhat blankly at the data displayed on the holographic screen and found that he had no way of avoiding the opponent's attack. Whether it was in terms of speed or control detail, he was on a completely different level from the opponent. "It looks like I can only lose," Sulu thought with some boredom. His fingers continued to rapidly input commands, allowing the black mecha to avoid some critical damage. His eyes stared at that godlike silver mecha, filled with a sense of defeat and unwillingness. Chapter 94. The seemingly clumsy black mecha suddenly froze in its running path. The silver mecha that had followed it like a shadow did not let go of this opportunity. It slammed into the side of the black mecha, converting all the movement that the high-energy battery had given it into impact force. The collision of the alloy surfaces caused a very loud metallic sound to ring out in the combat room. Following the sound, the black mecha was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the solid wall. Although it did not shatter into pieces like a real kite, the structural fasteners and joints all made a whining sound as they moved, hissing as if they were about to stop working at any moment. The black mecha slid along the wall. Several parts of the alloy surface that had been damaged scraped against the wall, making a screeching sound that made one's teeth ache. At the same time, several fresh marks were left on the wall. In the end, it fell heavily to the ground, powerless. The power of the silver mecha's previous attack was fully displayed in this image. The cheers in Ua University's gymnasium had long since stopped, starting from the moment the mecha battle training started again. Then, following the continuous defeat of the black mecha, even the discussions about who was in the black mecha and the introduction of the most outstanding officer in the First Military Academy's silver mecha, Zhou Yu, gradually stopped. When the black mecha slammed into the wall and slid down, countless people fell into the most complete silence at the same time. They watched the image on the screen with unusually complicated feelings. At this time, the rostrum had long since quieted down. The professors and officials of the two universities watched the screen quietly. Ua University, who did not know the inside story, had regretful expressions on their faces. They did not know which department this black mecha operator was from, and did not expect him to be able to consecutively defeat two strong people from the same department. However, there was still some hope, and now it became disappointment and worry amidst that disappointment. The expressions of the First Military Academy's side were much more relaxed than when Anda had been beaten up, but there was no smug expression on their faces. This was because, in their eyes, Officer Zhou Yu, this young man who even the instructor of the mecha department had not been able to easily win, should have won easily. The principal and Professor Chuang, who thought they knew the inside story, who represented the two universities, had a completely different feeling from the rest. Professor Chuang knew that the honor of the No. 1 hospital had been preserved, but the heir of the Tai family might not agree to transfer back to the No. 1 hospital. Thinking about the dean's instructions, he did not feel happy at all. On the other hand, Principal Tsong was looking at the hologram with a smile. He thought to himself, with that young man's gentle appearance and arrogant personality, he should be able to clearly understand that if it wasn't because the training conditions in the H1 area were not as good as the first academies, he would definitely work very hard this year in Ua University. In the silent general gymnasium, everyone stared at the black mecha that was trying to stand up again on the screen. While the system had yet to announce the victor, this battle that seemed to have a great disparity in strength was not over yet. Everyone knew that the black mecha was no match for the silver mecha, but seeing that the black mecha showed no signs of surrendering, they could not help but be a little moved. No one knew who started it, but a very rhythmic applause suddenly rang out in the general gymnasium. At first, the sound was very soft, but later on, it attracted more people to join in. The applause gradually grew louder and louder until it was as deafening as a thunderstorm. Then, it found the same rhythm and the sound of the rain became the sound of drums. Pa 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 pa, the sound echoed throughout the general gymnasium, cheering for the black Mecca that represented Yue University and even the entire university town. In a corner of the spectator stand, the son of the Linhai State Representative Hai Qingzhou was clapping excitedly, his palms already red. Beside him, the naked Zhang Xiaoming was looking at the hologram seriously, guessing the identity of the person in the black Mecca. Although she was also a little worried for the black Mecca, she was more calm than anything else. She believed in non-violence and belonged to the moderate side of the Federation's opposition. However, they were still part of the same system. When she was in S2, she had come into contact with a lot of information about the battles between the Federal Army and the anti-government army. She knew that those mechas had mercilessly torn apart the bodies of those passionate and hot-blooded young anti-government army soldiers. When she saw the mechas, those bloody videos and pictures would appear before her eyes. In her heart, she had an innate disgust towards mecha battles. These emotions only flashed by, and Zhang Xiaoming once again fell into her usual dazed state. Her eyes stared at the hologram, but she didn't know where her thoughts had run off to. Perhaps it was wild flowers, perhaps it was plain porridge, perhaps it was snow, or perhaps it was rain. Who knew? How could this naive and incompetent female spy know that the source of everything she was thinking about right now was actually on the hologram, right in front of her eyes? It was just that it was blocked by the exterior of the mecha. The applause that made people's blood boil like the beating of a drum, and even gave birth to a somewhat tragic feeling, fell into Shi Qinghai's ears. However, it only made the corner of his lips curl up into a mocking curve. It was this damaged alloy fist that had propped up the floor, supporting the black mecha's balance and allowing it to stand up again. Sulu had done this very naturally, but when it was displayed on the screen, it caused even more enthusiastic applause to ring out in the comprehensive museum. In reality, Sulu had no idea how much applause was ringing out for him. He didn't even know that there were people watching this battle. He did not need applause for anything he did. The antique-level simulation system in the mecha's cockpit suddenly attracted Su Li's gaze. "You're very strong. I still want to learn from you." He opened the internal comms of the combat system and spoke very sincerely to that extremely elegant silver mecha pilot. Inside the silver mecha, the expressionless Zhou Yu finally showed a stunned expression. He glanced reflexively at his communicator and heard the other's sincerity and honesty. A trace of doubt flashed across that heroic face, but it was not because of the attitude the other was displaying right now, but because of the details he had captured from the data analysis in the previous battle. In everyone's eyes, the black mecha had already been utterly defeated in that short period of time. Inside the silver mecha, only Zhou Yu, the young prodigy of machine control, had keenly picked up on a trace of strangeness. At this moment, he had already confirmed that the person operating the black mecha was much slower than him in terms of hand speed and finesse and control. However, the problem was that the black mecha's reaction speed every time it dodged was always a hair faster than he had calculated. Being faster by a hair did not seem to be an important matter, but in the lightning-quick battle between mecha, it was extremely important. Although the black mecha's reaction speed was not fully displayed because it was not at a superb level of control, the problems in the data allowed Zhou Yu to confirm that the other's reaction speed was abnormal, even much faster than his own. He could not understand how the other had done this. Could it be that there really was such a thing as intuition in legends? In the silver mecha, after a moment of silence, Zhou Yu said seriously to the mysterious person in the black mecha who had stood up again, "Learn from each other, please." Chapter 95. The other had said please, so Sulu very naturally followed up with, "Please? Wait a moment." It had to be said that even the same type of soup could produce a different taste of cabbage. This was the problem of the ingredients. The students of the First Military Academy were all very proud people, but the temperament this pride displayed was completely different. Piloting the blue and black mecha, Ndakue appeared frivolous and manic, while Zhou Yu appeared rather elegant. Hearing the voice in his ear, Zhou Yu smiled faintly. Looking at the black mecha that was barely maintaining its balance on the monitor screen, he said softly, "Okay." He did not know what the person in the black mecha wanted him to wait for. Perhaps it was to buy some time to rest, or perhaps it was to think of a way to defeat him. Absolute confidence allowed Zhou Yu to calmly and unhurriedly display the demeanor of a student of the First Military Academy. Meanwhile, inside the black mecha, Sulu really did seem to be resting. The mecha stood blankly against the wall for a long time, not making any movements at all. The long period of silence and the pause of the battle, as well as the strange atmosphere in the combat room, was displayed on the large screen of the multi-purpose gymnasium. Finally, it was noticed by those students who had been clapping incessantly in the multi-purpose gymnasium, holding their breaths and cheering for the Black Mecha. The applause gradually died down, returning to an incomparable silence. Everyone stared in surprise at the two motionless mecha on the screen, not knowing what had happened. Shi Qinghai was rubbing his scalded fingers together in boredom, his delicate eyebrows furrowed beautifully. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by the strange movements in his surroundings. He glanced curiously at the screen, and after a moment of silent observation, he guessed a bit about the exchange between the two mecha operators in the combat room. He could not help but laugh, thinking that at this moment, Zhou Yu would definitely give the other as much tolerance as possible to show his own demeanor. Sure enough, people from the first military academy were all so cocky. But what was that Black Mecha trying to do? The difference in strength was too great. Even if he continued to ponder in silence, the Black Mecha would not be able to defeat the Silver Mecha controlled by Zhou Yu in such a short amount of time. Unless that young master in the Black Mecha suddenly exploded with a mini-universe. In a small villa not too far away from the General Training Center, Tai Ziyuan was also holding a cup of coffee as he watched the silent battle between the two mecha on the screen with great interest. One of the two combatants was a friend he did not know about, while the other was his future subordinate. He was very clear about the strength of both parties and their personalities. He was all smiles as he prepared to watch Sulu fall and get back up and then fall again. It was just like those hot-blooded space dramas that Lass from Department 23 had acted out. At this moment, the Black Mecha that had been silent for a long time suddenly moved. Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes. The people in the multi-purpose museum watched nervously. Tai Ziyuan, who was in the small villa, smiled and drank his coffee. He bent his left thumb on the armrest and counted softly in his heart, 1, only 6 seconds. Tai Ziyuan believed in his judgment. Sulu could only hold on for 6 seconds. In the second, the Black Mecha and the Silver Mecha collided violently once again. However, this time there was no clear and heavy sound of metal clashing. This was because in that split second where the naked eye could not see, the two damaged mechanical arms of the Black Mecha suddenly moved at a strange angle to seal the front of the Silver Mecha. The Silver Mecha tore through the air like a blade. The right arm that was aiming straight for the Black Mecha's cockpit was blocked by the two damaged mechanical arms of the Black Mecha, which were even faintly emitting sparks. To be more precise, it was not a block but a block. The angle between the two mechanical arms was particularly strange. They were radially outwards and just so happened to sandwich the Silver Mecha's mechanical arms in between. The Silver Mecha's attack caused the armor of the two mecha's mechanical arms to rub against each other incessantly, making a heart-palpitating sizzling sound. The tremendous force of impact was all concentrated in this area of close contact, causing the two mecha to tremble at the same time. They were sent flying a distance of more than 10 centimeters from the metal floor. Inside the Silver Mecha, Zhou Yu was rather surprised by the opponent's control precision and speed, but he did not find it particularly strange. This was because he had already noticed earlier that the opponent had a very strange reaction speed. His control should not have been so poor in the first place. The Black Mecha's clumsy movements were successfully captured in that split second. It no longer had to face the Silver Mecha's high-speed operation and nimble mecha footwork, thus concealing its own strengths to the greatest extent. This seemed simple, but in reality it was extremely difficult. This was because the metal-powered nature of the mecha meant that the operator was destined to be unable to command the slightest movements of the mecha as if it were their own body. In mecha battle operations, there had never been such standard movements that resembled human combat. The Black Mecha retreated using both arms to block. It was completely like a human who had trained in a self-cultivation hall for countless years, not like a cold and emotionless machine at all. The students who were nervously watching the screen in the comprehensive gymnasium did not understand the difficulty hidden behind this simple movement of the Black Mecha. They only found that the Black Mecha, which had been on the verge of collapse, had not only stood up, but had also successfully blocked the Silver Mecha's attack for the first time. This fact allowed them to see a sliver of hope for Lihua University's victory, and they could not help but erupt into a burst of enthusiastic cheers. However, Zhou Yu understood. Those students from the First Academy's Mecha department understood. Shi Qinghai and Tai Ziyuan also understood. They could not help but feel somewhat surprised. Zhou Yu did not know how the person in the Black Mecha had been able to make a cold and emotionless machine complete that movement so smoothly like a human. Similarly, he did not know how the opponent could have a reaction speed faster than his own. But despite his surprise, this ace student of the 1st Military Academy did not feel a trace of worry in his heart. Calmly watching the various data feeds on the monitor screen, his eyes even flashed with a hint of a smile. The 4th second. Another change. The two mecha, which had been locked in a stalemate, suddenly shook violently for a moment. The arm of the silver mecha, which had been firmly blocked by the black mecha, once again reached forward. The alloy fist, gleaming with a cold light, was aimed directly at the most fatal part of the mecha, the cockpit. Of course, in this sort of system-monitored battle, it was impossible to allow true death to occur between the mecha. However, if the silver mecha could really use some kind of power to strike the cockpit, the system would naturally judge the silver mecha as the victor. This was the source of Zhou Yu's calm confidence. Whether the black mecha's strange block had been done subconsciously or if it really had some strange control method, Zhou Yu did not care. The mechanical arms of the two mecha were entangled. The silver mecha had lost its high-speed mobility and seemed to be at a disadvantage, but in reality, this battle was completely a test of both parties' micro-operations in a small space, as well as the power of their own mecha's power system. In these two aspects, Zhou Yu was very confident. The black mecha was not a match for him. When it came to micro-operations, Zhou Yu's standard was far beyond that of the average person. Meanwhile, the silver mecha was an enhanced version of the M37. So its own power output was much higher than the M prototype. Following the full output of the Jingnong type's high-power batteries, the back of the silver mecha emitted an incomparably familiar, incomparably intimate hum. The powerful power output of the M37 allowed the silver mecha to advance once again, seemingly unstoppable. In particular, Zhou Yu's right hand continued to input commands on the touch screen, causing the silver mecha's mechanical arms to vibrate rapidly in the smallest possible range within 0.01 seconds, colliding endlessly with the black mecha's two mechanical arms. Knock knock knock. Like a woodpecker pecking endlessly at a sturdy tree, gradually loosening the tree, or like the hand of an ancient giant, continuously striking at the crevices in the rock, causing the crevices in the rock to grow larger and larger. A mecha's alloy mechanical arms would not tire, but under this sort of extremely small range of vibrations, there was no time to reset them. The black mecha could only watch as the crevice in front of it grew larger and larger, while the silver mecha's mechanical arms drew closer and closer, faster and faster. It had to be admitted that the mecha combat ability of the ace students of the 1st Military Academy's mecha department was already at a very abnormal level. The 6th second. Tai Ziyuan's coffee cup paused by his lips. All 5 fingers on the sofa were already curled, his brow furrowed as he stared intently at the screen. That black mecha was on the verge of defeat, subconsciously feeling that something strange was about to happen. Zhou Yu also felt it, because the opponent's black mecha had not reacted at all in these 2 seconds, as if it had already lost all confidence. All it could do was wait to be hit and then be judged as a failure by the system. However, Zhou Yu was sure that the person in the black mecha was not someone who would admit defeat so easily. An ominous feeling appeared in Zhou Yu's mind. His expression was calm, but his fingers began to move rapidly across the screen, adjusting the M37's power output to instant strike. At the same time, he made the lower half of the mecha's mechanical legs begin to bend slightly to change into forward mode. The sound of electrical current and the sound of metal components coming together rang out. In the battle room, the trembling bodies of the two giant mechas seemed to freeze at the same time. The silver mecha's mechanical legs began to crouch, about to change into forward mode. Zhou Yu decided not to wait for that ominous possibility. He wanted to use this risky method to obtain more power output and ground grip in order to succeed in one hit. However, the black mecha which had been silent all this while seemed to have been waiting for this very moment. When the lower half of the silver mecha, Area 74C, shifted slightly to the back due to the mode change, the black mecha moved. Its thick mechanical legs moved, moving clumsily but decisively, becoming a black arc in the air. At a speed impossible to follow with the naked eye, at a precise 30-degree angle, it slashed viciously towards Area 74C of the lower half of the silver mecha. This was a scene that should never appear in a mecha battle. This was definitely a movement example that had never appeared in any mecha tutorial. The Federation's M-series mecha were all Form 2 mecha. The heavy mechanical legs were mainly used to support the heavy load of the mecha itself, but they could also be changed into forward mode. Through the reassembly of the metal components, the mecha could move swiftly across the plains at a speed of more than 100 km per hour. If required during wartime, tracks could also be temporarily installed to allow the mecha to smoothly cross those complicated swamps. All in all, in the Federation's mecha design and usage philosophy, the mecha's pair of heavy mechanical legs played a rather important role. However, this role was mainly reflected in the aspects of structure and movement. In battle, the mecha's balance was even more important. Only by maintaining the mecha's balance could the mecha's three major systems be guaranteed a stable reference and reaction platform, because the mecha's requirements for this aspect were too high, whether in design or usage. The people of the Federation had always only installed the weapon systems on the upper half of the mecha. Very few people would have thought that those heavy and clumsy moving mechanical legs could actually also be used as offensive weapons. In the countless thousands of years of history, there must have been scientists or those strong pilots who had come from training halls who had considered whether the mechanical legs could play an important role in mecha battle. However, countless experiments and calculations had long proven that if the stability of the mecha was to be guaranteed, the flexibility of the mechanical legs would have to be sacrificed. After all, a mecha was a machine. No matter how nimble a machine was, it still did not have the body of a human. It could not be like those special forces soldiers or training masters, who could leap through the forest and kick like a human. Perhaps some beginners would enthusiastically attempt this, but what awaited them would definitely be complete failure. This was because a mecha that could not even maintain the most basic stability and balance, no matter how fancy it was to raise its legs, could only be blown to the ground by a gust of wind. In true mecha special operations, it was naturally possible to use the mechanical legs to perform some actions that one would never normally do. However, that would only be done when one was already cornered into a desperate situation, which was why one would use such an extremely risky method. The professors of the three major military academies and the West Woods Military Academy's mecha faculty had long come to the conclusion that to control a mecha as if it was one's own body, the mecha pilot would need to have the computing speed and control precision of a computer. A high-grade central control computer might be able to complete these actions, but the computer itself would not be able to possess the natural reaction and judgment abilities of a human. Thus, the federal military's mecha teaching materials had never contained content on this aspect. This was because this was an offensive method that did not pay for itself. This was an offensive method that required countless failures before it could succeed once. In other words, this was a very stupid offensive method. Zhou Yu had seen this type of mecha leg attack before. In the first military academy's mecha faculty, there was a junior who was often whimsical but incredibly stubborn. That junior had once spent half a year's time attempting to make a mecha able to use the mechanical legs to launch an attack off the ground, while at the same time maintaining a quick response method under the opponent's counterattack. However, half a year later, that whimsical and incredibly stubborn junior had finally given up in resentment. Although even Zhou Yu admired the junior's talent, the consensus formed over countless years by the Human Federation was not something that just anyone could overturn. Thus, when Zhou Yu saw that black silhouette of a mechanical leg cleaving towards him with extreme precision and power from the monitor screen, and when the black mecha's main body still maintained its stability, its two arms blocking the silver mechanical arms still in place, Zhou Yu actually subconsciously paused for a tenth of a second, his pupils constricting abruptly. How had the opponent done it? Was it because half of the black mecha's body was leaning against the wall of the combat room? Or was it just a coincidence? Regardless of which it was, Zhou Yu would not actually feel panicked. This was because in countless mecha battles, there would always be some wondrous situations that would occur. And the next time, perhaps that pilot would not be able to use the same effect again. Zhou Yu himself had once unconsciously completed a beautiful roundhouse kick with his silver M37 during a mecha piloting experiment. At that time he had been immensely excited. However, when he tried to repeat the process in the days after that, he found that out of a total of 14 experiments, he had only succeeded twice. Such a low success rate could not be used in actual combat at all. The cautious Zhou Yu had since then tossed this matter to the back of his mind. This was because he knew that with the control ability of all the pilots in the Federation, they would not be able to make an attack from the lower half of a mecha become an effective method. Thus, Zhou Yu believed that the black mecha had only suddenly erupted in a desperate situation, and had been lucky enough to execute this kick, just like his own beautiful roundhouse kick all those years ago. What truly made Zhou Yu feel immense pressure was the black mecha's reaction speed and calmness. The opponent seemed to have predicted all the developments of the battle from the very first second, knowing that the two mecha would definitely be in a stalemate. Meanwhile, the silver M37 would rely on its greater power to gain an irreversible advantage, while Zhou Yu himself would switch his mechanical legs to forward mode at the last moment to deliver the final blow. The black mecha's reaction was too miraculous. In that instant when the silver mecha had switched mode, it had found a loophole in the armor of Area 74C, and had immediately attacked that area. The opponent had been silent all this time. Could it be that it had been waiting for this moment? If that was true, this sort of forbearance, this sort of calmness, this sort of observation, and even this sort of gambling style of attack would make Zhou Yu feel an unprecedented pressure. A chill flashed through Zhou Yu's heart, but he did not have time to think further. His narrowed eyes flashed, and the strength of an ace pilot burst forth in that instant. His fingers brushed past the touchscreen so quickly that the naked eye could not see them clearly. His left mechanical arm, which had been left empty all this time due to his elegance, suddenly shot forward. In a close-range battle between mecha without the firepower system, it was actually more like a primitive fight. The only things that were competing were brute force and speed, in other words, the power of the mecha and the pilot's controllability. At this moment, the black mecha's storm-like kick attack surprised Zhou Yu greatly. He needed to compete in speed with the opponent. As long as he could hit the opponent's cockpit faster than the opponent by just a hair, then he would still be the victor in this battle. The 6th second was finally over. Unsurprisingly, this kick of the black mecha's that no one had expected was like a poplar tree that had been uprooted by a strong gust of wind, or like a giant white wave that had struck the dam of Linhai province and then spat it out again. It accurately and heavily struck the lower half of the silver mecha's body, hitting Area 74C. With a loud crack, the clumsy black alloy mechanical leg struck the area where the silver mecha had temporarily lost its defensive capabilities, leaving a shocking wound. Electrical sparks lit up the combat room. On the lower half of the silver mecha's body, countless metal wires and pipes were tragically broken. At the same time, the silver mecha's pair of mechanical arms had successfully broken through the black mecha's defenses, striking viciously at the black mecha's abdomen where the cockpit was located. With a series of crackling sounds, the translucent cockpit door was severely deformed, and web-like cracks began to extend endlessly. White smoke began to fill the combat room, obscuring all vision. After a moment of silence, the system's electronic voice rang out once more. It was a very straightforward and simple judgment. Same. The combat room fell into a strange silence. The two heavily damaged mecha had already left combat mode, facing each other silently. After the silver mecha's left mechanical leg had suffered that powerful blow, its structural system had been completely destroyed. The entire body of the mecha was already half-tilted, and it had lost all ability to move. A moment later, the silver mecha's cockpit door opened. Zhou Yu stared blankly at the thick smoke in front of him, as if he wanted to see the black mecha that was so close to him clearly. The black mecha's cockpit door had already cracked open inch by inch. However, the smoke-filled room made it impossible to see the pilot's true appearance on the other side of the smoke. Zhou Yu frowned slightly. In combat mode, the maximum attack power output was limited, especially the attack aimed at the cockpit. Why had the opponent's cockpit door been completely shattered? He did not know if the other person was fine. He was somewhat worried, but he did not know that the black mecha's cockpit door was a temporary backup that had been installed today. "Are you okay?" shouted Zhou Yu towards the other side of the smoke. After a long time, a few coughs came from the other side of the smoke and a voice rang out. "You're really strong. I thought that kick would hit you. You shouldn't have been able to hit me in time." Zhou Yu could hear the sincerity in the other's voice and could not help but smile slightly. However, his smile was somewhat bitter. He had confirmed that the other was just a beginner, but seemed to have some kind of talent. He looked at the gradually dissipating smoke, frowning as he asked, "You're a student of Wuxia University? How did you do that kick just now? Do you want to come to our academy to learn some basic knowledge?" Zhou Yu had only said this subconsciously, but then he smiled and shook his head, saying, "Today you've already become the hero of Wuxia University. I think that Principal Tsong will not let a talent like you leave." Their previous conversation and their current shouts through the smoke were all limited to the combat room. The countless people in the comprehensive hall could not hear them at all. The voice on the other side of the smoke suddenly became confused. "What hero? You don't know?" Zhou Yu looked at the gradually dissipating smoke in puzzlement. The air system in the combat room was operating at full capacity, and the smoke instantly thinned by a lot. The alloy ceiling in the sky slowly opened, and ear-splitting cheers could be heard from below. Sitting in the black mecha, Sulu watched all this in a daze. Suddenly he cried out, and at the same time the black mecha also began to move rapidly. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Zhou Yu heard the sound of electric current coming from the other side, and was even more puzzled. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the other's broken cabin door, wanting to see clearly what this strange fellow looked like. But all he saw was a pair of heavily damaged alloy fists firmly blocking the cabin door. The comprehensive hall was already filled with thunderous cheers. The students of Wuxia University and the other academies in the university town were all in a state of excitement. Countless dust and spray equipment came out from the ceiling and began to clean the entire room, especially the platform where the black mech was. It was cleaned repeatedly. Presumably, it would not be long before all the fingerprints that Sulu had left behind in the mech's cockpit and this room were wiped clean. Wiping away the beads of sweat on his forehead again, Sulu silently and steadily put on his backpack. He walked out of the room and came to the tightly shut alloy door. After the chip's scan and the command input were complete, he stood in the corridor between the two doors. Through the gap of the outermost door, he cautiously confirmed that there were no diligent students in the H area outside for the time being. Only then did he leave the H1 area in a flash. Using his hat to cover his face, Sulu lowered his head and walked quickly through the quiet H area of the library. It had to be said that his luck was pretty good. It was already 10:30 in the morning. Usually, there would already be countless excellent students from Wuxia University diligently studying in the H area of the library. They would definitely notice that a student had walked out of the strange H1 area that no one had ever entered before. However, the 1st Military Academy was visiting today. Most of the people were watching that soul-stirring mecha battle in the comprehensive library. Moreover, tonight was the Double Moon Festival Ball. No matter how nerdy a student was, they would all try their best to tidy themselves up, praying that they would be able to dance a song with the girl they loved that night. Under the witness of those pairs of moons, they would reap a sweet romance. Jogging out of the H area of the library, he passed through the quiet forest. After confirming that no one had discovered that he had come out of the H1 area, Sulu finally relaxed. He let out a long, stuffy breath and slowed down his walking speed. At this time he had both hands in his trouser pockets and a backpack on his back. He looked like a very normal student. "Where are you? I didn't see you in the general library, and I couldn't find you in the gatehouse at this time either." "I'm studying by the river." Su Li's voice was slightly hoarse because of his nervousness. "Studying my ass. I ordered 2 sets of clothes from CU for tonight's ball. Come over quickly, I'll go get them for you." Su Li laughed, knowing that the other was worried that a dull fellow like him would not understand the rules of the ball. He couldn't help but feel a trace of warmth and said, "Thank you." "Thank my ass. You're someone with an inheritance, so the money is yours." Sulu was helpless. He had originally wanted to say that he already had clothes, but then he remembered that those clothes were bought by Zhang Xiaoming, and he couldn't help but feel a little sour in his heart. Besides, he really didn't dare to stay on campus at this time, so he said, "I'll be right there." "No, I have something urgent to attend to right now." On the other end of the line, Shi Qinghai's voice suddenly turned calm. "You go by yourself first. I'll come look for you in a bit." Sulu put his phone back into his pocket and pulled his cap down even lower, hiding his slightly furrowed brows. He had heard the sudden change in Shi Qinghai's voice and felt that the other seemed to have something on his mind, but he didn't know what it was. Shi Qinghai had always been a mysterious person. Perhaps it was because of his profession. Sulu walked towards the iron gates of Pear Blossom Garden worriedly. Along the way, he saw many students who had just walked out of the general library. These students were not only from Pear Blossom University, there were also many students wearing the uniforms of other schools in the university city. What was similar was that these students all had traces of excitement on their faces, their eyes shining with pride and excitement. The sounds of discussion were endless, ringing out between the small path in the woods and the teaching buildings in the early winter. These students were all discussing the 2 previous mecha battle drills, especially the final battle between the black mecha and the silver M37. A mysterious student pilot had appeared in Pear Blossom University, operating a M prototype mecha, and actually being able to fight to a draw with an ace student of the 1st Military Academy who was operating an M37 mecha. Without question, this made all the students in the university city feel proud and honored. They discussed excitedly, some students even unable to resist swaying their bodies and imitating the black mecha's final kick. Although they all knew that the silver mecha's control level seemed to be higher, and that the final blow to the abdomen had also been exceptionally domineering, their attention was still only on the black mecha. Wearing his cap, Sulu walked briskly past these students. Although he didn't want to deliberately listen, those terms like black mecha still kept pouring into his ears. The more he listened, the more complicated his feelings became. Knowing that the silver mecha he had fought with in the end was indeed an ace student of the first military academy, he couldn't help but feel somewhat happy. However, when he saw those students laughing loudly while imitating the black mecha clutching its stomach and running away, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. At that time, he had only been in a hurry to cover his face and run away, so how could he have cared about the so-called demeanor and image of a pilot? Returning to his own concierge bedroom, Sulu could finally relax completely. He gulped down a large vat of cold water to replenish the water he had lost earlier and quench the terrifying hunger in his stomach. Carrying his backpack into the bathroom, he carefully removed the mirror. The tiles behind the mirror had basically been hollowed out by him, enough to fit a backpack inside. After hiding the backpack, Sulu pondered for a moment, then pried up another tile underneath. He took out the stun baton he had named Flying Dagger, and put it on his body. He didn't know what would happen in the next few days, so it was better to be careful. Last time, when he met Hook and the others outside the clubhouse, if he had had his stun baton with him, he wouldn't have been so helpless under the cold muzzle of that gun and could only take the risk of fighting with his body. Before leaving the room, he subconsciously turned on the hologram on the wall. The constantly flashing and rolling post titles on the campus network appeared on the hologram and reflected in his eyes. His expression became extremely rich and his body also froze in place. Black Mecha, where are you? We're calling for you. General Library's live post, the Black Mecha's great reversal. Why is the mecha so black? It's the same as being a dark horse. What are the legends of UA University trying to hide behind the scenes? A proud academy retreats in defeat. Why are hidden geniuses always among the common folk? These were the few posts that were pinned to the top, and the scrolling post list below was basically dominated by the scene in the General Library today. In the Capital Ring where information was incomparably advanced, the mecha duel in the General Library was continuously being broadcasted live on the campus network, attracting the attention of countless people. Especially after the mysterious disappearance of the Black Mecha at the end, countless people began to guess the Black Mecha's true identity amidst their cheers, and countless people launched activities to search for the Black Mecha. How long had it been, and it had already caused such a huge commotion? Sulu was lost in thought as he stared at the words on the hologram in astonishment. When the vault had opened earlier, he had already known that the situation of the mecha duel had fallen into the eyes of countless people. Earlier on, he had also seen many students discussing excitedly, but he really hadn't expected that a mere mecha duel drill would be able to excite the students of the entire university town to this extent. Sulu looked at the hologram and scratched his head, somewhat baffled. His eyes narrowed out of habit, and he raised his arm to click on one of the links to a high-definition video. In an extremely short amount of time, the image on the hologram was transferred to the Federation's largest video website, Tomato. Looking at that clumsy Black Mecha's movements on the screen, looking at that incomparably swift silver stream of light, Sulu's eyes slowly widened, and he stared without stopping for a moment. When he thought of how countless people had been like him earlier, staring at that incomparably large hologram in the General Library while he himself was within the hologram, his mood became somewhat strange. On the screen, the Black Mecha fell, stood up, and then 6 seconds passed in a flash. Under the impossible circumstances, the Black Mecha executed that kick. During the transition of movement mode in an extremely short amount of time, the 74C armor plate on the lower half of the M37 mecha would show problems. Sulu watched every image and his mood gradually calmed down. He studied harder than anyone else, memorizing all the M-series mecha blueprints he could find in UA University. Those memorized data mixed together with the techniques Uncle Feng Yu had imperceptibly taught him back in the Eastwood region gave him a natural intuitive judgment of mecha, which was why he could accurately grasp the fleeting opportunity. This really could only be attributed to intuition, and had nothing to do with the strange power in his body or the information transmission channel. It was just that this sort of intuition could only be attributed to a sea of data and many years of practice, and only then could one have a natural affinity with mechanical components. To know where the only possible loophole of the silver mecha was, one also needed to have the ability to grasp this loophole. Sulu's control level was still far from being a match for the ace students of the first military academy, but he had an ability that they definitely could not have, and that was the trembling of his body. The antique control system that had been phased out by the Federation many years ago, combined with the powerful physical control ability in his body, could allow the mecha to perform actions that would never be possible under normal circumstances. 30 degrees, it could only be 30 degrees. Sulu watched the image quietly, and a happy smile appeared on his face. He thought of the kick that the fat captain of the ancient bell had sent towards him. That kick of the black mecha on the screen already looked like Captain Tian's kick, Ling Lai's kick. Sulu took a deep breath, and an indescribable feeling began to fill his chest. Perhaps it was confidence, or perhaps it was joy or something else, but after all, he was just a youth. Every victory and improvement in life would make him happy, even if today's happiness was extremely risky and muddled. He vaguely understood the true use of the power in his body, and also understood how the uncle was able to calmly face an entire team of special mecha from the Federation. In this world, only the uncle and him understood that the human body was the first line of machines, and the mecha was just an extension of this machine. Only the uncle and him could use the powerful power in their bodies, either through methods that had been phased out by the Federation, or through methods as mysterious as the uncle, using the human body to directly control the mecha. Chapter 97. Sulu should have been proud, but he was not. The excitement he should have felt was not as strong as people thought. He looked at the last image of the black mech leaving in a sorry state on the screen and just smiled happily. His interest was still in mech repair. Piloting a mech was exhilarating, but it was not his goal in life. The war between the Federation and the Empire had subsided for more than 10 years. In an era where peace was gradually becoming a habit, Sulu did not plan to enlist in the military. Naturally, he did not think that becoming a mech pilot was his future choice. Perhaps it was because of what happened to Uncle Boss and his forced exile, as well as the privileged class like the Zhou siblings, that Sulu did not have much of a good impression and trust of the Federation government. In comparison, he actually had a much better impression of the anti-government faction led by Senator Macklin. Of course, if the Empire once again brazenly invaded the Federation, Sulu would not run far away just because of his dislike of the government. He would definitely do his duty as a citizen of the Federation. In just a moment, Sulu thought of his life many years in the future from the black mech on the screen. This kind of absent-mindedness rarely happened to him except when he was doing mech repair work. Suddenly, an extremely loud rumbling sound came from his stomach. Sulu looked down with a bitter expression, almost fainting from the strong sense of hunger. The set of strange movements and the mysterious power in his body that Uncle Fengyu had taught him, other than the obvious trembling, the biggest drawback was probably the hunger after every use of the power. Sulu, who had been in a tense state when he ran out of Area H1, did not feel this. Now that he had truly relaxed, he suddenly understood that the words hungry intestines were indeed very thin and dry. It was like a thin soup without much water, and when written, it would take one's life. The image on the screen returned to the forum of the school's intranet. A post that was marked red by the administrator entered Suli's line of sight. He stared blankly at the ID of a girl who was obviously asking Prince Black G to be her dance partner for the Double Moon Festival dance party with a love-struck tone. The key point was that the girl had attached a picture. Thus, the post was filled with curses mainly from the girl. As for Sulu, who was in a state of absolute hunger, he hurriedly turned off the light screen, clutched his stomach and ran out of his bedroom. When he thought of that girl's face, it was as if he was suddenly full. In the busiest business district of Linhai, there was a quiet street. Bustle and quietness were not contradictory. The so-called quietness in the bustle was a kind of style, while the quietness in the bustle represented a kind of nobility that exuded the smell of money Inc. On this quiet street that was about 200 meters long, the most famous luxury stores in the Federation were gathered. The decorations were elegant, but they had a noble aura. There weren't many customers, but each of them had a reserved look on their faces, fully displaying the attitude of keeping the poor at 1,000 miles away. It was just past noon. Customers of high status or wealthy families wouldn't choose to shop in the snow. However, the uniformed ladies in the CU brand clothing store still maintained a standard smile. Their hands were clasped in front of their stomachs, and they politely looked at the air outside the store. It was as if a rich man would appear at any time. With a crisp sound, the small bronze bell at the door rang. The female service staff in the fitting uniform became spirited at the same time. Their smiles became more gentle, and they went forward to welcome the visitor. Sulu, who had been staring blankly at the price tags on the GU clothing, suddenly came back to his senses. He suddenly noticed that the delicate and pretty employee's eyes were inconspicuously sliding over the deep-fried dough cake in his hand. Only then did he realize that he was inappropriate. He smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry, I'm too hungry. The female employee forced a smile and did not reply, but her expression faintly revealed that she did not welcome him. Sulu could not help but sigh in his heart. After a moment of silence he said, "I'm here to get some clothes." "Get some clothes?" The female employee was slightly taken aback. She could not believe her ears. The GU store's custom-made clothes were extremely expensive. Was this poor young student sure that he had not come to the wrong place? She subconsciously repeated, "Are you sure?" These 3 words were said very impolitely. Even the good-tempered Sulu frowned slightly. The manager on duty also knew that her subordinate had made a mistake, so she hurried over to them in an attempt to ease the atmosphere. However, Sulu just shook his head and said, "Sure, Qinghai ordered 2 sets of clothes. Take them out and let me have a look." This was the first time he had walked into a place that truly belonged to the rich, especially when he thought about how these 2 sets of clothes would cost him tens of thousands of yuan. When Sulu thought about how he only had 300,000 yuan left in his card, he was a little dazed. Hearing the female employee's words, anyone would get angry, but Sulu did not want to care about it. After all, this was not Department 23's TV series. Did he really have to take out his gold card later and buy all the clothes in this clothing store to make these female employees' eyes turn red and feel defeated? Although it felt good to play the pig to eat the tiger, the problem was that he really did not have that much money, Sulu thought with a wry smile. Then he took the 2 sets of clothes and took out his bank card to pay for them. At this time, the manager on duty and the female employee had already apologized multiple times, and the rest of the female employees in the store had successfully gotten rid of the shock on their faces. They just felt that things were getting weirder and weirder in this world. "The fitting room is inside. Please follow me." The manager on duty did not take the bank card with a large limit and politely invited Sulu to follow her inside. She glanced discreetly at the 3 deep-fried dough cakes in his hand that had been bitten into crescents and said with a smile, "Can I wrap up your food for you first?" Looking at the energetic young man in front of the full-length mirror, Sulu was quite satisfied with the dark-colored suit. He carefully adjusted the position of the collar, tilted his head, and took a few more looks before the pain in his heart subsided slightly. This faintly glowing dark-colored suit fit him very well. Sulu did not know how the GU store had done it, but he could only admire Shi Qinghai's eyes as a special agent of the Federation's Investigation Bureau. He actually remembered his figure so clearly. The snow outside the window was gradually getting heavier. Sulu looked at it worriedly, wondering what kind of work Shi Qinghai was delayed by. He hoped that it would not be too troublesome. "It suits you very well." In order to make up for the lack of staff in the GU store, the female manager who had accompanied them all the way gave a very short and polite comment. It made people feel happy just hearing it. "I still need to wait for a friend to try on the suit." Sulu retracted his gaze from outside the window and said to the female manager. The female manager smiled warmly and pointed to a quiet area in the corner of the store. "Please wait there for a moment. We have prepared some pastries and coffee for you. You're welcome to try them." Sulu smiled and his mood improved. He walked over there. Of course he would not object to free food. After all, he was very hungry at this time. The female manager accompanied him in that direction. She was also in a good mood. She did not expect this young man to have such a good temper. He did not take advantage of the impolite mistake made by the staff in the store earlier. What made her mood even better was that although it was snowing lightly in Linhai and the weather was bad, several groups of customers had already appeared in the store just after noon. It seemed that today's performance was not bad. As the manager of the GU store, she obviously knew that tonight was Lihua University's Double Moon Festival dance party. However, the rich kids among the students had already ordered their outfits. She didn't know why the guests who suddenly appeared today were in such a hurry. "It has nothing to do with me whether I'm in a hurry or not. I hope you can do it for me." A cold and proud voice rang out in the GU store. It was a group of young men and women who were choosing their suits. The one who spoke was a young man about 20 years old. His companions were lucky enough to have chosen their suits. He was the only one who had not chosen a suitable ready-made suit. If the GU store wanted to order a suit, it would take a long time in advance. Everyone knew this. However, time was indeed tight, so he was a little anxious. The manager went up to him and explained a little, but she could not get the other party's understanding. She could not help but sigh in her heart. When this group of customers entered the store, she already knew that they were all people whose names were on the GU VIP list. She could not understand why these big shots, who usually only appeared in the special capital district or the largest city in S1, would appear in Linhai at the same time. Sulu was sitting on the sofa, eating pastries, drinking coffee, and enjoying the warm spring air. He was leisurely waiting for Shi Qinghai. He did not notice the trouble on the other side because it had nothing to do with him. However, he did not expect that trouble would find him in the next moment. My friend, your figure seems to be very similar to mine. I really like the suit you're wearing. I have an urgent need for it tonight. Take it off. I'll pay 10 times the price. Su Lu raised his head in shock and saw the young man looking down at him. It was Su Li's wish to help others, but he would never stoop so low. Especially when this person seemed to speak calmly, but in reality, there was a sense of righteousness and order in his bones. Thus, Su Lu lowered his head and treated this man as heir. You're very rude. We're talking to you but you don't even look at us. Another proud girl who was dressed like a princess frowned and spoke. She looked at Su Lu, who was eating and drinking non-stop on the sofa, with disgust. Su Lu frowned. He was just thinking that life wasn't a TV series, so why was he always encountering such inexplicable things? He raised his head and looked at the proud girl, who was not ugly, even beautiful, and said seriously, Miss, your figure is very similar to my girlfriend's. She should like your suit very much. Also, we have an urgent need for it. Take it off. I'll pay twice the price. That man was willing to pay 10 times the price, but Su Lu was only willing to pay twice the price. The same words were stabbed back. This showed that a calm and gentle young man could occasionally be quite lethal when he was mean. Hearing this, the group of young men and women were stunned at the same time. They did not expect that someone would use such a calm and mocking tone to reply to them. The beautiful proud girl was so angry that her eyes were cold. Su Lu looked at her and the man beside her gently and said, I know this is a very rude request, so I take it back. His meaning was very clear. What you did was impolite. You can take it back or you can only become air in your eyes. You're going to the Double Moon Festival ball tonight? That man coldly looked at Su Lu on the sofa and said, We're going too. Maybe we'll meet again. But I'll repeat myself. You're really not willing to take off your suit in exchange for 10 times the price and my forgiveness for your previous disrespect? Su Lu did not expect that these people would be so impolite. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. He thought of the Zhou siblings he met at the entrance of the nightclub. He thought that these so-called people born with a golden key in their mouths were probably so impolite. They were also going to the Double Moon Festival ball tonight? It was just a routine ball in a university. These people who were obviously not students of Yue University wanted to join in the fun? You're rich, I'm poor. Su Lu looked at him and shook his head. You might not see me at the ball. As for disrespect, I forgive your previous disrespect to me. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere became even weirder. The group of young and rich men and women quietly looked at Su Lu on the sofa as if they were looking at a monster. Su Lu was still drinking his coffee with his head lowered. In his heart, he was cursing Shi Qinghai for picking such a place. Why did he have to enter a non-human clothing store and meet a bunch of non-humans? Pabre chooses to use force to suppress the 4 states after he is elected president. I am very worried that our comrades will be utterly defeated. The current president is a cowardly and incompetent person, but Pabre is different. The bureau chief said worriedly, a president who came out of a family of miners must have set extremely high ideals at a very young age. This kind of person is very determined and will definitely not allow the existence of anti-government armed forces within the Federation, especially within the capital ring. But these are all pre-existing worries. Shi Qinghai glanced at the bureau chief and said, Today, you took the risk of meeting me under the pretext of a teacher-student reunion. I don't think that's all you want to say. The bureau chief shook his head and looked at the snowflakes outside the window. Suddenly, he said softly, I just feel that something is going to happen recently, so I came to see you. If there is any problem in the future, I will delete your file immediately. Other than me, he is the only one in the organization who knows that Lin Hai's old eagle is you. You know, he never cares about specific matters. Even if you want to leave, the organization will not find out. At that time you will be truly free. This sentence was extremely inauspicious. As the 2 most successful anti-government spies within the Federation, Shi Qinghai and the bureau chief had already mentally prepared themselves for the possibility of death at any time. However, when they suddenly heard this sentence, Shi Qinghai could not help but frown. He looked at his teacher quietly and said slowly, Freedom is indeed something I like very much, but I don't want to use your death as a condition. He patted his teacher's shoulder and said softly, These past few years have been very tiring for me. I have been constantly sending back information to the 4 states around the mountains, but I also have to watch that old bastard Macklin continuously throw flirtatious glances at the Federation. I feel very uncomfortable. But teacher, you should know that the reason I am able to persevere until today is because I agree with the organization's philosophy. This world does indeed need to change, but the organization will never use assassinations and terrorist attacks that may affect civilians as a way of fighting. I only hope that this philosophy can be persevered. Shi Qinghai leaned back on the leather sofa and lit a cigarette. He slowly said in the midst of the smoke, "If one day the organization violates this principle, then I can only leave the organization, even if it may lead to me being killed." "What are you trying to say?" The bureau chief frowned and looked at his proud disciple. "Is it about the Double Moon Festival ball? What did you discover?" "I just don't understand why the organization is so concerned about the Crown Prince's coming-of-age ceremony. I can understand why Macklin sent that little girl who doesn't know anything." Shi Qinghai flicked the ash from his cigarette and said calmly, "The 7 major families are the biggest vested interests of the Federation. I don't think the Tai family is likely to cooperate with us. If that's the case, what's the point of spending so much to obtain this information?" "You think the organization will use this Double Moon Festival ball to assassinate the Crown Prince?" the bureau chief asked seriously. "Yes, other than this I can't think of any other possibilities. The organization rarely assassinates public figures of the Federation because it will greatly damage the organization's image." The bureau chief looked at Shi Qinghai sternly and said, "Not to mention the Double Moon Festival ball will be held in the university town. There will be too many innocent citizens. Your speculation is disrespectful to the organization's principle. I don't trust anyone except you." Shi Qinghai didn't give up his speculation under his teacher's stern gaze. "And if the organization really does assassinate the successor of the Tai family, you and I will be completely unaware. I can only say that we will be the ones who will be abandoned in the future. You can't convince me because the organization's assassination of the successor of the Tai family is not beneficial to our business at all. Cleaning up the sins of the 7 major families in history is the organization's principle." Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes slightly. "And just as you said earlier, the Tai family has already contacted Councilman Pabre. You also analyzed that Councilman Pabre might be leaning towards the Eagle faction. If that's the case, why didn't the organization choose to eliminate Councilman Pabre's greatest support before he becomes the president? The Tai family only has one successor for 7 generations. Shi Qinghai continued his analysis calmly. "If we say that this family is the most terrifying existence in the Federation, then from a certain perspective, it is actually the weakest existence. As long as this successor dies, this family will definitely fall apart due to the lack of a successor." The bureau chief was silent for a long time. He suddenly wanted to meet his student, Shi Qinghai, because he had some suspicions about the recent movements of the organization. Whether it was Councilman Medellin or those important figures in the Federation, it was necessary for them to get close to the Tai family and show goodwill to the successor of the Tai family. Only the anti-government forces that had resisted the Federation for decades had no reason to care about the whereabouts of the successor of the Tai family, unless the higher-ups of the organization really had some ideas. The bureau chief laughed and said, "We would never sell out women. That is so tasteless." After a while, he calmed down and said with a smile, "The latest order from the higher-ups of the organization is to use all means to get in touch with the successor." "Damn it, you just said that now." Shi Qinghai was stunned for a moment and then cursed, "Looks like tonight's ball won't be a problem. Just be careful." The bureau chief patted him on the shoulder. "Then I will go first. I have a meeting with a friend. It has been delayed for too long." Shi Qinghai walked in the direction of the GU store on the quiet streets of Linhai. He hadn't walked far when he frowned. He lowered his head and glanced at his wristwatch. He pushed open the top cover and saw a line of words appear on the hidden display below. "Don't worry about the ball because he is here. The address is..." Shi Qinghai was stunned. The only person who could contact him in this way was his teacher who had just broken up with him, the old guy who was the bureau chief of HTD. Obviously, the old guy had just received this information and was very happy or excited when he forwarded it to him. That was why he spoke so casually. Shi Qinghai looked at the line of words in astonishment. Looking at the word him in the second sentence, he suddenly felt that things in the world were incomparably absurd. Earlier when he was talking with his teacher he was still talking about him and now he was here. But why did he come to Linhai? How dare he come? If he really came, it seemed that the organization's attitude toward the Double Moon Festival ball was really biased toward peace. The organization would never let him take such a risk. Shi Qinghai forgot to brush the snowflakes off his long eyelashes. He looked at the words on his watch in disbelief. He couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate when he thought about how he was about to meet that big shot. Every spy had their own code name to facilitate one-way communication. Shi Qinghai's code name was Eagle, and his teacher's code name was Liquor. Shi Qinghai also knew some of his colleagues who had unfortunately been arrested by the Federation, such as Swallow and Crow, who had been sacrificed. In human history there were countless spies who were famous because of their code names. However, in this constitutional era, the most powerful spies were almost all from the anti-government forces in the 4 states surrounding the mountains. This was because at the top of the anti-government forces spy system, there was a person with the code name Him. He was the second in command of the anti-government forces, and the closest comrade of the anti-government forces leader. In the eyes of Shi Qinghai and the others, he was an amazing professional. The Federation had never obtained enough information about such a high-level leader. The anti-government forces had been resisting in the 4 states of S2 for many years, but no one in the Federation knew what the second-in-command looked like. This alone proved how terrifying he was. In the thin snow and light wind, Shi Qinghai couldn't help but shiver. He was about to pick up that person and then attend the Double Moon Festival ball? He came to Linhai to meet the young master of the Tai family. But what could the anti-government forces and the Tai family talk about? Shi Qinghai, who could still maintain a calm heart and a lazy smile on his face even when the seawall collapsed in front of him, couldn't help but feel a little shaken after receiving this information. In the past few years, he had obtained a lot of information about the Federation for the anti-government forces. He helped the people in the 4 states to not only survive the battle, but also helped the moderate faction in the anti-government forces to gain a lot of benefits in the local elections. It could be said that he was one of the most successful spies in the anti-government forces in recent years. But in the face of his direct superior, in the face of that him, who no one had ever seen, Shi Qinghai had no confidence at all. He had to ensure his absolute safety in Linhai, and arrange for him to meet that young man at the Double Moon Festival ball. The huge pressure made Shi Qinghai frown in an instant. This pressure made him only notice the abnormal situation and hear the specific details of the conflict when he walked into the GU store. With just a glance, Shi Qinghai guessed the purpose of the group of rich men and women. He narrowed his eyes and walked over directly. He said to Sulu, who was still drinking coffee, "Let's go." Sulu treated the group of rich men and women as if they were invisible, but he was also a little annoyed. When he saw that Shi Qinghai had finally come, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He stood up and asked, "Do you want me to accompany you to try on the clothes?" "No need." Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes and glanced at those people. His eyes naturally revealed a trace of indifference. "Manager, how many pairs of shoes do you have in the store?" "I want all of them." The group of proud rich men and women had been in a conflict with Sulu. When they saw that Fellow's companions had come, they were ready to be the first to flip out. However, they didn't expect that Shi Qinghai would flip out before them. The items in the GU store were very expensive. If they wanted to buy all the shoes in the store, how much would it cost? All of the noble people present had the financial ability to do so, but no one would do such a thing as a nouveau riche. The man who had wanted Sulu to take off his gown looked at Shi Qinghai mockingly and said, "Please continue with your performance." Shi Qinghai ignored him and pulled the beautiful female manager to pay the bill. The female manager had seen strange people who liked to flaunt their wealth, but she still felt that it was a little strange to ask for all the shoes to be packed. Sulu followed behind him, dumbfounded. He asked, "Where did you get so much money? Don't you have a bank card?" Shi Qinghai said. Sulu smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, "I still have more than 100,000 yuan. A pair of shoes here costs a few thousand yuan. How can it be enough to buy all of them?" Shi Qinghai smiled warmly and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, you don't know the limit of your card, right? You can overdraft it and the limit is very high." Sulu took out the 3 Linlin Alliance bank card that the uncle had given him. He couldn't believe his eyes. He felt very distressed when he saw that the card had been swiped successfully. At this moment, all the shoes in the GU store belonged to him alone. The female manager's performance today was really amazing. She looked at Sulu with a smile, returned the card with both hands and said, "We look forward to your next visit." Shi Qinghai told the other party to send all the shoes to a certain address tomorrow afternoon. Then he patted Sulu on the shoulder and proudly walked out of the store under the watchful eyes of the GU store staff. When they walked past the group of rich men, the man sneered and said, "So there are indeed a lot of idiots in Linhai. How could they do such a tasteless thing like burning money?" "Idiot? Who are you talking about?" This time, Shi Qinghai didn't remain silent. He turned around with a smile and looked at the man. "I just want to know, if a bunch of idiots bought goose gowns but can't even get a pair of goose shoes, what kind of happy scene would it be when they attend the ball?" The crowd was stunned for a moment before they became angry. Only now did they realize that this guy in a wrinkled suit was actually so sinister. In the Empire, it was said that the places that ordered the gowns would never make shoes. Also, mixing and matching was a style that was highly praised. However, in the Federation, this was absolutely impossible. "It's getting late." Shi Qinghai looked at his watch and said sincerely, "I hope you guys can get everything ready before the ball. There are many stores on this street. Do you think I'll buy all of their shoes?" Walking in the wind and snow, Sula couldn't help but laugh when he thought of the rich men's expressions. He didn't know anything about the etiquette of the upper class, but he could guess that Shi Qinghai's move would definitely make the other party suffer. The next moment, the smile on his face turned into helplessness and distress. He looked at Shi Qinghai and said, "So much money. How can I pay it back?" "Idiot, the goods will be delivered tomorrow afternoon. Cancel this deal in the morning." Shi Qinghai didn't even look at him and said disdainfully, "I say, you're too honest. You don't even know how to talk back when you're being bullied by that group of people? You don't even know how to use these little tricks. How can you pretend to be something in society?" Sulu rubbed the back of his head. He wanted to say that he had already said a few harsh words, but he just smiled and said, "I'm used to using my hands, not my mouth." Shi Qinghai was stunned. Thinking of the fight between Sulu and the Special Forces soldier in the nightclub, he couldn't help but laugh loudly on the quiet and luxurious famous street in Linhai. "I still have something to do." At a corner of the street, Shi Qinghai stopped and looked at Sulu with a smile. "I may have something to do at the ball tonight. You can play by yourself. Maybe you can get that Zhang Xiaoming back." The life of a spy was always stressful. When he knew that he was coming, Shi Qinghai was used to being frivolous. He wanted to vent Su Li's anger and relieve his pressure. But since he was here, Shi Qinghai knew that he couldn't accompany Su Li tonight. "After all, we are not people who can appear in public like Mr. Macklin," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "Now this is an opportunity and it's worth the risk. If the negotiation with the other party goes well, they will definitely use their family's power in the Federation to help us hide everything. If the negotiation doesn't go well, I don't think it will be possible for me to go back alive. If that's the case, it might not be a bad choice for you to accompany me to meet George Macklin." Shi Qinghai's expression changed. He didn't expect this leader of the anti-government army to say something like this. However, he immediately sensed something else from the man's words, especially when he referred to Mr. Macklin as Mr. Macklin. Mr. Macklin was the title of the internal organization of the anti-government army. He frowned and asked, "The people in the mountains can't hold on much longer?" The middle-aged man still maintained his smile, but there was a sense of vicissitudes and sorrow in his smile. The elections in the 4 states surrounding the mountains were successful. Mr. Macklin received a lot of support. The people who insisted on having their own armed forces, including me, are all feeling a little lonely. The federal military is still preparing for the attack. If the situation continues to develop like this, I don't know how long the people in the mountains can hold on. Shi Qinghai was silent for a long time. He was very worried about the safety of his companions in the mountains, but he was more curious about what benefits the organization was trying to get by taking such a huge risk to send him to attend the coming-of-age ceremony of the successor of the Tai family. After a while, he gave up the urge to ask about the inside story and said seriously, "Thank you for telling me the truth. I believe in your loyalty to your beliefs. Beliefs don't mean loyalty. I just don't like this federation." Shi Qinghai said with a smile, "Actually, I've always been very curious about how I should address you other than that too simple code name." "You can call me a mountain person," the middle-aged man said with a smile. Sula didn't know that tonight's Double Moon Festival ball had become a stage for the people with high positions in the Federation to show themselves. It had even gradually evolved into a competition between the two anti-government forces. He also didn't know that the center of this whirlpool was the young man named Tai Ziyuan. How could he have known that his friend was actually a big shot who could influence the entire Federation? The ball was held in a quiet building in Yue University. The green trees around the building were covered with a layer of frost. Under the illumination of the lights, they looked as beautiful as a jade palace. Sulu was waiting for Shi Qinghai at the entrance, bored to death. He looked up at the sky and saw that the clouds in the sky had long disappeared. Countless stars surrounded the two round moons that were gradually approaching. The scenery was so empty that it made people even more worried. Zhang Xiaoming will appear at the ball with that congressman's son, right? Sulu looked at the two round moons in the sky and thought with narrowed eyes. His heart was filled with an indescribable emptiness. If Shi Qinghai wasn't coming, perhaps he would have preferred to stay in the H1 area and continue the seemingly never-ending level 6 training. Of course, after what happened in the general gymnasium today, Sulu wasn't sure if he would have a chance to enter the H1 area again. Someone patted his shoulder. He turned around and was very happy to see Shi Qinghai's face. At the same time, he also noticed that under the other's casual expression, there was a hidden heaviness, and beside him was a middle-aged man. Shi Qinghai didn't want to meet Sulu tonight, but for some reason the bold anti-government army leader beside him pointed out Suli's direction and said he wanted to come over and say hello. "I'm Qinghai's uncle. You're Sulu, right? I often hear him mention you in his letters." The middle-aged man chuckled and said to Sulu, "You can also call me uncle." Sulu was startled. He thought that he had never heard Mr. Shi mention him before, but he still obediently called him uncle. He didn't notice that Shi Qinghai's face was unusually expressive. At this time, Suli's eyes suddenly became calm, because he saw a line of expensive cars slowly driving to the main road in front of the building. The heavy car doors opened one by one, and a line of well-dressed men and women walked over in a reserved manner. The daughter of the Zhou family, who was wearing a red evening gown, walked at the front. The men and women he saw in the Jiu store in the afternoon were walking side by side with her. They seemed to be of high status as well. Trouble seemed to be coming. Shi Qinghai whispered a few words to the middle-aged man, but the middle-aged man just smiled and shook his head. Sulu didn't notice any of this. He was staring at the woman in the middle of the group, Zhang Xiaoming, who was wearing a light blue silk dress and walking towards him like an elf. Chapter 100. This double moon festival ball at Yue University, because of the existence of a certain descendant of an aristocratic family, had an extremely important symbolic meaning. No one knew that the coming-of-age ceremony for the former successor of the royal family had already been arranged by a fellow named Sulu. Those politicians and famous businessmen who had obtained the inside information through various channels had all sent their own descendants to participate in the ball, in hopes of forming a relationship with the crown prince of the Tai family. If their daughters could be chosen by Tai Ziyuan to become his life partner in the future, that would be an incomparably fortunate matter. Of course, the people of the 7 great families, those truly important figures, would definitely not lower themselves to take the initiative to express their goodwill or intentions of forming a marriage alliance. At most, they would come to observe the ceremony. At this time, whether or not those low-key second-generation members of the 7 great families would be present at the ball, no one would know. At this time, the group of people who had gotten off the expensive car and were slowly walking towards the entrance with an imposing manner, although they were not from the 7 great families, their family backgrounds were extremely profound. In the eyes of the ordinary citizens of the Federation, they were naturally from a privileged class. Walking at the front of the group, Zhou was wearing a red strapless evening gown today. Her bare shoulders perfectly displayed a bit of sexiness, but the ingenious design of the gown covered most of the spring scenery in front of her chest, making her appear even more delicate. Compared to the cold indifference at the entrance of the nightclub that day, this Zhou family's eldest daughter's face was filled with calmness. She looked more like a young girl who had just entered puberty, and not an arrogant and proud daughter of the heavens. Zhou immediately recognized the 2 young men on the stairs, especially the beautiful hooligan with a repulsive smile and wearing a black Jiu suit. Her eyes immediately became cold and fiery. The coldness was due to her mood, and the fiery heat was due to her anger. She had never been hit by anyone in her life. Ever since she met the crown prince, even her parents and brothers were incomparably polite to her. Other than this small official from the Federation Investigation Bureau called Shi Qinghai, who would dare to slap her? She led her companions up the stairs and suddenly felt a burning sensation on her face. However, she knew that these people around her were from families with high positions in the Federation. Since they had suddenly come to Linhai to participate in Lihua University's Double Moon Festival dance, they must have some ulterior motives. The eldest daughter of the Zhou family did not want these people to know that she had been humiliated in Linhai, so she decided to forcefully suppress the anger in her heart. She looked straight ahead and pretended that she did not know the two people on the stairs. The rich men and women walked up the stairs, but the three people on the stairs didn't seem to have any intention of letting them through. Su Li's eyes were fixated on Zhang Xiaoming, who was standing next to the congressman's son, and he had forgotten to step aside. The middle-aged man beside him, on the other hand, was looking at this scene with a smile on his face, as if he didn't know whether to step aside or not. Shi Qinghai, on the other hand, had a lot on his mind. He had been planning his escape after the ball ended, so he didn't have the mood to care about these little kids. The three people on the stairs didn't give way, and the two parties were about to collide. To Zhou Yu's surprise, although she didn't have any intention of causing trouble, the expressions of the rich men and women around her changed. These people recognized the two young people blocking their way. They were the two people who had severely humiliated them in the Jiu store this afternoon. A well-educated dog would never rudely block a person's way. The man who had contemptuously asked Su Lu to give up his clothes in the Jiu store this afternoon looked coldly at the three people on the stairs and said this in a mocking tone. Su Lu didn't even have eyes for him. He only stared at Zhang Xiaoming, who was standing in the group opposite him, and said with some difficulty, "You're here." At this time, the middle-aged man and Shi Qinghai whispered something to each other. It was as if the three people on the stairs didn't see the arrogant man at all. The response to the provocation was disregard, and it was the most humiliating type of disregard. The faces of the man and his companions turned even uglier. Hearing Su Li's words, the son of Lin Hai's councilman Hai Qingzhou smiled and lowered his head to look at Zhang Xiaoming with concern. Zhang Xiaoming had already seen the familiar figure on the stairs and subconsciously lowered her head. Her long eyelashes rested on her fair face as she said softly, "Yes, you're here too?" Hearing Zhang Xiaoming's reply, Hai Qingzhou's expression changed slightly. The group of men and women also noticed that there seemed to be some problems between the three of them. A moment later, the man found out about the gossip about Yue University from the people around him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He moved closer to Su Li's ear and said, "So you're just a poor student with good luck? Seeing this scene, does your heart hurt? Where did the arrogance from this afternoon go? All right. Miss Zhang isn't someone you can get close to. Wake up, but in the future, if I have the chance to get close to her, I'll definitely tell you what I learned. You know, I haven't played with a girl who came back from the 4 states." The man's voice was very soft, so other than Su Lu and Shi Qinghai beside him, no one heard what he said. When Su Lu saw Zhang Xiaoming walk in with the councilman's son, his mood had already hit rock bottom. When he heard this, he finally reacted and slowly took a step back as if to avoid the man's bad breath. He looked at the man from the capital and said seriously, "Do you want to fight?" The man laughed out loud as if he found it amusing to hear such a low-level threat at such an important event. He shook his head and laughed, "I'm not a rude student like you. I won't do things like fighting, but if there's a chance, I'll let you have a taste of being beaten." When he said the last sentence, the expression on his face had become extremely cold. He had already made up his mind that after the ball was over, he would definitely let his bodyguard teach this young student who dared to not give him face the most profound lesson. He thought his words were very appropriate and dignified. However, Su Lu didn't pay attention to what he said at all. He raised his fist and punched the man's face. With a muffled sound, 2 streams of blood spurted out from the man's nostrils, and one of his front teeth flew out. "Since you want to fight, then let's fight." Su Lu repeated and threw another punch, directly smashing that young master to the ground. When he swung his fist, the stuffiness in his chest dissipated a lot. He was too lazy to care about what kind of trouble he would get into afterwards. Just like what he had said to Shi Qinghai in the afternoon, when faced with other people's unreasonable ridicule and vicious words, this orphan from the Donglin district was only used to using his hands, not his mouth. Under the green trees and bright lights, the entrance to the ball was in an uproar. Countless students and teachers who were attending the ball cast their eyes on the scene. Those who were at the center of the incident couldn't hide the shock on their faces. They only saw young Master Sun go up and say something to the student who blocked his way, and then that student punched young Master Sun to the ground. Was that student crazy? How dare he hit someone in front of so many people? However, what made these rich kids disappointed was that Su Lu didn't seem to be crazy at all. He just calmly punched the man, and this calmness made them feel even more confused. In the afternoon, the beautiful girl in the Jiu store screamed and supported the man who was rolling down the stone steps. She pointed at Su Li's nose and scolded him in a sharp voice. Do you know who we are? How dare you hit my brother? The son and daughter of Sun Qingtsuan, a member of the Energy Source Committee of the Federation Management Committee, would never have thought that there would be someone who dared to hit them like a sandbag after leaving the capital and coming to Linhai. After hearing the girl's words, Su Lu frowned. He thought to himself, of course I don't know who you are. I only know that your brother is asking for a beating. Security, where's the security? Of course, it wasn't convenient to bring bodyguards into the ball today. The group of rich kids looked angrily at Su Lu on the steps and shouted loudly. At this time, Shi Qinghai had finished whispering with the middle-aged man. He walked in front of Su Lu and welcomed the anger of those people. After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed and said, "This world is really interesting. My brother asked you if you wanted to fight. Since you want to fight, then it's normal for you to be hit." He withdrew his smile, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his calm voice. Of course I don't know who you are. I think you want to tell me who your parents are. But we never care about this kind of thing. I just think it's funny that you want to ask about family background when you want to fight. You're not kids anymore. Are you going to cry and go home to find your parents when you're hurt? Shi Qinghai didn't know what had just happened, but he knew that Su Lu, who looked calm at this time, was in a very bad mood. As a friend, he didn't need to be reasonable. He had to stand in front. Of course, because there was that horrible uncle of his at the ball today, he didn't want to stand out, but his uncle gave him an order. He stared at Zhou Yu, who was in front of the crowd, and thought that it was this unruly woman who had caused the current situation. He said calmly, "Miss Zhou, haven't you had enough of those slaps last time? Do you want Director Zhou to drag you back to the capital again before you're satisfied?" Zhou Yu wanted to keep a low profile today because she thought that tonight would be the most important day of her life. But she didn't expect that the rogue official on the steps would say in front of everyone that she felt the most humiliated thing. Her face suddenly became extremely cold. She stared at Shi Qinghai and said, "Shi Qinghai, there's a ball tonight. I don't want you to die now." The people at the entrance of the ball were shocked by the scene of a student beating up the Federation representative's son, but they were immediately attracted by this conversation. They listened in disbelief. Only now did they know that the young miss of the Zhou family had also suffered at the hands of these two young people. These years, the Zhou family siblings were extremely arrogant in that circle. Who could make her suffer? Everyone looked at Su Lu and Shi Qinghai in a different light. They kept guessing who was behind them. Zhou Yu took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart and said to her companions, "Today is my home ground. Give me some face." Someone helped the young master of the Sun family, whose face was covered in blood, up. The young master of the Sun family used a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his nose. He looked at Su Lu gloomily, thinking that after the ball was over, he would make this young man beg for death. Zhou Yu noticed Su Li's gaze and wanted to warn him, but after thinking about it for a moment, she didn't say anything. Instead, she looked deeply at Su Lu. Because of this poor student, the Crown Prince had crippled Hook and banned Zhou Yu from entering Linhai province. Even she was a little afraid of such a person. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had been silently watching the young man's farce with a smile suddenly looked up at the sky. After a while, he sighed and said, "Look at the two moons in the sky, they really look like a pair of beautiful breasts." Su Lu and Shi Qinghai raised their heads in astonishment, only to see two bright full moons gradually approaching each other in the dark blue night sky, overshadowing the radiance of the stars in the sky. The two bright moons were perfectly round and pure white, and if one really thought about it, it was indeed somewhat similar to that part. During the day it was still snowing, but at night, it was a good time to admire the moon. It was said that for this ball, Lihua University used extremely powerful connections and mobilized the climate interference team of the federal military to create such a beautiful blue night. With such beautiful scenery in the sky, it seemed that it didn't matter if they spent a little more money. Shi Qinghai looked up at the moon and smacked his lips for a while. As a playboy, he couldn't help but feel that this uncle next to him was a confidant. Thinking of this, the alienation and reverence he had for this person in his heart lessened a lot. Only then did he realize that those gorilla guys in the mountains were not as boring as St. George. Su Lu shook his head and thought, "This uncle next to me is indeed the uncle of the rogue Mr. Shi. He has a lot of knowledge. He can even think of the beautiful scenery of the two moons in the sky as erotic." For a moment he also classified this uncle as a pervert. But he would never have thought that the person next to him was a terrifying person in the official files of the Federation. Accompanied by the melodious melody of Damon's violin, Lihua University's Double Moon Festival ball officially began. It hadn't reached the stage of dancing yet. The male students, who had faint excitement and a sense of novelty on their faces, were wearing formal clothes that were rarely seen. They held glasses of wine and gathered in groups of 5 or 6 like adults, chatting about something. Su Lu and the other two walked into the venue without attracting any attention. They chose a quiet and secluded place. I really don't know why I came. Su Lu lowered his eyes slightly and took a sip of the champagne in his glass. He thought to himself, the principal really spent a lot of money for this ball. I really wish you didn't come today. Shi Qinghai suddenly said very seriously. Then he solemnly handed his uncle over to Su Lu to manage. He elegantly held his champagne glass and walked to another quiet and conspicuous place in the party. Su Lu was slightly surprised. He raised his head and noticed that Shi Qinghai was walking in the direction where Zhou, Zhang Xiaoming, and the other rich kids were gathered. He couldn't help but worry and said, "He's going to cause trouble again? I didn't realize he was such a hot-blooded person. Oh, maybe it's because he has his eyes on a girl." The uncle beside him chuckled and said, Lihua University's Double Moon Festival ball has a tradition. The boys will use the first dance as a sign of love. But before the invitation, the boys have to make some arrangements beforehand to ensure that they won't be rejected later. You're a student of Lihua University, right? Don't you know about this tradition? Su Lu watched as Shi Qinghai walked in front of Zhou, who was wearing a red evening gown. He looked at Zhang Xiaoming, who was wearing a blue evening gown beside Zhou, who looked like an orchid. He replied with a slightly bitter voice, I know about this tradition. I thought I would have a dance partner today, but my dance partner suddenly didn't want me. You have to learn from Qinghai's shamelessness in this aspect. Uncle Shi looked over with a smile. On the other side, Shi Qinghai and Zhou seemed to be trying to convince each other in a low and murderous voice. Su Lu looked over in confusion, wondering if Mr. Shi really had his eyes on that venomous woman. He had to admit that Zhou was a very beautiful woman. However, after the incident at the nightclub, in Su Li's eyes, those seductive curves and eyes became illusions. Then Shi Qinghai and Zhou left the ball under the surprised gazes of the rich kids. No one knew where they went. Su Li shook his head, and his gaze fell on the sky-blue evening gown again. The middle-aged man beside him noticed his gaze and suddenly said, You like her? Su Li was silent for a moment before saying, Yes. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Trust me, her dance partner tonight should be you. At this moment, the band suddenly became louder, covering their conversation. As the music stopped, the principal of Yue University, dressed in a solemn suit, appeared in front of the microphone on the second floor. With a smile on his face, he looked at the dense crowd of young students downstairs and felt gratified. He said, Welcome everyone. When the principal was giving a speech, Shi Qinghai and Zhou returned to the ball at the same time. Su Lu looked at Shi Qinghai next to him and noticed that there was a blood stain on his lips. He immediately associated it with something unsightly that happened in the back garden. He sighed in surprise and said, It turns out that the courage of a pervert can really cover the sky. But why did she go out with you? Shi Qinghai cursed a few words in a low voice and quickly glanced over there. He noticed that Zhou was wiping her lips with a handkerchief with a sorrowful look. It was not something to be proud of to let a girl who dreamed of becoming a princess tonight be utterly defeated in front of a sex scandal file. Although Shi Qinghai was a playboy, he was used to having tender feelings for girls. Looking at the desolation in Zhou's eyes, he could not help but frown. The disgust he had for this proud and cold young lady faded a little. He also did not understand, even if the crown prince did not choose Zhou as his dance partner tonight, how would it help the organization's mission? Thinking of this, he could not help but look at the uncle next to him with disgust. As the second most important person in the anti-government army, he actually paid attention to a girl's privacy. Although he had to admit that this guy had a terrifying intelligence network, he still could not accept this kind of purposeful way of doing things. No one listened carefully to the principal's speech. All the young students who did not know the inside story of the ball were excitedly waiting for the moment when the dance music started. They wanted to enjoy their youth and love to their heart's content. Perhaps there were a lot of lucky people at the ball tonight, but there were also a lot of losers. But they had tried hard to reach out to their love, which was enough for them to remember for a long time in the future. The potting dance finally started and it flowed through the ballroom like water. Although there were already quite a lot of people, the ballroom still seemed relatively empty. The beautiful melody soothed people's lonely hearts and urged them to dance to the music. Sulu had been looking at Zhang Xiaoming, who was standing beside the son of the senator in the distance, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The middle-aged man next to him suddenly said, "I just said that her dance partner tonight must be you." Sulu smiled bitterly and said, "Thank you, but that's impossible." "If you take me to the second floor later," the middle-aged man smiled sincerely, "God will definitely satisfy your wish." Chapter 102. Second floor. Only now did Sulu notice that compared to the bustling dance floor below, the second floor was exceptionally quiet. There were a few men wearing dark-colored waiter uniforms on the walkway, and they were vigilantly watching the people approaching. Puzzled, he glanced up and found that other than the principal of Yue University, no one else from the university had appeared, including those highly respected professors. Could it be that there was an important person on the second floor who needed the principal's company? He glanced at the middle-aged man beside him and said with a smile, "One look and I can tell that there must be some distinguished guest of the university upstairs. Even the eldest daughter of the Zhou family and those youngsters know the rules and didn't go up, so how can I? But if I can go up later, I'll bring you along." This had nothing to do with being willing to help others. Sulu purely thought that he was joking. He was only a gatekeeper and auditing student of Yue University. It was already good enough that he could attend the ball today. Although he didn't want to attend, he just wanted to see her. But when this joke fell into the middle-aged man's ears, a light flashed through his ugly triangular eyes. He chuckled and patted Suli's shoulder without saying anything else. This time, the ball had become lively. Those thick-skinned upperclassmen pretended to be mature and courteous as they sent out invitations to the female students who were wearing all kinds of gowns. Spurred on by this, the people who were originally a little embarrassed began to move towards the goddesses in their hearts. Fortunately, the gender difference in Area S1 was the opposite of Donglin area, and there was indeed a lot of porridge. In a short time, many couples had succeeded. The young people dancing to the music had happy smiles on their faces, while the girls' faces were somewhat shy. No matter how they looked, at least at this moment, they were the most beautiful. Out of Su Li's expectations, there was actually a girl who was brave enough to take the initiative to invite him to dance. He never thought that he, who had an ordinary appearance, would be able to receive the attention of a girl. Shocked, he somewhat hurriedly rejected, not daring to look at the girl's disappointed expression. He had actually underestimated his reputation in Yue University. He was the student that Professor Zhou admired the most in the mechanical engineering class, and he, who had set a few records in the laboratory building, had long since gained a secret admirer after the story of guarding the beauty in the plum garden. To avoid the awkwardness, Sulu subconsciously raised his head and looked into the distance. Coincidentally, he saw Zhang Xiaoming's action of avoiding his gaze. His heart trembled slightly, and he knew that she was looking at him just now. He took a deep breath and stared at Zhang Xiaoming for a long time. He watched as Zhang Xiaoming gently rejected the invitations of many boys. She also did not step onto the dance floor with Hai Qingzhou, the son of the councilman, beside her. His mood improved slightly. "He is looking at you." Hai Qingzhou looked at the students who were happily hugging each other on the spacious dance floor and said softly to the girl beside him. Zhang Xiaoming looked straight ahead with a faint smile on her lips. She replied, "I know, but what does this have to do with me?" Hai Qingzhou smiled and said, "But, you were also peeking at him just now. It seems that your relationship with him is not like what you said, a relationship between a pursuer and a rejecter." Zhang Xiaoming's eyelashes fluttered. After a moment of silence, she said, "It's all in the past. You're really not going to dance with me? You know that I like you more and more now." In order to hide his sadness, Hai Qingzhou lightly shrugged his shoulders. "Although I know that if you are going to dance with me, it might be because of some other reason." "I'm very sorry," Zhang Xiaoming said apologetically. "I made it very clear to you last time that I cannot accept your good intentions." Her expression became somewhat lonely. She glanced at the dance floor and said, "I was very stupid in the past. I have already hurt one person. I don't want to hurt a second person." Hai Qingzhou knew that she was looking at Sulu. His smile was somewhat awkward. He bitterly smiled and said, "It's a pity that I don't even have the qualifications to be hurt by you." It had to be said that this was a very gentlemanly sentence. It was easy for young people with good family backgrounds to show their gentlemanly demeanor in their own social circle. For example, the children of rich families around the two of them, including the young master of the Sun family who had just finished his treatment, were all very polite as they watched everything on the dance floor. They did not reveal the slightest bit of arrogance. The circle that these young people were in was very different from the lively dance party. It was because they were too quiet. Moreover, from their clothes and temperament, it was obvious that they were not ordinary students from Yue University. None of them went down to dance. Naturally, the students would not come forward to invite the princess-like girls. If they did not know Zhang Xiaoming and knew that she was a student of Yue University. Otherwise, they would not have had the courage to invite her. There was only one exception. Mr. Shi, who was wearing a goose suit, smiled again. He ignored the group's murderous gazes and came in front of them. He elegantly bowed to Zhou Yu and said softly, "Can you dance with me?" Zhou Yu's expression was unusually cold. She looked at the extremely beautiful and extremely hateful young man in front of her. She knew that the other party was threatening her with the secret. After a moment of silence, she stealthily led Shi Qinghai 2 steps to a quiet place to avoid the ears of her companions. She then said in an extremely low voice, "What do you want to do?" Shi Qinghai slightly lowered his eyes, as if he did not know how to open his mouth. He slowly said, "It's the humble request from before. Please dance with me." "How can you be so shameless?" Zhou Yu's eyes were as cold as knives. Together with her fiery red dress, she had a terrifying beauty. "Because of what happened that day you want to take revenge? You should know what the first dance of the Double Moon Festival ball represents. Do you think that I will be threatened by you and ruin the life that I have desired for more than 10 years? Shi Qinghai slightly frowned as he looked at the beauty in front of him. He slowly said, "Maybe the future that you have desired for so long is not what you really want. Otherwise, why would you get drunk that night a year ago and then casually give up your virginity?" Sulu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the group of people around Zhang Xiaoming. He felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. A few songs had already passed, but the well-dressed men and women still did not dance. If they were not here to dance, why would they come to Yue University? He keenly observed that those people seemed to be waiting for something to happen. Suddenly, he remembered the conversation he had with Shi Qinghai in the bar that night. His heart skipped a beat and he looked at Zhang Xiaoming worriedly. At this moment, there was the sound of a slap. Sulu was shocked to see that in the far corner, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family had angrily splashed the champagne in her glass onto Shi Qinghai's face. At the same time, she gave him a hard slap on the face. He did not know what had happened. As he was about to go over to take a look, he was pulled back by the middle-aged man beside him. Although the music in the ball was soft, the countless sweet nothings added together made it a bit noisy. Other than that group of people and Sulu who had been staring over there, not many people noticed this small episode. Shi Qinghai's wet hair draped weakly on his forehead. He silently walked back, stared at his uncle, and then stood beside Sulu. He sighed and said, "A flower with thorns is indeed wonderful." After Zhou Yu, who liked to wear red, rejected Shi Qinghai's threat, she walked back to her friends. However, her fingers holding the empty wine glass were slightly trembling, and her face was slightly pale. The middle-aged man standing behind Sulu and Shi Qinghai suddenly smiled and said, "Qinghai, you can change your name to Lianhua in the future." At this moment, the Double Moon Festival ball suddenly became quiet. The strings of the cello were gently plucked, making a buzzing sound, reminding everyone present that someone was about to speak. The lights gradually dimmed, and a double round silver-white beam of light shot up to the second floor, just like the 2 moons that could be seen through the transparent dome. In the beam of light, the unknown principal with a head of silver hair stood in front of the microphone. He looked at everyone warmly and said, "Now, please allow me to introduce to everyone a beautiful part of Yue University's history." Applause sounded. Yue University's Double Moon Festival Ball, who knows how many beautiful love stories have been created. Principal Tsong smiled as he looked at the children downstairs. When he thought of the story from 20 years ago, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He was very grateful that the Tai family was willing to wait until the ball started to pick a dance partner. At least this way, he didn't have to worry about harming those innocent girls who already had a romantic partner. However, he didn't consider that if that person really wanted to pick a girl who already had a dance partner, it was actually just another way to complete the ancestral love trial. Among these love stories, the meeting between Tai Ji, the successor of the Xioshu Foundation who was studying at our school 20 years ago, and his wife who was by his side for the rest of his life, was the most touching. Principal Tsong smiled and continued to say, I'm very happy that the fruit of Mr. Taiji and his wife's love is also studying at our school today. Moreover, he will complete his coming-of-age ceremony at this ball today. He will invite a lucky lady to be his dance partner. Of course, if my female student chooses to reject him as the principal, I will only feel proud. The principal chuckled. The Xioshu Foundation was the largest private fund in the Federation. Although not many people knew the real name of the owner of this fund, who didn't know about this fund? When the principal announced the identity of today's mysterious guest, there was a sudden burst of excited discussion in the ball. The girls in the ball immediately imagined that the male student with the surname Tai, who hadn't shown up yet, was a prince riding a white horse. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The spacious ball was completely dark. Only the 2 full moons in the sky that were about to touch each other spilled silver light through the transparent dome. There were also 2 beams of moonlight that left the principal's seat on the 2nd floor and started to slowly move. Everyone knew that the girl that was enveloped by the 2 beams of moonlight when they finally stopped was the dance partner that the mysterious guest had chosen today. The beams of moonlight gradually moved. No matter if the girls were beautiful or ugly, no matter if they had a dance partner or not, they all became nervous. Even if they weren't greedy people, but in this fairy tale-like scene, how could they suppress the desire in their hearts? Chapter 103. A bright and sorrowful violin tune slowly began to play, and when the tune ended, the movement of the 2 beams of light would stop. When the principal had said that the mysterious guest's surname was Tai, Sula could not believe his ears. His lips parted slightly in shock, and he immediately guessed the true identity of the person on the 2nd floor. Tai Ziyuan, this poor rich kid who had never even eaten a deep-fried dough cake before, was the main character of today's Double Moon Festival dance party? Sulu took in a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. Last night, he had wanted to ask Tai Ziyuan if he wanted to attend the dance party with him today. Who would have thought that the other had already arrived, and was even preparing to pick his dance partner like a monarch looking down from above? The beautiful twin moons spilled clear light over the night sky, and the beams of light in the room moved slowly. As long as the beams shone on the girls, they would find it hard to suppress the nervousness on their faces. Right then, the principal's dampening voice rang out once again, mixing in with the beautiful violin tune. With a smile, he pointed out the true identity of the Black Mecha who had brought glory to Pear Blossom University this morning. Sulu listened, somewhat confused. He thought to himself, it was clearly him in the mecha, so how did it become Tai Ziyuan? However, he also knew that in this school, the only people who could enter District H1 were probably himself and Tai Ziyuan. If the other was willing to help him hide the truth, he would of course be very happy. This news once again caused a commotion on the dark dance floor. Those girls who had still been somewhat reserved, deliberately avoiding the beams of light, now showed expressions of joy. A young male student with an astounding family background, and a legendary character who could make an ace pilot of an entire academy return in defeat. How could they not be moved? The beams of light continued to move slowly. Those naive female students were filled with excitement and longing, praying that the beams of light would land on them. Meanwhile, those who knew Tai Ziyuan's true identity were abnormally excited. The only one who was not interested in this matter was probably Su Lu. Although he was very surprised that Tai Ziyuan's family was more terrifying than he had imagined, what did this have to do with him? In his eyes, the scene in front of him was like an emperor choosing a concubine. In his opinion, this was a great disrespect to women. Even he was a little dissatisfied with the weak rich man who ate supper and went to the brothel with him. The scene was extremely quiet as countless pairs of eyes followed the 2 beams of light. The male students looked at this scene with envy and slight displeasure, while the female students looked at this scene with reservedness and longing. With the moonlight shining down, it wasn't completely dark. They could faintly see that in the most empty corner of the building, those rich kids who came from afar had tacitly divided into rows, with the girls standing in the front row. Right in the middle was Zouyu, dressed in a red dress. However, the light was dim, so it was impossible to see whether her expression at this moment was calm or something else. She closed her eyes slightly, calmed her breathing, and waited for that moment to come. Many years ago, after she met Tai Ziyuan, her parents, brothers, and the people around her seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally made her feel that in this life, she could only be together with that young man who she had not seen for the past 2 years. However, at this moment that concerned her happiness in life, a detestable and roguish beautiful face suddenly appeared in her tightly shut eyes. The owner of that beautiful face had an incomparably evil heart, and her heart twitched slightly. Zhang Xiaoming, who was standing beside Zhou, was wearing a little blue dress that was originally not very eye-catching. However, in this gradually darkening environment, the material of the dress began to glow faintly. It was very eye-catching, like a pure little elf that had suddenly appeared in the forest, who knew how many gazes she had attracted. She lowered her head slightly, and her fists that were naturally hanging by her side subconsciously clenched tightly. She was very nervous. Yes, she had someone she liked. She didn't know what that mysterious crown prince was, but she had to help Senator Macklin build a relationship with him, even if it meant sacrificing her own love and life. According to the recent reports, the federal military's hawkish faction had begun to speed up the pace of their preparations for war, and the senators' lobbying in the capital had not been very effective. For the sake of those amiable and respectable companions and people in the four mountainous states, she had to do something. She clenched her fists tightly, controlling her impulse to turn around and leave, or to look for Su Lu in the dark. She didn't know why Senator Macklin trusted her so much. No matter how she looked at it, that crown prince on the second floor shouldn't have chosen her, right? Zhang Xiaoming comforted herself in her heart. Beside them, the girls who had come from afar were also very nervous. Under the sweeping lights, they displayed their slight shyness as they waited. They knew a lot more than the normal girls present, and they knew that the young man on the second floor with the surname C wasn't just the successor of the Xioshu Foundation. Although the Xioshu Foundation was indeed one of the top private foundations in the Federation, in the face of the Tai family's wealth and power, perhaps it was just a smokescreen that could be casually discarded. In a room shaded by greenery on the second floor, Tai Ziyuan, who was holding a cup of coffee, watched the girls' reactions through the holographic screen with a bored expression. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "It's already the 37th constitutional calendar, and the Federation still has this kind of concubine selection activity. It's really shameful." He didn't have the self-awareness of being the person involved at all, and he expressed his emotions at the scene before him. Beside him, Butler Jean said disapprovingly, "This is a family tradition, and young master should know that there has never been anything involuntary during a coming-of-age ceremony." Tai Ziyuan smiled. When he thought about how the principal had used the words, "the product of love," to introduce him, he felt a little strange. He saw Zhou face on the holographic screen, and his heart sank slightly. He asked, "Yuzi seems to be in a bad mood today. Did she find out something?" "No." Tai Ziyuan nodded. He was just expressing concern for his friends out of habit. Since Butler Jean said that there was no problem, then there naturally wasn't a problem. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a girl wearing a blue dress. In the darkness, standing beside the red-clothed Zhou, the blue dress was so pure that it instantly made his eyes relax, and he began to feel pity for the girl. Delicate and moving. Tai Ziyuan stared blankly at the girl. After a long silence he said softly, "It seems that this girl didn't want to come at all, but now she's standing stubbornly by Yuzi's side. This kind of proud and stubborn temperament, I keep feeling that it's somewhat familiar. I like it very much." Butler Jean calmly reminded him. Zhang Xiaoming returned from S2 a year ago, and once did voluntary clerical work in Senator Macklin's office. Although the Federation Investigation Bureau has already determined that she is a returnee and no longer monitoring her, I don't think she's a suitable candidate. "You're wrong. If I like a girl, even if she's from the Empire, I won't mind." Tai Ziyuan coughed softly. He looked at the girl in blue on the holographic screen. Although she appeared calm, her tightly clenched hands had already revealed her nervousness and resistance. A trace of gentleness and complexity flashed across his eyes. He said softly, "It's a pity that I met her a little too late." The violin song was coming to an end. Although Sula didn't have any musical knowledge, he could still hear the music. He looked at the movement of the beam of light somewhat indifferently. At this time, the beam of light had already politely swept around the hall. It came to the front of the group of rich girls, and the expressions of those girls became even more nervous. Only Zhou and Zhang Xiaoming remained calm. Zhou believed that no one in the hall could compete with her, because Lady Tai liked her very much. Zhang Xiaoming's feelings were so complicated that she forgot to be nervous. Everyone watched the movement of the beam of light nervously. Su Lu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly felt his heart beat faster. Thump, 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 thump. He suddenly had a very bad feeling. He had a feeling that Zhang Xiaoming had come to this ball just to wait for this moment, and that those two beams of light were going to fall on her. With his heart beating like a drum, Sulu finally understood that his heart couldn't let go of this blue and pink girl who wore devil horns, and was sometimes like ice and sometimes like fire. He couldn't accept her being someone else's dance partner at the ball. Just as the violin song was about to end, Su Le suddenly walked out from the corner and strode in Zhang Xiaoming's direction. However, after taking only 3 steps, Su Li's face was illuminated by a strong beam of light. He subconsciously narrowed his eyes and cursed in his heart. He was very worried that Zhang Xiaoming, that muddle-headed woman, would really become the dance partner of that sickly Meng Zhiyuan for something that he didn't know about. After a moment, his vision immediately returned to normal. He narrowed his eyes and looked around, but he realized that he could only see darkness. He could only hear extremely shocked cries. This was because he was currently enveloped by the beam of light. Su Le looked around in a daze. He lowered his head and glanced at the expensive Jiu gown he was wearing. It was shining like the moon under the silver light. For a moment he didn't know where he was or what had happened. However, the surrounding exclamations and discussions had already exploded like an explosion, mixed with occasional exclamations of disbelief. Yes, no one would have thought that at the end of such a fairy tale-like scene, the object that the beam of light shrouded was actually a boy. After being shocked, the crowd was in an uproar. Those rich ladies who originally thought that they had high hopes couldn't believe their eyes. A counselor's daughter even fainted from sadness. The lady from the Sun family covered her mouth and looked at the perplexed male student in the middle of the field enveloped by the beam of light. She stuttered, "Could it be that the crown prince is gay?" Chapter 104. The Federation did not discriminate against homosexuals. In fact, there were already some states in the S3 region that had begun to push for homosexual marriage laws. If the Federation's oldest and most mysterious Tai clan, which had only been passed down for 7 generations, suddenly had a successor with homosexual tendencies, the Federation's president and the other big clans would be so happy that they wouldn't be able to sleep for a few nights. However, other than people like Miss Sun who were so shocked that their thoughts were in a mess, no one would think that the heir of the Tai family was really a homosexual. All the shocked and puzzled gazes were cast on Su Lu under the light beam. The exclamations could not be calmed down for a long time. The more people who knew the truth of the ball, the more incredulous they felt. Especially the group of men and women who had come from afar to attend the ball, they could not accept this fact at all. They subconsciously thought that there must be a problem with the lighting control of the central computer. However, the light beam did not move. Su Li's ordinary face was bathed in the silver light, adding a bit of charm to it. Even his puzzled frown looked very attractive. Zhou quietly stared straight at Su Lu in the center of the field. She thought that she was the only one present who knew that Tai Ziyuan and Su Lu knew each other. However, looking at this scene, she knew that although her brother Crown Prince could not be a homosexual in his eyes, today's ball that she had been preparing for and looking forward to for a long time was just a farce. How could he be so ridiculous? Her brother Crown Prince did not know how to choose a dance partner. Perhaps he already had one. Even if he wanted to choose, he would not choose her. Zhou's eyes were emotionless. She sadly raised her head and looked in the direction of the 2nd floor. There was no one on the 2nd floor. Her hand that was tightly holding the empty champagne glass trembled. Endless disappointment and exhaustion flooded her heart. The bright red dress on her body was like blood, making her heart palpitate. She felt like she was a big joke. Her fingers suddenly lost strength. The empty champagne glass fell to the ground and broke into countless pieces, never to be put back together again. The back of the crowd, Shi Qinghai frowned. He retracted his gaze from the champagne glass and looked at Su Lu, who was standing in the middle of the field. He couldn't figure out what had happened. Previously, when Su Lu had rushed out, he had been prepared to watch a good show. He wanted to see how his brother would snatch the Crown Prince's beloved from him. But who would have thought that the strange and mysterious Crown Prince would actually play such a trick? Could it be that Su Lu knew the Crown Prince before? Shi Qinghai's frown deepened as a trace of doubt flashed through his clear eyes. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the uncle next to him, wanting to get some information from the intelligence leader. However, he was surprised to find that the man's face did not show the slightest surprise at all. He just looked at Su Lu gently under the light as if he had already guessed all of this. "What do you know?" Shi Qinghai lowered his voice and asked coldly, "Did you know that Su Lu and the Crown Prince knew each other, so you wanted to get to know Su Lu through me?" The second leader of the anti-government army smiled slightly and said softly, "The intelligence only said that Su Lu and the Crown Prince had once gone to war together. I thought that they should have a good relationship, but I didn't expect the Crown Prince to be so playful as to push your friend out." Shi Qinghai's delicate eyebrows trembled. He suddenly thought of the phone call that Sulu had given him a few days ago. Could it be that Sulu had gone to whore together with the heir of the Tai family that morning because he was heartbroken? Thinking of this, Shi Qinghai was shocked. The person who was even more shocked than Mr. Shi was, without a doubt, Zhang Xiaoming, who was sitting opposite Sulu. She covered her mouth tightly and looked at Sulu, who was bathed in the silver light not far in front of her. She immediately guessed why Sulu had run to the center of the field just now, but she couldn't understand why the light had enveloped Sulu. Sulu didn't understand either, but he knew that the person on the second floor was Tai Ziyuan, so he knew that the light that had lit him up in front of everyone was definitely that guy's doing. He turned his head and was about to find Tai Ziyuan behind the railing on the second floor, so that he could quickly turn off the damn light beam. Growing up, Sulu was not used to being the center of attention. Furthermore, he was carrying a huge secret on his back. What made him even more uncomfortable was that he did not have wings on his back. How could he float in such a pillar of light? The moment he turned his head, there was another round of exclamations from around the field. He was shocked to find that the dazzling light beam above his head had left him, and was floating towards Zhang Xiaoming, who was not far from him. The situation suddenly changed. Looking at the light beam moving, the exclamations rose again. Zhang Xiaoming looked at the light beam moving towards her in disbelief. She subconsciously took a step back with her right foot, wanting to avoid it, but stopped at the last moment. Under the silver light beam, the girl in blue, who was as pure as the sky, instantly occupied everyone's eyes. Sulu was anxious. He turned around and shouted towards the second floor, "Tai Ziyuan, this is mine." There were already too many surprises at Lihua University's Double Moon Festival dance party today. However, in the dreamlike scene under the beam of light, this young male student declared his ownership of a certain girl in front of everyone in a loud and resonant voice, and even a little vulgar. It still surprised everyone, especially when some people remembered that he seemed to have directly criticized the name of the heir of the Xioshu Foundation. Tai Ziyuan, who was in front of the screen on the second floor, almost laughed when he heard this loud sentence. However, he restrained his smile and felt a little uncomfortable. He whispered to himself, "Of course I know it's yours." A calm voice that could silence the listeners rang out in the dance party. This voice sounded very normal, but it seemed to have a trace of magic. In an instant, all the exclamations and discussions in the hall were suppressed, leaving the hall silent. That was Tai Ziyuan's gentle and polite voice. After he expressed his apology, he explained softly. "Now standing in the middle of the dance party, standing under the silver light of the two moons, is a friend of mine and the girl he loves. There have been many beautiful stories at the Double Moon Festival dance party, including those of my parents. I hope that at my coming-of-age ceremony, there will also be a beautiful story that will be passed down for many years to come. Please give them a round of applause and blessings." At this point in the story, the people at the dance party thought that they finally understood what had happened. After a moment of silence, warm applause rang out. A small portion of the applause was to praise the generosity of the successor of the Xioshu Foundation on the second floor. He had turned his coming-of-age ceremony into a scene of a friend's courtship. However, most of the applause was to bless the couple bathed in the silver moonlight. At this time, Sulu noticed that the light beam above his head did not disappear. The light beam that moved towards Zhang Xiaoming was only one of the two lights. At this time it was late at night. The applause rang out, and the clear light from the transparent dome spilled down. In the dim dance party, only the two lights fell on top of his and Zhang Xiaoming's heads. It was very eye-catching. Zhang Xiaoming put down the hand that was on her lips in shock. She watched in disbelief as Sulu, shrouded in the light, walked step by step toward her. In the eyes of the bystanders, following Suli's footsteps, the light beam above his head moved as well. It gradually merged with the girl in the blue dress under the moonlight. Just like the two moons in the night sky that were gradually merging into one, it was such a beautiful scene. The applause became louder, and there were a few mischievous whistles in between. Sulu finally walked in front of Zhang Xiaoming. He looked at the cute little blue dress on the girl's shoulders and fell silent. For a moment he did not know what to say. Yes, this beautiful scene at this time was like a dream. It was enough to intoxicate everyone. Sulu was deeply grateful that Tai Ziyuan had actually arranged such an unexpected scene for him. However, he was a practical person. He always felt that dreams were just dreams, not real life. Zhang Xiaoming did not say anything. She pursed her lips tightly and looked at him with a trace of stubbornness. In the imagination of every young man and woman for the future and for love, this scene at tonight's dance party was definitely the most beautiful courtship scene. It was not that she had not fantasized about it, but seeing it become reality, her feelings were unusually complicated and strange. She did not know why this dance party suddenly turned out like this. Because of the silence of the male and female leads, the applause gradually subsided. Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head and said softly, "The person upstairs is called Tai Ziyuan?" He did not expect her first sentence to be like this. Su Li's mood was a little down. Chapter 105. Not all stories have happy endings. Not every fairy tale ends with a prince and a princess living happily ever after. Today was the double moon festival. Under the two beams of silver moonlight, the man and woman facing each other in silence were not a prince and a princess. Their story was a bit complicated. God had deliberately created obstacles called misunderstandings and coincidences. Most importantly, they were people walking on different paths in life. At this time they had completely different ideals and goals in life. "I don't know how to dance." After a moment of silence, Su Li looked at Zhang Xiaoming's smooth shoulders that were exposed outside of her little dress and stared at the girl's cute collarbone. Suddenly he thought of the words "locking autumn" and said, "I don't know your secret, but if you have an important and necessary purpose for approaching the source of danger, perhaps I can help you convey it." "I don't know how to dance either." Zhang Xiaoming's hands were slightly clenched by her waist. Her voice was a bit light. "And dancing with me will bring you trouble." Su Lu raised his head and looked directly into her eyes. He said calmly, "Just like what I said outside the teaching building that day, I always feel that you like me. If that's the case, why can't we be together?" "I have my own reasons." Zhang Xiaoming raised her face slightly. The faint unwillingness and stubbornness on her face were obvious. "I didn't expect things to develop like this. Right now, my heart is in a mess. At this time, if I say anything to you, if I ask anything of you, it will always make me feel like I'm using you, and I don't like this feeling." Su Li didn't understand this sentence, but his heart naturally felt a bit heavy. After a moment he said, "When you want to tell me your secret, please contact me. I'm always available." Zhang Xiaoming bowed slightly to him and said softly, "Maybe that day won't come." "I'm sorry." "You've already said sorry too many times in the past few days." Su Li's eyes narrowed with some annoyance. He said, "I don't like to hear it." Zhang Xiaoming suddenly puffed up her cheeks and laughed, looking very cute. She tilted her head and winked at him, saying, "Since none of you know how to dance, then I'll leave first." However, Su Li could see the sadness in the girl's heart from her cute and clean appearance. His heart sank as he watched Zhang Xiaoming turn around and walk towards the exit of the ball. There was another uproar in the ballroom. Everyone's eyes followed Zhang Xiaoming's departure. The beam of light also followed Zhang Xiaoming's departure. Everyone thought that this would be another romantic story that would be remembered for many years in the history of Wuxia University's Double Moon Festival. However, no one expected that the female lead of the story would leave silently. Looking at the girl in blue who was gradually moving away with the beam of light, the people who were watching this scene felt as if they were watching a stage play in the capital's Gothic theater. Naturally, there was an indescribable faint sadness in their hearts. Su Lu silently looked at Zhang Xiaoming's back. After a moment, he decisively turned around and left in the opposite direction. The beam of light above his head was still enveloping him, moving with his lonely back. If the previous beam of light was incomparably romantic, then the current beam of light was particularly glaring. Su Lu was a little depressed. He looked up at the beam of light above his head and suddenly said, "It's not like we're filming a tragedy. What's the point of creating an atmosphere?" There was something wrong with this sentence. There was a kind of anger hidden under the calm. The beam of light seemed to feel fear and instantly extinguished. The entire ballroom was plunged into darkness. Only the bright full moon that was tens of thousands of kilometers away shone down on them. The lights came back on and the beautiful dance music started again. Wuxia University's Double Moon Festival dance continued. The waiters respectfully walked through the ballroom with wine glasses and food. However, the atmosphere was a little awkward. It was difficult to return to the lively and happy mood from before. Some people had already left. Zhang Xiaoming left alone. Zhou left with a sad expression. Even the group of rich kids from the capital left the ballroom silently. In their eyes, the behavior of the Tai family's heir was an authentic farce. Of course, he had the right to do so. However, they were not in a good mood, especially when they thought about what happened after they came to Linhai. Before these people left, they coldly looked at Su Li's back. Life still had to go on, especially for the ordinary young people of the Federation. The highlight of the ballroom did not have a happy ending, but their love still had to ferment under the moonlight. Accompanied by the melodious dance music, the atmosphere gradually became lively. Many couples walked onto the dance floor and began to dance. Shi Qinghai, who had disappeared for a moment, returned to his original position. He calmly looked at Su Lu, who was walking towards him, and said in an extremely low voice, "The 12 special agents of the Special Task Force are outside the building. The ones inside the building should be the Tai family's own bodyguards." The middle-aged man beside him looked at Su Lu, who was getting closer and closer, and smiled slightly. This spy leader of the anti-government forces trusted Old Eagle's ability and was not worried about his own safety. Instead, he brought up another topic. "I suddenly thought of something. If Zhou Yu had succumbed to your threat, and if this hadn't happened so suddenly, would it have been Zhang Xiaoming who went up to the second floor? I'm not used to evaluating the abilities of amateurs." Shi Qinghai looked straight ahead with a calm expression. "No, I admire Comrade Medellin's arrangements." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "The more amateurish you are, the easier it is to succeed. It's getting harder and harder for professionals like you to survive." Shi Qinghai raised his eyebrows and did not answer. He patted Su Li's shoulders as a gesture of consolation. The middle-aged man looked at Su Lu and smiled. At this moment, a waiter came in front of the three of them and very politely invited Su Li in the doorway of a room on the second floor. Su Lu looked at the middle-aged man beside him in surprise and asked, "Uncle, when did you come up?" The waiter maintained his calm and politeness. He was only sending out the invitation on behalf of the young master. As for how those ugly middle-aged men came up, that was something that needed to be filtered by the security department. It was not part of his job scope. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "No one stopped me. Besides, didn't you just promise me that as long as you went up to the second floor, you would take me with you?" These words were obviously not true. The Double Moon Festival ball seemed to be lax in security, but in reality to go from the first floor to the second floor, who knew how many steps one had to go through? Although Su Lu was covering for them, this middle-aged man's ability was too frightening. At this moment the door opened. Su Lu shrugged indifferently. Under the guidance of the waiter, he walked in with this strange uncle beside him. This was a very large suite. The floor was covered with a woolen carpet. The furnishings around were quite ancient. There was not much of a modern electronic style. A curtain, a lamp, they all looked very elegant. In the deepest part of the suite, on a huge sofa, sat a young man with a slightly pale complexion. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call him a teenager because every time Su Lu saw him, he always felt that his body was very weak, and his figure was somewhat thin. "Thank you." Suddenly knowing the real identity of the teenager in front of him, although it was far from his real identity, Su Lu still felt like there was a door between him and Tai Ziyuan. He found it hard to get used to it. His voice was slightly dry as he said, "I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise." Tai Ziyuan obviously guessed Su Li's reaction after seeing him. He smiled slightly, pointed to a chair beside him and said, "Sit, don't be so reserved." It was very strange. This kind of tone was usually used by a superior to a subordinate, but when it was spoken by Tai Ziyuan, it sounded so natural. Su Lu frowned slightly. He was not used to it and also felt a little uncomfortable, but he still sat on a chair beside the sofa. The room was silent. The two of them did not seem to know what topic to talk about. After all, they used to talk most of the time through the communicator and that piece of paper. Even after they finally met, they did not have much time to talk like ordinary people. Su Lu did not know what the Xioshu Foundation was, nor did he know what the Tai family represented in the Federation. He did not know Tai Ziyuan's history, but he felt that the Tai Ziyuan on the sofa at this moment was not the same person as the Tai Ziyuan he usually knew at night. At night, Tai Ziyuan was an ordinary young man who was a little proud, a little cold and a little bored. But at this moment Tai Ziyuan was like a monster who was born with a certain kind of aura. In this silence, the only exception was the middle-aged man who followed Su Lu into the room. The middle-aged man had his hands behind his back, and like a tourist, he stared at the small decorations in the room with interest. It seemed that he did not want to participate in this conversation at all. Butler Jean, who had been standing silently beside the sofa, stared at the middle-aged man with a complicated expression. He suddenly said, "Student Su, who is this?" Su Lu was stunned. He smiled embarrassedly and introduced the middle-aged man to Tai Ziyuan and Butler Jean. "This is my friend's uncle. He asked me to take him to the second floor. I didn't know you were upstairs at that time, so I just casually agreed. I didn't expect that this old man would actually follow us up." Just because you don't know doesn't mean that everyone doesn't know. Tai Ziyuan glanced at the middle-aged man and said with a smile, "Would you like to sit down and have a chat?" You guys chat first. I'm not in a hurry." The second in command of the anti-government forces waved his hand with a smile, completely unaware that he was in danger. Strangely enough, after he said that, Tai Ziyuan really did not care about him anymore. He just let the middle-aged man wander around his room. He turned his head and looked at Sulu with a gentle smile and said, "Let's get to know each other again. Sulu, I'm Tai Ziyuan." The atmosphere in the room finally relaxed. Sulu said with a smile, "Of course I know. I also guessed that your family must be rich, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. I've heard of the Cultivation Foundation. But I think you definitely don't know my real identity." Tai Ziyuan looked at him and said calmly, "The Cultivation Foundation is just something for ordinary people to see. My family and some other rich and idle families gathered together. The people of the Federation gave us a name, something called the Seven Great Families. I think you've heard of it before." Sulu listened to this sentence in shock. He suddenly remembered that he had found the surname familiar a long time ago. He asked in disbelief, "Is it the Tai family whose ancestors were emperors? Not many people still remember things that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Looks like you're pretty good at history," Tai Ziyuan said with a smile. Chapter 106. Since the 37th constitutional era, the Federation had already undergone many political structural reforms. Although there were not many changes in essence, there would always be a distinction between the old and the new. The last major reform in the Federation had occurred over 600 years ago. People were also used to calling the recent Federation the New Federation. However, regardless of whether it was in the history textbooks of the new or old Federation schools, the description of the history of human civilization before the constitutional era was always rather vague. Perhaps it was because it was too long ago and there was no detailed historical information. Perhaps it was because the Federation's educators believed that the citizens, who were bathed in the glory of democracy and freedom, should look more toward the beautiful future and not reminisce about the imperial era that was actually not beautiful due to the aesthetic illusion created by the difference in time. It was precisely because of this reason that, other than those specialized historians, there were not many Federation citizens who still cared about the imperial society from tens of thousands of years ago. Although the history textbooks had taught these things, not many people could remember that the last imperial family had the surname Yun. Therefore, when Sulu blurted out the origins of the Tai family, Tai Ziyuan could not help but be a little surprised. He smiled and praised his historical knowledge. Sulu was immersed in shock and did not hear the others' praise. He only subconsciously recalled those years in the Donglin region, those days when Uncle Fengyu had made him soak in the library and read books every day. The history of the imperial court was too long ago. However, the seven great families of the Federation were deeply engraved in the minds of all Federation citizens. Even though Sulu had been far away in the remote Donglin region back then, he still knew that the Federation had seven extremely influential families. These families' industries were distributed in various areas of the Federation, secretly influencing the entire Federation's energy development, finance, welfare, and employment. No matter how the president of the Federation changed or how the election of members of parliament was repeated, it would not affect the status of these seven great families in the Federation. Just like a certain proverb said, the Federation is the seven great families. Perhaps the sentence was a bit exaggerated, but no one could ignore the shadows of these seven families in the history of the Federation civilization. The most frightening thing was that no one knew how large the shadows of these seven families were. In the early years of the constitutional era, every once in a while, the Federation government would have a president or a powerful management committee that was deeply trusted by the people. These political figures would always try to, with the support of the people and the media, completely separate the Federation from the influence of the seven families. However, no matter what kind of laws and presidential orders those successful presidents and powerful management committees passed, it was still impossible to find out the true strength of the seven families. The Citizens' Property Declaration Act, the Corporations Property Transparency Act, the Anti-Monopoly Law, the Anti-Monopoly Law Amendment Bill. Countless laws and regulations did not play their role in the face of the silence of these families. The Federation of that era was equivalent to a battlefield where the government and the seven families fought desperately. 3 presidents were killed by assassinations, and the truth was still not found out. Under the strict control of the government, the seven families also lost a lot of benefits. It was said that one family almost lost its inheritance and was destroyed. However, apart from the bloodshed, in the eyes of historians, the life and death struggles of those years were not necessarily without any benefits. The federal government's control of the 7 major families had, to a large extent, perfected the legal structure of the Federation, and the 7 major families' counteraction against the federal government had also prevented the emergence of an overly powerful government. As the era progressed, the 7 families were part of the Federation and could not fight like this forever. The huge industries hidden in the society of the 7 families could only be sustained in a relatively long-term and stable social structure. They could not openly choose to stand on the opposite side of the government and the people. And those politicians who needed votes also began to realize that if they could obtain the support of the 7 families, then their future political path would be very smooth. Both sides had needs, so under the subtle influence of benefits, the Federation began to develop in a different direction. The politicians began to secretly seek the help of the 7 families, and the 7 families began to choose their own political partners, using the family's own strength to help these partners obtain the votes of the citizens of the Federation. They could only be partners, and the politicians could not completely become the spokespersons of the 7 families. Because the politicians who lost the necessity of their independent existence would inevitably yield to the pressure of the 7 families, and the natural desire of the 7 families' huge wealth would turn these politicians into their tools for profit, which would inevitably violate the rights and interests of the majority of ordinary citizens in the short term. The social unrest that followed was a terrible result that anyone with foresight in the Federation, and even the 7 families themselves, did not want to see. This was an instinctive choice to live together, but to forcibly suppress these collusion within the bottom line that the Federation citizens could bear. And because of the tacit understanding between the Federation government and the 7 families that had never been seen on paper, the 7 families had always maintained a somewhat mysterious and lofty image in the hearts of the Federation citizens. The human heart had always had a natural desire for the strong, and the existence of the 7 families just so happened to satisfy this psychological need of the Federation citizens, just so happened to offset some of the citizens' dissatisfaction with certain unfairness in society. It had to be said that the media played a very important role in this. Whether or not the mysterious and lofty 7 families had done anything that specifically harmed ordinary citizens, no one knew, right? All of this only changed slightly with the appearance of the scholar George Carlin. The anti-government forces that had bitterly held on in the S2 mountains suddenly found a political program that was more suitable for the needs of the Federation citizens. They pointed the spearhead of their struggle at the relationship between the Federation government and the 7 families, and from George Carlin's teachings, they put forward the part that they needed the most. They demanded that the politicians of the Federation and the 7 families that were never willing to appear in front of the Federation citizens return the wealth that had been exploited from the hands of ordinary citizens for countless years. They demanded that the 7 families must pay the true price for the damage they had done to the democracy and freedom of the Federation throughout history. The anti-government forces gradually gave up on the use of force. The moderate faction led by Senator Macklin held the banner of George Carlin and successfully influenced the 4 mountainous regions of the S2 region, and set off a huge wave in the hearts of the young Federation citizens. However, this was still not enough to threaten the status of the 7 great families in the Federation. These 7 families were even very happy to see the existence of Senator Macklin. This was because as long as any conflict entered the path of an election, it was a process that could be controlled, influenced, or at least negotiated. As for the thoughts that were prevalent among the young people, the 7 families weren't afraid of them. Young people were always hot-blooded. When they left school and entered society, they entered various companies and government departments. They naturally understood how difficult and unrewarding it was to vainly go against the historical traditions of the Federation. The 7 great families had existed coldly and tyrannically every day since the birth of the Federation. Furthermore, they had grown stronger with each passing day. If someone were to say that they had already controlled most of the lifelines of the Federation, it would not be considered an exaggeration. Moreover, it seemed that they would continue to exist until the day the Federation came to an end. This fact couldn't help but shock people. The reason why the 7 families were so mysterious was because the lives of the truly important people had never appeared in any news or documentary. They only existed in imagination and on the Federation's television channels, and only existed in Evergreen City's film reels. There was also no scholar or government organization that could truly investigate which family controlled which part of the Federation's industry. There was only one exception, and that was the Zhong family of the West Woods. Because the Zhong family's 4th military region had guarded the edge of the universe for generations for the Federation, It had long been exposed to the public due to an accident at the beginning of the first constitutional era. It couldn't hide its enormous figure. On the contrary, the names of the 7 families weren't much of a secret. Even Sulu could easily name the inherited surnames of 6 of the families. Among the 7 families, there was only one family that was truly low-key and mysterious, and that was the Tai family. Not many people knew that this Tai family was actually the descendant of the royal family that ruled the entire human society a long time ago. When Sulu heard Tai Ziyuan admit that he was the successor of the Tai family, he couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. For a long time he couldn't speak. This identity wasn't the son of a rich family or the son of a politician. Instead, it represented a kind of history, a kind of omnipresent influence. The successor of the 7 families, if placed in ancient times, would at least be considered a king. After being in shock for so long, Sulu slowly came back to his senses. The first thing he thought of was a question. He stared blankly at the pale youth on the sofa and muttered, "Why did you tell me? Why did Tai Ziyuan tell him his true identity?" This was Su Li's first question after he recovered from the shock. If the other party was the bright moon hanging high in the night sky, then he was at most an inconspicuous osmanthus tree by the Rose River. The two of them were not people of the same world. Even if they had gotten along like ordinary friends a few days ago, once the other party's identity was revealed, it was like a gap between the two of them, and no matter what, it was impossible to fill the gap. "You're a very good friend." From the moment Tai Ziyuan revealed his identity, he had been calmly and attentively observing Su Li's expression. He was very satisfied that he didn't see any reaction in Su Li's eyes that he didn't like. He admired this friend of his even more for being able to recover from the shock so quickly and talk to him like a normal person. "I used to have friends, but after they knew my identity, they didn't have the courage to get along with me like friends. They either left quietly or became people like Yuzi. I think if we continue to be friends one day, you will also face this dilemma." Tai Ziyuan smiled gently and said, "If that's the case, I might as well tell you in advance." The reason why Su Lu recovered so quickly was because of his experience over the years. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.